Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Meteorologist Bill Murray here in the Alabama WX Weather Center. We're broadcasting live tonight the severe weather outbreak that is occurring across Alabama. Unusual in May, but not unheard of. We've had a tornado emergency in Huntsville. Had a tornado touchdown northwest of Madison. We definitely have some damage there. We do have a tornado warning right now, PDS tornado warning for Madison County and Jackson County in North Alabama. The most dangerous part of the storm now is very close to the University of Alabama, or I'm sorry, to Alabama A&M in Huntsville, right there near US 72, just near and east of the Colonial Hills neighborhood toward Oak Park, right in this zone right here that Drew McCombs is drawing. You can see that hook kind of tightened on that last scan, just south of US 72, south of Chase, heading in the general direction of Ryland and Maysville. Got several good spotters that are on the storm neighborhood, and they're watching it very closely. Right in this zone, indications are that it might not be on the ground right now, but this storm is extremely dangerous and can produce a tornado at any time. It has a history of producing a damaging tornado, and has prompted earlier a tornado emergency, and we have a tornado warning with a considerable tag, which is a particularly dangerous tornado. So repeating, we got a tornado warning that goes until 7:30 for our friends in Jackson and Madison counties. Got a tornado over the northeastern side of Huntsville that is moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. We've got a tornado watch that has just been issued that goes until 1 a.m. for the rest of north central Alabama, generally in the I-59, I-20 corridor. We already had a tornado watch that went until 10 o'clock for the Tennessee Valley. These cells here have developed out ahead of the main line, which we expected to happen, and that has occurred. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in the Tennessee Valley now. There for parts of Limestone and Madison counties. Let's zoom in there and see. We've got eastern Limestone, Madison, and Jackson counties in severe thunderstorm warnings now. To the south, we have a separate severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the eastern part of Lawrence County and Morgan County areas there east of Moulton over to Priceville. The storm that prompted that warning is now approaching the river there. To the north of Priceville, approaching Triana, and that's going to be moving into southern parts of the Huntsville area here over the next hour. But you can see a really dangerous storm there near Huntsville. Now we've got our eyes on this storm that's over near Athens. These storms are sort of training in the same general direction. That's another very strong storm there that is getting ready to cross I-65 near Athens. It's right there around US 72. You can see a good bit of lightning coming out of that storm, but here's a camera right now in Huntsville showing really strong winds. You can see the clouds indicating that we've got a very strong storm in the vicinity. These cameras, courtesy of our friends at the Barron Critical Weather Institute and Huntsville Utilities there. We can see that hail core sort of beginning to ramp up. Reflectivity is increasing over southern parts of the city of Huntsville, near and south of downtown, heading toward the parkway there. That's a concern. We may see another potential tornado beginning to develop right there. You can see that jumped right to the east. It's crossing over the parkway now, getting ready to head over toward 431, and crossing over downtown Huntsville even as we speak. So we'll be watching that as well. You see a big hail core there over the arsenal right now. They're east of the city of Madison, getting ready to move into Huntsville. Of course, our meteorologist Drew McCombs is no stranger to this area. Drew, you lived in that area for a long time. And we were concerned for a while there that your old house might have been in the middle of the path of that.
Yeah, it was interesting when we first started looking at it not too long ago, and we were seeing the tornado warning that had been issued, and also seeing a debris signature that was evident in the radar within the last 20, 30 minutes. Back when it was west of Madison, kind of west of the Madison County or Limestone County line. The storm's been kind of interesting the way that it's evolved. It's definitely a little bit messy and rain wrapped. And the circulation, looked like it kind of jogged a little bit, maybe reformed a little bit to the north. The chasers that are on it, we're hearing that it looked like it was on the ground for a period of time and then maybe lifted for a little bit, and that may have been what we were seeing, where the velocity signature got a little bit messy. But yeah, it looked like it was threatening my old neighborhood there for a little bit. And again, I'm just looking at the Barrett Institute camera here that the storm is now hitting. I believe this is potentially on the side of Monte Sano, either that or Green Mountain, but it's in the Huntsville area, and you can see that it's really starting to kind of rock and roll there as far as the wind and the rain and lots of lightning. So as we have mentioned, we've got the hail core there that is basically sitting over, it's just kind of moving east of downtown Huntsville at this point. And that's obviously a threat with this as well. But the tornado, of course, they've got the tornado warning. So let's go ahead and I'll take a look at the velocity, kind of see where we are here. So again, it's kind of looking like the couplet. There's definitely there's strong winds down here in Huntsville right now. You got hail, you've got winds that are packing a punch, moving through Huntsville, downtown Huntsville, moving east of there. And also in South Huntsville as well. But it looks like the rotation moved across near Alabama A&M, and it's now moved over towards the east, towards Three Forks there, and near Ryland Pike. And so again, it's not as strong as it's looked at times, but we still have a tornado warning here, and still very possible that we have a tornado on the ground as it's moving towards the kind of the central, and then towards the eastern part of Madison County. We'll be crossing over into Jackson County here. Probably in the next 20 or 30 minutes, but it's starting to move a pretty good clip here. So,
and Drew, I'd like to introduce the third member of our team tonight, a new member to many of you, Brooklyn Bader, who is interning with us this year. Brooklyn is a rising junior at Mississippi State University, Brooklyn. It's nice to have you on the team with us tonight.
I'm very honored to be joining tonight.
And Brooklyn is acting as our communicator. So, Brooklyn, are you seeing anything in the chat from the National Weather Service in Huntsville that we need to pass along?
I'm seeing some reports of some ping-pong-sized hail being reported near the Huntsville High School area. But other than that, the tornado warning has been from a PDS tornado warning into just a normal tornado warning. Other than that, just some heavy wind.
Yeah, and we saw that on the camera there that Drew was displaying, probably on Monte Sano, that you could see those rain-wrapped curtains or the wind blown curtains of rain there. Potentially another debris signature developing. I don't know if that's coincident. That probably was not coincident with any kind of rotation or hook, but watching very carefully to see what we see. Yeah, there's something that's very concerning, much more significant rotation now south of Ryland, approaching US 72. Drew pointing it out on the map there. It's moving toward the community of Brownsboro. It will pass near or north of the community of Moontown, and that's going to continue moving on to the east and a little bit, maybe just a tad to the north of east there. But all these communities along US 72, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a very dangerous storm, can produce a strong to violent tornado at any moment. We've been very concerned about the parameters for today, that this could be the problem. And I'm seeing some information there from the National Weather Service in Huntsville that we're going to get another tornado warning here shortly for that storm we were looking at north of Priceville, the one approaching the river. The Weather Service in Huntsville is concerned about rotation that is increasing on that storm. So look for the Weather Service in Huntsville to issue a tornado warning here shortly. You can see there definitely the rotation increasing just north of I-65 getting ready to cross to the northeast there. We'll be moving toward New Hope and Swancott as it moves on to the northeast. So look for the Weather Service to put something up there. Our friend Taylor Plott at the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel in the Huntsville chat reporting that there is a TDS near Moontown. So maybe see if we can confirm that.
Yeah, it's looking like that's that circulation that you were pointing out just a minute ago. That now, like we were talking about earlier, where things are looking a little bit messy with the velocity, lots of heavy wind, but we've now got a good looking couplet again, which we'll see here in just a second. Switch over to the correlation coefficient product, and yep, sure enough, that sure looks like a new debris signature. So we had one of those just in the last scan here, and we had debris signature for several scans west of Madison, near the limestone Madison County line. Hadn't really been able to see it too much in the more recent scans in the last 10 or 15 minutes, but that surely looks like that's what we're working with right here.
That warning for Priceville just got issued.
All right.
Okay, and that's a baseline tornado warning that is in effect now.
Sitting just above Priceville.
The National Weather Service in Huntsville issuing that warning that will go, let's see, I don't have that tornado warning on my data feed.
I can pull it up here if you want to see it. Got it on screen here.
Yeah, there's our tornado warning right there. National Weather Service in Huntsville issuing it for southwestern Madison, southeastern Limestone, and central Morgan till 7:30. That's that storm we were watching right there over Priceville, which is, of course, east of Decatur. That warning's going to go till 7:30, and it's going to be moving in the general direction of the Huntsville International Airport and the arsenal in the city of Huntsville eventually. So, again, that's a very dangerous storm that we're going to have to worry about too. But we're concerned about this storm on the eastern side of Huntsville that has a considerable tag with it, and we still have a tornado warning in effect for Jackson and for Madison counties. We saw a debris signature definitely developing there in the Moontown area. That is now east of US 72. But you can see really high reflectivity right there in that general area around Doug Hill and Moontown. Our correlation coefficient definitely showed a TDS there. Rotation, not very clear and apparent to us, what we're seeing there. There's broad rotation just on that US 72 corridor there between Moontown and Maysville. This moving on off to the east, be crossing into Jackson County here shortly. But we want all of our friends to the east in the southern part there of this polygon to really be paying close attention. Areas from Princeton and Baileytown to the south along 65 and 79 over to the Skyline community, and eventually this will probably go to the south of the high top radar. Some times that you could expect this. You could expect this in Little Nashville in about 22 minutes, or about 7:27 in Pleasant Grove, about 7:30 in Letcher, about 7:33 Winninger, about the same time. Skyline, sometime around 7:38, and those are some of the communities that are in the path. You see the rotation there, which is passing to the south of Berry Mountain, and will be moving also over this kind of mountainous territory here to the northeast of Maysville. So anything you're seeing, Brooklyn, in the chat from the Weather Service in Huntsville that kind of lets us know what the storm is doing?
Not really. I'm seeing a lot of damage that they are talking about. Still broad rotation on its way to Marion County, but not much else.
Yeah, I'd seen a report a little earlier, which was concerning from emergency management in Madison County, that there has been severe damage at Cliff Farms. off Boss Road.
So that's interesting you mentioned that, because I actually was just looking where our old neighbor, again, we were talking about the house that we have up there that we used to live in, and he mentioned that as well, that he had heard that Cliff Farm had been hit. So that's, for anybody who doesn't know, that is a still relatively new big development, mixed-use development, lots of restaurants, Publix, but yeah, tons of restaurants, really nice new development that used to be a large family farm for, more than 100 years probably, but it's now a really popular, and not just commercial, there's neighborhoods and apartments as well. So that's definitely concerning, because there are quite a few people who live there, and I'm sure there was plenty of people probably, there eating and shopping, et cetera, as well. Very, very congested, populated area. Also, got to mention the fact that you have traffic on 72. That would have been right there next to it as well. That's right on 72 in West Madison County. One other thing I wanted to mention real quick, it's clear of there now, but this, right as they issued the tornado warning for the storm down here near Priceville in Morgan County, that storm was just south, or I think the rotation was just south of the 65 River Bridge, Tennessee River Bridge. So it doesn't look like it actually, some really heavy rain, maybe some hail. It would have been rough on the bridge there during that time, but it looks like the actual circulation where the potential tornado with this one would have been, it was at least south of the bridge, but very close to Priceville for sure. And in fact, you can see as that hook was starting to kind of come together, it was right there very close to kind of the center of Priceville. And again, crossing I-65 there. So, hoping that maybe that wasn't on the ground yet at that point, but it definitely crossed 65 and now heading in the direction of Triana. And so, again, right just north of the Tennessee River. In those neighborhoods, quite a few newer neighborhoods kind of in that area on the west side of the Arsenal. So again, if you are in that area, again, along 127, trying to pull up some other roads here, Zert Road. So the Zert Road is a major artery with lots of neighborhoods going up to 565. So if you're along Zert Road, this cell, that's not the one that's just passed through Huntsville. This is a new storm that you need to be on the watch out for, heading in direction with a tornado warning on it.
Yeah, and we're getting reports of definite rotation, Mooresville Road and Route 72 in Limestone, and Emergency Management ham radio spotters definitely have eyes on this storm, and maybe a bit of a couplet right there along US 72. So kind of a little further south of what we saw from the first storm, would you say, Drew? Is that true, or is it kind of in the same area?
It might be. So it might actually be going a little bit further north, because the Cliff Farms area is going to be. Let's see. I'm looking at it's going to be somewhere just right over here, and this is kind of looking like it may be going a little bit further north of 72 near the Capshaw community. Used to go First Baptist Capshaw. Capshaw Baptist is there. That was our old church, and so anybody who happens to be watching that is in that area, you need to head to shelter.
Yeah, that's very concerning. And some reports from earlier, a lot of damage, Wall Triana, and apartment complexes on Michael Avenue. So that report coming from the media in Huntsville in our Weather Service chat. So that is not surprising, given some of the media images, some of the spotter images that we were seeing from Brett Adair's teams, his spotters like Brad Arnold, that were on top of this thing in real time and were reporting, and some images showing a cone tornado that was definitely occurring in that area. So kind of a reset now. We expect this, system to sort of form into a squall line overnight. It's going to, push southeast. Right now, really dangerous at this point because we've got a lot of the ingredients in place. The instability obviously is, pretty high. We're running about 2,500, 3,000 joules of CAPE. That's going to slowly subside. It's going to take a long time. The later we get in the season, it's not these low, low instability, high shear events that we see early in the spring and in the late winter. We've got no shortage of energy in the atmosphere, this evening. We certainly have no shortage of shear. The bulk shear, the overall speed shear, about 50 knots, which is plenty. And then we've got plenty of low-level helicity, that low-level spin that you need to spin up these tornadoes, and that's happening. So we've got a tornado warning for right now. Continuing for the very eastern portion of Madison County into western Jefferson and Jackson County. We want our friends from Pleasant Grove up 65 over 279 and the Skyline community to be in their safe shelter. We definitely have rotation here north of Little Mountain, very close to Sharp Mountain there. Northeast of 67, north of County Road 10. They're moving toward Holly Tree. That rotation is strengthening with every scan.
Yeah. The National Weather Service in Huntsville said that they may be ramping that up to a considerable tag for that warning.
That is very good not good information, but that is very important information, Brooklyn. Thank you. That storm is very concerning. Moving in the direction, with every scan, it gets more impressive, Drew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this storm has been doing lots of cycling. You can see as we had that lapse on there, where you can see you can almost see the rotation of you've got the couplet, and then you've got it kind of wrapping around itself. So it's a really powerful storm that's evolving really rapidly, and even just the next scan doesn't look quite as impressive, but still definitely a couplet. I'd say that's still a good chance that's on the ground. Now, one thing I'll mention as far as where it's currently located, it has gone, it's north of 72. It's just now crossing into Jackson County, western Jackson County. It did go north of Gurley. However, I do see quite some, basically the downdraft kind of coming around the back edge of it. Still may produce some really heavy winds in Gurley. So, especially north of there. So if you're in that area, you still want to be in shelter. But it's really north there along the Jackson County line that you see that heading towards Holly Tree at this point. This is not as populated of an area as it was in earlier, but still there's plenty of people that live out here. And you can see next on the docket, it is heading in the general direction of Skyline at this point as well. So again, if you are hearing us and you're in those areas, of Skyline, Round Knob, Jacobs Mountain, Fork Mountain, a lot of these this mountainous terrain in here. If you're living anywhere in this area and this specifically looking at Highway 65 going through Holly Tree, if you're anywhere along that corridor, you need to take shelter now because this is still looking very serious and continuing to look like it is a heavy rotation. We're also pretty close to the radar here. The high top radar, so we're seeing this rotation pretty low to the ground, which gives us more confidence that that's at the ground. And we'll take a look and see if we see anything on the correlation coefficient here. Yep, debris signature.
Debris signature.
That is on the ground.
It's definitely approaching Alabama 65 there, near and south of Holly Tree. We want you to be in your safe place now, lowest part of your home, in the center part of the house. We want you to be in a bathroom, a closet, a hallway. If you don't have a basement, if you have a basement, be there by all means. Going through your normal tornado precautions at this time. We want everybody to have a helmet on. Don't take time to go find those things right now, though. Be in your safe place. Go there. Get as low as you can. Cover up. Protect yourself with mattresses. Move quickly to your basement. right now. If you don't have that interior room with no windows, put as many walls between you and the outside of the structure as you can. We don't want you to be in a vehicle. And certainly, if you're in a vehicle, don't pull under a highway overpass. Go to a substantial structure, a store, a restaurant, a building. Go to where they tell you to go. We don't want you to be in a manufactured home right now, but this is a decision that we have to make well in advance. Because manufactured homes, unfortunately, are just not safe places in tornadoes. Lots of folks are having graduations tonight, and I know our emergency management teams have been working very closely with our boards of education all over North Alabama to make sure that these things have been planned for. This has not been a surprise event for sure. And remember, you can be the hero. One of your jobs as a weather ambassador is to make sure that all your friends, your family, your neighbors, your coworkers, your fellow church members, everyone around you knows what's going on. And tonight's one of those nights. And here we have a debris signature. We were concerned today. We could see some strong tornadoes, and that's what's happening right here. Damage showing up. This is correlation coefficient. It's a wonderful product that the Doppler radar gives us that shows when we have irregular objects in the atmosphere. And boy, do we have them here. And that indicates debris. Could be anything. Could be tree limbs, could be parts of homes. Drew was mentioning, we're not in a heavily populated area, but there are homes here. People live here. And certainly a beautiful part of Alabama, but it is moving toward, right now, toward Holly Tree, be moving off to the northeast in the general direction of Skyline. And we're going to be then watching out, eventually for our friends in the communities of Fackler and eventually Stevenson as it continues to the east-northeast. As it starts to approach the Tennessee River in some beautiful territory up there. But clearly we can see that tornado debris signature. Drew's drawing us a track here, the tornado moving at 30 miles an hour. And if we time that out from right now, here at about, but this radar scan is what, Drew, about 16 minutes after the hour?
Yep, right about 15 or 16, yep, so a couple minutes old.
So they're somewhere, somewhere around, it's going to be into Fackler right at the top of the hour, about 8 o'clock. Stevenson in about 51 minutes. Skyline, you don't have that long. Skyline, you're talking more like right at, 40 minutes? Is that right for Skyline? Let's see what's our timing for Skyline. Go back up a little bit more, Drew. Yeah, I think it should be. In 18 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So there in about 18 minutes we'll be in Skyline, so somewhere around 7:35, 7:36. And don't wait till the last minute. These storms, get on you much faster than we think. And, a quick look back at the velocity here, can kind of give us an idea of what we're seeing. Definitely still see strong signs of rotation there, just east of the, there we go, approaching Highway 65 right now, very near the Holly Tree community, and this is backed up by a debris signature. Tornado warning continues with the considerable tag. Remember, there are levels of tornado warnings. We want you to take all tornado warnings seriously, but there's that baseline tornado warning, which is radar indicated. You take those just as seriously. But when the National Weather Service upgrades it to that considerable tag, that means they have high indications that there's a tornado on the ground. Here it's indicated by this Doppler radar tornado debris signature. So some of those tornado terminologies. Of course, we've had a tornado watch for several hours in North Alabama for about 35, 40 minutes, about 30 minutes in central Alabama. But those watches are issued, as you know, when conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. And that means you don't have to act then, you just have to be ready to act. And when that tornado warning is issued, that's when you hop into action. And that's what we've got going on right now. And we've already seen one tornado emergency tonight. There's a level above this catastrophic tag. And when the Weather Service feels like that a tornado is threatening a populated area and is causing, will cause, catastrophic damage, the Weather Service goes to that. Here's reflectivity showing it is pouring now over a wide area of western Jackson County, all the way from Larkin and Baileytown on the northern part down to Garth in the southern part. And we still got very definite signs of rotation there. Just east of Highway 65. Another potential handoff coming here, Drew, maybe in the Letcher, just northwest of the Letcher and Winneser communities.
Yeah, it's looking like, so that circulation, you can still see it up there near 65, Highway 65, but kind of looking like we're getting a new circulation forming on the southeast side of that.
Wow.
So, again, don't know for certain that that's a new tornado, but it certainly looks pretty suspicious. And looking at the reflectivity, you can start to see a little bit of an appendage coming out of this as well, kind of sticking out of the storm. Whenever we see features like that, especially when you see velocity on there as well, you start to get a little worried about what might be going on there. So I think if you're in Letcher and Winneser, long 79 that's running through the south side of Skyline, basically, you need to be in your shelter. You're in the tornado warning already, but just kind of letting you know that it looks like the circulation.
They just put a tornado warning for that one.
They did? Mm-hmm. I got a new one.
A new tornado warning coming?
Yeah, for the area you were just talking about.
Okay. And we've still got the debris signature showing on, of course, now it looks like this scan. Yep, there's the new warning right there.
Yeah, it's going to include parts of DeKalb County as well as Jackson up into Franklin County, Tennessee. But yeah, that's the storm you were picking out there, radar man, for sure. And back to the west, I'm a little concerned because we have a real hail core there just south of Harvest. North of Madison. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, back to the west. And, we're going to have to watch that storm too because it's got a real hail core on it. Mm-hmm. That severe thunderstorm warning till 7:30 for northwestern Madison County and east central Limestone County, in addition to the big severe thunderstorm warning that kind of surrounds all these potential tornadoes, because tonight we have an elevated threat of damaging winds in addition to these tornadoes, as well as an elevated threat, slightly elevated threat of large hail, because this is a different kind of storm. When we're dealing with these May sort of instabilities, but you see we've got 3 tornado warnings now. Our original tornado warning that's in effect for the northeastern part of Morgan County into southern Madison. That dangerous part of that storm is now in the Triana community, approaching US 231 south of Huntsville. And you can kind of see that now crossing the river. Got hook echo and a real clear rear flank downdraft coming around. So we could see a tornado spinning up right there, right on the river. Getting ready to move up into the Regent Forest community areas from Fleming Hills down to Lily Flag, over to Fox Run, the Ridgewood subdivisions up there in the southern part of Madison County. We want you to be in your safe place all the way over to US 431, Cherry Tree, and Berkeley, down to Owens Crossroads. All these communities are in kind of a dangerous spot here. Also Norton and Hobbs Island over to Elon, down to Oak Grove. You're in the tornado warning polygon. Anything there, Drew, that stands out to you?
Well, not seeing a debris signature on this quite yet. Of course, the Weather Service is just tagging this as radar indicated so far, so they're not showing this one as a confirmed. Which, looking at it, I see what they're looking at here. That it's still definitely rotating, and you can see that it looks like the circulation is really close to Lacy Spring at this point, right along 231. So again, that's just south of we talked about the 65 bridge. That last scan does not look good. But we were just talking about the 65 bridge over the Tennessee earlier. So this is now the same storm about to get near. Maybe it'll stay a little bit south of the 231 bridge over the Tennessee River. But that last scan looks very concerning. looks like we may have tightened up and strengthened quite a bit. Just basically in Lacy Spring at this point, just west of 231. That scan's a couple minutes old now, so it may be on 231 and crossing 231 at this point. Hobbs Island is nearby there, and like we talked about before, Burroughs, Norton, Owens Crossroads, it's coming in your direction. And so you need to be in your safe space right now. It does appear that it's going to stay mostly to the south of kind of primarily what you consider South Huntsville. So a lot of the neighborhoods like Lily Flag and Jones Valley and Whitesburg and places up to the north are going to be north of where this is. Doesn't mean it's not going to be a rough storm, but the tornadic part of this, or what could be a tornado, is a lot further south. And again, at this point, it looks like it's just south of the Tennessee River, but about to cross over on kind of the north side of the river here within the next few minutes, most likely. We'll take a look again and see if we see anything else with the correlation coefficient. It's hard to really tell much on that quite yet. Definitely not looking like a classic signature that we've seen, although that last scan right there, and let me see if I can get us on a, and that's got a 4 panel here. So that right there is where it kind of looks like those are close by. I'm not sure. That's hard to tell. It's pretty noisy, but that could be a debris signature. But either way, if you're in Lacy Spring or anywhere to the east of there, you need to be immediately in your safe spot.
Yeah, no question about it. That's a very dangerous storm there, heading towards Owens Crossroads. Eventually there as well, folks from along US 431 all the way down to New Hope, back up into southeastern parts of Huntsville. Now, the good news is our tornado warning for Jackson County is going to expire at 7:30, and I don't think the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to, well, I guess it really doesn't matter because there's a new warning. So the old warning is going to expire, so that's not important. This new warning is the important warning, and this potential tornado that is passing south of the high top radar at this point is, keeping this tornado warning in effect until 8 o'clock for Jackson and northeastern DeKalb counties in Alabama. So looking for this to be near Skyline, any second now. So if you're in the community of Skyline along Alabama 79, we want you to be in your safe place right now. You should have been in there for about 10 minutes ago because this is a very strong, rotation right there, and tornado warning does continue in effect. If this continues on to the, east-northeast like it appears it will, and the Weather Service does have an upgraded tag, on this, and so we'll continue to watch it as it continues to lift to the east-northeast through Jackson and into parts of DeKalb County here over the next. It's going to catch those communities in northern DeKalb County up near Ider, in that general area. So repeating, we've got this tornado warning right here. We did, and earlier Scott was reporting, and I saw this on the Weather Service chat too, that the debris signature in Madison County earlier, they picked that debris up to 7,000 feet. There's a direct correlation between that and the intensity of a tornado. So the higher a tornado can loft that debris is an indicator, certainly it being stronger. Looking back to the west, we've got a significant weather advisory in northern Marion County back to the southwest. That storm right there looks like it's getting its act together. And if we look at it on reflectivity here, it's in the Hackleburg community, beginning to indicate that it might produce some hail here pretty soon, pretty significant size. So if you're in Bear Creek down to Goddard, in the Tessner community, areas to the east-northeast here, moving up into northwestern Winston County, getting ready to move into southern Lawrence County. We'll want you to be in your, we'll want you to, be inside, away from windows. We don't see any signs yet that this is, going to produce a tornado, but, this is that process that storms go through as they get organized. They certainly have the wind shear tonight to do that. And it's moving into an area that's very favorable. We do have tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. For all of north central Alabama. So we're going to be watching that storm closely. Weather Service stopping short of a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, of course, we have an interesting situation tonight. Weather radios across the central part of Alabama, there are 10 transmitters. I've lived here since 1976, and I don't remember a time ever. Now, you might tell me when there was one, because I've been a fan of weather radio since the day it came on in November of 1976, and there's never been a time that the weather radios didn't work. There's a 3-day period that they're not going to work. Started yesterday. It's going to continue till tomorrow. It's because a much needed and desperate software upgrade the Weather Service is going through. Now, unfortunately, that fell on a very active day. But the 10 transmitters across central Alabama are silent tonight. Now, that doesn't mean the warnings are not happening. The National Weather Service in Birmingham packed an entire team up and sent them to the National Weather Service in Atlanta, where they are working hard tonight to keep us safe. And they are running the show just like they would if they were at Calera tonight. And there's a whole team back at Calera that are doing all the things that they normally do. They just can't issue the warnings and they can't run the weather radio. They're doing it from Atlanta. We'll get them just like we normally do. But this is the look over North Alabama. Those 9 counties are covered by the National Weather Service in Huntsville. And those folks do a fantastic job. Look at their increasing reflectivity there west of Owens Crossroads. Looks like a definite hook echo right there near US 231, and that potential tornado is looking very concerning. That storm has real structure on it. It's going to continue off to the east-northeast in the general direction of Paint Rock in western Jackson and Cedar Point. Rotation is looking increasingly strong there. So we want our folks just east of US 231 over toward Owens Crossroads. Again, Drew, no stranger to tornadoes for sure.
Yep, that's for sure. And it does appear that it's now crossed over the Tennessee River. Again, the signature is still looking pretty strong. So again, it does appear to be heading right in the general direction of Owens Crossroads. So if you're anywhere near Owens Crossroads, also around 431, which runs north-south through Owens Crossroads, anywhere within a mile or so of that, really just all the way up to probably Big Cove. I think you're probably going to be just north of this. New Hope, it looks like it may go a little north of you there, but still you're in the warning polygon, so you still need to be in shelter. But Owens Crossroads is really where it looks like that this tornado is. And this, as far as the warning was concerned, still showing it as radar indicated. Brooklyn, were you saying they reissued this recently in this last few minutes? Yeah.
So just last couple of minutes, they just reissued it.
Okay, yeah, you see, this was from 7:30, just a few minutes ago. So again, the tornado warning is for northwestern Marshall County, west central Jackson, southern Madison, and east central Morgan County. It's going until 8. And thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Morgan City or near Redstone Arsenal. So again, like I said, it looks like it's definitely heading right towards Owens Crossroads. But that's also going to include potential places like Paint Rock, Lacy Spring, Farley, Garth, Hampton Cove, and other places kind of in the vicinity there. So very dangerous looking storm, and something you want to make sure that you are taking your precautions if you are in this polygon.
Yeah, look, that definitely has strong structure there, and that might be the rear flank downdraft coming around. The hail core has just exploded. And there's a little bit of lowering on correlation coefficient that could be associated with that hail contamination. I don't know. It's just not really coincident with the couplet. We need the reflectivity, the velocity, and the correlation to all be coincident. And perhaps right there east of US 231. There's your hail core up
Yeah, I
there.
think that's the hail core. That one that we're seeing right there looks like that's probably the hail core.
I'm a little worried down here just east of County Road 8 and
there you
US
go.
231.
Right there.
I don't know if that's concerning or not.
Yeah, let's lapse that one and see what it looks like.
Your rotation is
Yeah, that's
very concerning. Just north of the Burroughs community, this is moving directly over toward Owens Crossroads. We've been calling your name for several minutes. If you're in Owens Crossroads or areas to the west of there, we want you to be in your safe place right now. The rotation is clearly showing up on the high top radar.
and that's close enough that I wouldn't rule out that could be a debris signature, but it's still it's not a real easy one. You got some noise back there, but it certainly could be. So,
Well, we don't want to take any chances tonight
Yep.
with these tornadoes. We never do. As our friend James Spann says, respect the polygon. The Weather Service, the men and women of the National Weather Service work very hard to keep us safe. And when they push the button on that warning, they believe there's a tornado there, and we need to act accordingly. And here we see that the hail core is really intense. The reflectivity shows that right there in the Owens Crossroads community. And we're watching this dangerous storm. It's going to move up toward Paint Rock and Woodville. The very northern portion of Marshall County is also in this warning. Areas over toward Grant. If you're in that area, we want you to be in your safe place. It still includes the very far northeastern part of Morgan County, but I think we can kind of issue an all clear for the tornado warning. You still have some very strong precipitation echoes moving through the very northeastern tip of Morgan County right now. But, other than some really strong gusty winds in that area, I wouldn't think that you have anything to worry about from a tornado. It's further up to the northeast there. And back to the northwest, we really, we haven't talked about you yet a whole lot in northwest Alabama, except for that cell in northeastern Marion County. We've got strong cells now in northeastern Mississippi. They're going to be moving into northeast Alabama over the next couple of hours, and this entire line will eventually be coming south. But you can see them now just entering the western portions of Franklin County. They're near Red Bay. They extend back to southeast of Tupelo. And you see these storms look like they mean business. They're going to be entering western Franklin, western Marion County there around Hamilton, down to Winfield, down to Glen Allen, and eventually getting into Winston and Walker counties. And eventually this entire line will continue sinking southeastward slowly overnight, probably reaching the I-59 corridor somewhere around 10 o'clock and progressing on to the southeast. Now, we think with time it'll weaken. So, probably after the I-85 corridor, not expecting it to be severe. But for areas over the northern two-thirds of Alabama tonight, severe weather is likely. And something that we have to take very seriously. Of course, Brooklyn Bader is watching very closely over there tonight on National Weather Service chat. Brooklyn, what are we seeing? Anything important in the last few minutes?
Not really. Just a lot of talk of this rotation. Oh, we may have just got a new tornado warning. They just extended the tornado warning for Morgan County. Or no, they just canceled the Morgan County one. I'm sorry. They just extended the one in Madison.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what we were just saying. That northeastern portion of Morgan County really, could come out, and that's what we want to do. We want to give you the all clear as soon as we can, and that's what the Weather Service in Huntsville was doing there. But we do continue that tornado warning for the areas to the east there, and so we. Areas there from New Hope up to Gurley over to Woodville, southeastern portions of Madison County, the extreme southwestern portion of Jackson County, northern portions of, back into northern portions of Marshall County. We want you to be in your safe place as this dangerous storm. Now, we still have the tornado warning for DeKalb County, also for eastern Jackson County. Boy, that's an impressive rotation. And that tornado looks like it's getting its act together again there to the southwest of Stevenson. Would you say, Drew?
Yeah, it does look like it's starting to kind of had ramped down for a little bit, but you can see it looks like it's starting to tighten up again. And as Brooklyn just mentioned, just got a new tornado warning or extended it at 7:39, so just in the last minute or so. So it remains in effect until 8, and it's showing a thunderstorm, capable of a tornado at least 7 miles west of Stevenson. So very close to Stevenson. It is north of Scottsboro. Looks like it's probably going to stay north of Scottsboro. But this is just radar indicated at this point. This is not a confirmed. But yeah, definitely going to be. It's definitely way north of Scottsboro and also Hollywood as well. But Stevenson. So again, if we're talking about along the Highway 72 corridor here in kind of the eastern northeastern part of Jackson County, looks like Cedar Grove. You are really close to where the circulation is right now. So if you're in Cedar Grove, if you're in Stevenson, again along 72, we've also got Highway 117. A number of the other communities that are kind of in the area of Stevenson need to be on the lookout here. Again, you're in the tornado warning, so I need to go ahead and respect the polygon there. But yes, not totally sure that we've got a tornado on the ground right now, but it could drop at any moment. And that's been the thing, with what we've been watching with these storms so far. It sure looks like it's quickly cycling where, we may have a tornado on the ground for a few minutes, then it might drop or may lift and then drop another one within a few minutes and potentially in a different location. So you really don't want to mess around with this because of the nature of these storms, and it's just been kind of constantly cycling. This storm in particular, which was the one that was originally moving through the Huntsville area and through Madison, has really been just kind of spinning like a top, generating new circulations over and over again. So you just don't want to mess around with something like this as it moves towards Stevenson. But at least, again, it doesn't look as classic as it did earlier, where it had your classic kind of supercell look with the hook echo and everything. But as we all know, in Alabama, you can get tornadoes out of anything that looks like this as well. It doesn't have to be that classic look. Now, speaking of the classic look, you have more of that look still back in near Owens Crossroads. So I'm going to take a look again, try to see if we can get a good idea of where that circulation is right now. I think we're probably right there or east of it. I think we're a little behind on this reflectivity scan, but I'm going to pull up the velocity, maybe not too much, but yeah, it's not as dangerous looking as it was earlier. May have cycled down a little bit. Does look like the circulation is just now crossing through Owens Crossroads. So we're hoping that it's not currently on the ground, but there's not a guarantee with that. So again, if you're in Owens Crossroads, if you're in Poplar Ridge, Cedar Point, Woodville, you're going to be close north of 72 there, and Paint Rock, you are. You're still within the threat area. I would not let my guard down. Again, you're still in the polygon anyway. So yes, it's very possible that Paint Rock or Woodville could get something out of this. Again, especially with the nature of the fact that these circulations keep kind of spinning off of each other and moving in different directions. So it's these have been sort of hard to track exactly in what direction they're going to go because of the way that they're spinning.
Yeah, and back to the west in northeastern Mississippi, the Weather Service in Memphis has now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Lee and Itawamba and northern Monroe counties for that storm, which really seems to be ramping up. Really strong indications of hail now there to the southeast of Plantersville, sort of to the west-northwest of Smithville. Smithville just seems to always get it. But this storm is going to be moving into Marion County, Alabama. Might clip the far northern part of Lamar County there around Detroit. We'll be watching that. And then, of course, it's going to cross over into, southwestern Marion County, even after it traverses northern Lamar over around Guin and Winfield. So, we want our friends in Marion County, northern Lamar to be paying especially close attention to this, especially as this moves into more favorable, conditions that could produce a tornado too. Right now it doesn't have any radar indications that make us think that, but, it is dangerous. There's another tornado warning cell down there closer to Jackson and in the area of Yazoo City, Mississippi, down in the Mississippi Delta. Also another severe thunderstorm there south of Kosciuszko. So those are going to be moving toward west central Alabama, toward Sumter and Greene, Hale counties in 2 or 3 hours. We'll be watching those as they do. But right now we're still focused on the main event right now, which is in northeast Alabama. We've got tornado warnings that continue for Jackson and northern DeKalb counties in northeast Alabama. We were showing you there a very dangerous storm south of Stevenson near the Fackler community that has shown very clear indications of rotation at times. It's there now, getting ready to approach US 72 south of the Stevenson community, but it's getting into more populated areas there, and we want all of our friends from Cedar Grove especially up to Stevenson along US 72 over Alabama 117 down to Old Fabius and over, really north of Yucca. We want you to be in your safe place right now. Remember, that's always the basement, if you have one, lowest floor, center of the house, hallway, close off the doors, bathroom, get in the bathtub, get in a closet if you can. You want to make yourself small and low and put as many walls between you and the potential tornado as you can. Now, probably the good news over there is that these hail cores have sort of gone down, so maybe the overall intensity is slowly dropping. It doesn't look quite as strong on that last couple of volume scans there, Drew, with the rotation near Cedar Grove, which is good news, but I wouldn't let my guard down for sure.
Yep, it definitely, and hopefully this means that if this does sort of weaken a little bit, that maybe Stevenson itself will not receive an actual tornado with this. But it does kind of seem like that maybe a little bit further to the south, maybe doing something interesting more near Martintown and just passing east of Fackler, crossing over 72. So we'll have to keep an eye on that because as we've been continuing to see, as in many cases one of these northern circulations start to kind of unwind, then you start to see some strengthening a little bit further to the south. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. That one's, again, just kind of crossing over 72, just to the kind of east-northeast of Hollywood. And the old Bellefonte nuclear facility that, has been a number of things that it was going to be over the years. But everybody knows those big cooling towers that live in that area. So that's not very far away from that, just kind of to the northeast. And again, that last scan, I'm seeing a little bit more velocity intensity here, right here, near County Road 46 or 48, and also 116, County Road 116, 674, County Road 491. So if you're anywhere in those areas, I would go ahead and, like I said, you should be in your safe place already, but you very well could be starting to get to see a new circulation. So we'll again keep watching that with this storm. But ultimately, again, it's not looking quite the way it did within the last hour or so, where it was confirmed and on the ground further west. But and also just it's worth mentioning that it's a radar indicated tag, whereas it had been tagged as a confirmed previously. So, but we will hope it stays just radar indicated and not on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like you definitely see a surge of wind coming around the right flank of that big thunderstorm. Yep. And a lot of times you can get small spin-up tornadoes along that, and that may be what we're seeing there. And in any case, where you were showing that strong velocity, Drew, that could be a little downburst too.
Yeah, and I think that's right there, like you were that. Now
South
that you
of
mentioned
Wanville.
that, I think that makes a lot of sense that may not be a tornado as much as it could just be a downburst and could be some damaging wind. So, and that's the thing to remember with these is even if it's not being caused by a tornado, if the wind speed is high enough, you're still going to be able to knock down trees and power lines and have, life-threatening damage. So nothing to sneeze at, even if it's not officially a tornado. But yeah, I definitely think that you're right on that you're starting to see some winds being maybe kind of ducted down and forced down to the ground right in that area just to the east of 72, northeast of Hollywood, kind of basically between Hollywood and Stevenson at this point in Jackson County.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing that, Brooklyn, on some of your reports from the different emergency management agencies and ham spotters in North Alabama. You see any reports there that jump out to you on the National Weather Service chat?
I'm seeing a lot of trees down. There's a report. Harvest Fire Department reports that there's a tree down that went through a house. There's some reports of power lines down through Skyline, Highway 79, stuff like that. Trees going over roadways, completely covering roadways. And
you know where that OCR is, Brooklyn? This is your pop quiz for tonight.
I do not.
Owens Crossroads.
Owens Crossroads. Hey, that makes sense.
Took me a second to think of that one up.
That makes sense.
But yeah, that's right. We see this all the time. It's why we take even severe thunderstorm warnings seriously. Because we had a severe thunderstorm, move through the Birmingham metro area. What was it? Early Saturday morning, and there were warnings were in effect in advance. Some people reported their weather radios didn't go off, even though weather radios were working then. But you don't want anybody asleep in an external bedroom, on an upper floor outside of the house, because these trees fall, and when they do, they can cut right through a home like a hot knife through butter. And here's an image, from Owens Crossroads, right now, showing that intense storm. You can see the extremely broad shelf cloud there, the intense rainfall back to the east, but a very impressive picture coming to us from Huntsville Utilities and the Barron Critical Weather Institute from that area where we were just getting that report from Brooklyn. And here you see in the Owens Crossroads area, that main storm has pushed off to the east. It's coming down right now in buckets in Woodville. Probably the heaviest hail is falling right there. Could be might be approaching the size of quarters. Probably some nickels and dimes in that area from east of Cedar Point up to Woodville, approaching Highway 5, County Road 5. There in the northern portion of Marshall County, extreme southern Jackson County near Woodville. It's not a good time to be driving on Highway 72. And we've got still, broad rotation right there, getting really close to Woodville in the Poplar Ridge and Cedar Point communities, going to be passing just north of Butler Mill, right on the county line. So, we want you to take this storm very seriously. Tornado warning in effect. We'll see if the Weather Service extends this onto the east. Any word from the Weather Service in Huntsville, Brooklyn, about what their intentions are at this point?
It's looking like they're still going to expire that tornado warning in Jackson, DeKalb, Alabama, around 8.
Oh, looks like they did. It looks like the tornado warning did.
Yeah, they let it go. Okay,
That's drop, or maybe they
good.
canceled it because I think it was originally till 7:53 now, so it appears they may have canceled it.
Okay, let's see what if we can in the data feed what we see here. The Jackson, DeKalb, and southeastern Franklin County, Tennessee, tornado warning will expire at 8, and our system takes it off. Radar Omega takes it off, but I guess it's still technically in effect till 8 o'clock. But we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning there for northeastern Jackson.
We just got a new tornado warning.
Why don't you tell us about that one?
Marshall County, Madison County, back to Jackson, like southern Jackson County and central DeKalb County.
Yeah, so that answers our question. That's exactly what we were just talking about. What would the Weather Service do? So, DeKalb, you're now back in the warning, and areas to the east, you're now in a new warning. Southeastern Madison, you're still in it. That's for our storm that we were just talking about east of Owens Crossroads there. Southern Jackson, northeastern Marshall. Weather Service saying that at 7:53 there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Woodville, which is north of Guntersville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Calling for golf ball sized hail. You see some of the communities that are in the polygon here. Right now, Paint Rock, you are not in the dangerous part really from a tornado so much in my mind. I mean, you're in the polygons. We want you to be in your safe place. But those areas right there, near and south of Woodville, that's where we're concerned. That hook is really wrapped up right there around Butler Mill. We're going to look at that on reflectivity in just a moment. We have a very strong rear flank downdraft coming around through New Hope. Very strong winds now along US 431 over to the east, wrapping up into that supercell. And we see the effects of that right now with the couplet. The red's going away from the radar, the green's coming toward, telling us that we've got rotation there, and that rotation is being wrapped into the vertical and could produce a tornado at any minute. This is approaching, paralleling US 72, going to cross over Marshall County Highway 5. They're near and south of the community of Rocky Ridge, and it'll be moving off to the east and a little bit north of the east, I think, south of Aspel and over toward New Hope. So we want all of our friends, we were naming off a lot of the bigger communities that are, that are in this right here. And Drew's drawing another area of concern that he sees of higher velocities there to the northwest of Campbell Mill. Drew, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's just looking like that may not even necessarily be part of the tornadic circulation. I think more potentially the RFD or something. But you're getting some major winds there, and I'm going to try to query that real quick and see what we're looking at as far as that's concerned. Yeah, so it's 50, 60 mile per hour, so potentially at least severe level gusts, and so certainly again could be getting some trees down with something like this in the area near Grant. Even though I'm not so sure, thinking that's not necessarily the tornadic circulation that we're seeing there, but just kind of right out ahead of it. Though. Yeah.
That's that rear flank downdraft coming around. You are exactly right. That's what we were just saying. Yeah. That's happening. So if the community of Grant, get ready. There along County Road 5, northern portions of Marshall County. We want you to be in your safe place in the northern end of Guntersville Lake there because this is a significant storm. And we want you to be ready for it as it comes through. These type of winds could knock over a mobile home, can bring down trees and limbs. We don't want to be out driving in these type of situations because we see it all too often that cars either crash into trees that have fallen across roads or actually have trees that fall on cars. And then you hear of people having to be extricated, removed from their vehicles, and a lot of times it can lead to serious injuries and sometimes even fatalities. So you see, we've got strong rotation there. This is a supercell thunderstorm that's crossing into southern Jackson County, extreme northern Marshall County, coming out of extreme southeastern Madison County there. Going to be paralleling US 72, moving over toward the general area toward Scottsboro eventually. But we're going to be watching this very carefully. And what's Weather Service in Birmingham saying about our storm up in the northwestern portions of their county warning area right now? Brooklyn, what are you hearing from them?
I'm seeing right now there's currently a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Lawrence counties. Other than that, it's genuinely just looking like heavy wind and rain. I'm getting some pictures for the damage up in Huntsville, and it is it's wild. The trees are all over the place. There's trees down, taking up the entire road, into houses. The damage is crazy.
Yeah, there are a lot of trees down, that's for sure. Fortunately, it looks like some of those photos, it's more damage from the trees to the apartment buildings, and I'm glad to hear of that rather than severe structural damage.
Yeah, and it's looking like, just look at one of the ones that Brooklyn pulled up. I believe I'm recognizing that as an apartment complex that I think you mentioned earlier while trying to highway in Madison. That appears to be a complex that I think might be right along that highway in Madison. So, we definitely were worried about what we were seeing there with that, and that tornado was confirmed on the ground at that point. So obviously we're seeing what we were expecting to see with that, but we're just hoping that we don't have any injuries or anything like that. So hopefully everybody was safe, but definitely some damage to clean up in those areas.
Looks like they may have canceled the warning in Skyline, but I can't tell.
Well, we definitely have a new severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Alabama from the National Weather Service in Huntsville for Franklin, southwestern Lawrence counties. They're including the communities of Hodges and Phil Campbell for that storm. And we see it sort of taking on that familiar S shape, sort of bowing out right there around Hodges. And as it does that, as it moves to the east, folks from Gravel Hill down to Nick's Mill, over toward US 43, Liberty Hill, and then eventually here to Phil Campbell, you see the strong velocities right there. This is definitely something we were very concerned about tonight, that there is an elevated potential for damaging winds, not just tornadoes, but also that. So, here we see, and we're coming off of, which radar here?
We're off Columbus. We're off Columbus.
Yeah, so we're we're in good radar representation here. We're seeing 56, 60 miles an hour. What do you think? 3,000 or 4,000 feet off the ground there, probably.
Yeah. So we're not necessarily seeing that right at ground level, but certainly, it is possible to get some of that down there. So I definitely would expect possibilities for 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds. Just moving into the Gravel Hill, Nick's Mill area, and that it's definitely looking interesting with the structure, like you were talking about, Bill. That this could be warned with. We'll have to be keeping an eye out for potential tornado warning.
Yeah, you really could. You really could see a little circulation develop there. It's beginning to happen. And the Weather Service in Birmingham choosing not to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for Madison County, for Marion County. And Scott Martin, that's the other member of our team that's not on this camera tonight or not on the microphone, but Scott is reporting a confirmed tornado now south of Woodville. So let's go over there and take a quick peek at that. And that's what we thought. It's in that new tornado warning. Scott reporting confirmed tornado south of Woodville. And you see clearly we've got a very strong storm there, northern Marshall County, north of Grant, just east of Butler Mill. And definitely very concerned there. We want our folks in southern Jackson County, the southwestern part of Jackson County, all the way, along US 72 over to New Hope, down to Goodwin Subdivision, to Langston, to be in your safe place now. Other communities that are in this polygon include Scottsboro and Section and Powell and Sylvania and Henniger, eventually over to Rainsville, places like Dutton and Langston, Paint Rock and Pine Ridge. Emergency management now confirming this is a tornado. So it is not just radar indicated anymore. This gives it an even higher level of urgency. And the Weather Service also calling out for, bigger hail and of course higher potential for damaging winds. But you can see there that circulation is clear on the velocity south of Woodville. So we want all of our friends, especially near and south of US 72, to be in your safe place right now. The Aspel community down to New Hope, and all of these places over to the east northeast. We want you to be in your safe place. So that is now a confirmed tornado. We have a tornado warning in effect now for northern Marshall, and that warning is in effect for northern Marshall and southern Jackson, and also the northern part of DeKalb County. This is eventually going to get over into areas from Rainsville and Sylvania up to Henniger. It's going to be eventually.
Warning.
What's that?
I believe there's a new warning.
A new warning back to the west.
Yeah,
Here we go. Thank you, Brooklyn. That's the Weather Service in Huntsville, southern Madison County. We've got a new tornado warning. It's just been issued. And it's our folks in Owens Crossroads, you're back in the crosshairs again as this tornado warning goes until 8:30 tonight. Let's see, I'm making sure that I'm pulling up the right one here. This new tornado warning issued at 8:04 is in effect for southwestern Jackson, southeastern Madison, and northeastern Morgan until 8:30. Very strong indications of a hook echo there along US 231, the Lily Flag community down to Regent Forest. Going to be moving over toward Highway 431, areas there south of Ridgewood, over to Cherry Tree and Owens Crossroads. What's your take on this, Drew?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you can even see at the beginning of the loop there that we had that circulation from earlier that's now moved to the east that went north or just went in the Owens Crossroads area. It feels like this circulation might just be going just a little bit north of there, but yeah, just in the last 20 or 30, 45 minutes, we're having two circulations crossing through the same general vicinity. So very concerning that that's going on, especially if there was any damage that was caused earlier. Could already have emergency management or first responders out there already trying to help people and things like that. So hate to see another one coming right after that. So again, if you are in any of these areas, Lacy Spring looks like it's just gone to the east of there, but again, kind of in Owens Crossroads. And this one, again, is a little bit further north, so there might be some places kind of in more of South Huntsville. We've got neighborhoods like South Park Estates, Fox Run, Green Cove Meadows that are really close to that circulation. Again, moving towards 431 right now, near Cherry Tree. And Big Cove is also a little bit more under the threat of this one because it's a little bit further north. And again, we're seeing some really heavy winds on the southern flank of this as well that, again, may not even necessarily be the tornado itself, but near Hobbs Island, some really heavy winds moving through. So general area, same kind of general area, but definitely a little bit further to the north. But kind of in the more kind of northern vicinity of Owens Crossroads, but heading in that 431 corridor again. So if you haven't come out yet from before, you just need to stay in your safe place for now, because we're kind of getting another wave coming through just with this next storm that was trailing basically right behind the previous one and has now become more serious.
Drew, take a look at the correlation coefficient in that area. I don't think it's coincident with the couplet, but big area of CC drop right there in that area. I just want to make sure it's not coincident with the couplet. Definitely kind of developed in that 231, between 231 and 431 area there west of Owens Crossroads.
Suspicious. Let's throw the velocity on here. That's...
So we may have another tornado moving into Owens Crossroads right now. And we've already had reports of damage in that area, as Brooklyn reported earlier. We see really strong winds on the backside of this. There from Burroughs down to Norton and Hobbs Island, going to be moving over toward County Road 8 toward Elon, and that may be helping to spin that tornado up. But areas along US 431, we want you to be in your safe place right now. Especially from about Hayden and Big Cove, down from Nunn's Store. Down to Owens Crossroads and Bugs Chapel. This is area just east of the Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and looking at this, again, it's looking like we're kind of still in the same tornado warning. I think they originally issued this warning for this further to the west one we've been talking about, but to be honest, it looks like you've got another hookup here closer to New Hope and another circulation right there, just kind of to the east.
That may be becoming the dominant storm.
Yeah, I think that's kind of becoming the dominant circulation there. And then, yeah, you got another further to the west along 231 that you're seeing as well. So there's just a lot going on here.
Fortunately, there, I don't think the correlation coefficient drop is. I think that's contamination, but there's definitely a strong hook and strong rotation there, Drew.
Yeah, for sure. That rotation definitely looks concerning. Yeah, that's off of base velocity. That doesn't look good. And I'll check the correlation coefficient again. Yeah, let's see what that looks like when we animate it. But yeah,
yeah, it's pretty noisy.
It's noisy, but
folks, we got a lot of concerns here. Poplar Ridge down to Nebo, over to Butler Mill, south of Cedar Point, north of Grant. It's going to be moving over toward County Road 5 again. A lot of these same places we've been calling out for about 30 minutes now. But the couplet appears to be intensifying. It looks even stronger in the last couple of scans there.
Yep.
And look, there's definitely gate-to-gate shear going on right there, Drew, I would say.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm thinking that one is definitely, it's got a lot of rotation, very possibly could be on the ground with this, with the fact that we did see at least some lowering of CC in the vicinity that could be correlated. Not a slam dunk, but certainly very concerning. So again, yeah, same areas, Poplar Ridge, Nebo, Butler Mill, Cedar Point, are near the county or Cherry Tree Road 28, I guess County Road 28. Also New Hope, Cedar Point Road, Rocky Ridge, again Woodville. It's going to be very near there, maybe a little bit to the south. Looks like it's like you said earlier, along 5 here between Woodville and Grant is really where it looks like this circulation is currently heading towards. That last scan again looking concerning, with another little pixel of inbound.
Wow, they just
velocity.
keep coming. And now we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan and Madison counties for a strong thunderstorm over there. The hits just keep on coming. And a lot of the same places, Priceville, definitely the reflectivity has really ramped up there along I-65. Boy, it's not been the night to be on I-65 right there south of the river.
And I'd say just in general, I guess it's 8/12, so hopefully there's not a ton of people trying to get out and travel at this point. But absolutely, this is not a good time to be out on the roads. If you are needing to travel somewhere, if you can, pull off for a little bit and just kind of take it easy. Eat some dinner or something. Get a snack. This is not a time that you want to be. Along the I-65 corridor there near Priceville, for sure. You got another one. Look, this isn't even warned with I guess it's coming out of a severe thunderstorm warning near Moulton right now, but you got another cell coming towards Faulkville on 65. So that whole area of 65 is not going to be fun to drive on. And then the 72 corridor for sure. Basically almost all the way from, Huntsville, definitely Gurley, all the way to Scottsboro. That's a really long stretch of 72 that's just, completely engulfed in heavy thunderstorm, tornado warning. So yeah, you really don't want to be traveling on 72 anywhere in those areas, eastern Madison County through southern Jackson County up to Scottsboro. It's starting to thin out some, heading towards Chattanooga. I think through Stevenson's, that cell from earlier has moved to the east now, and Bridgeport looks okay right now. But definitely that corridor we're talking about is a no-go zone. You do not want to be out. You want to be in your shelter. Those areas too.
Just not worth it. If you don't have to travel, don't do it. Now we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning on the western side of the state over here for portions of Lamar and Marion counties in West Alabama. The National Weather Service in Birmingham. Dedicated team tonight is at the National Weather Service in Atlanta doing their work, but it looks just like it came out of Calera. No difference, folks. We can't tell any difference here, and we would know. But northern Lamar and southern Marion right now, areas from Hamilton down to Guin, down to Winfield, back over to Detroit, and northern Lamar need to be in a safe place. Not a tornado. I don't know if it has a tornado possible tag on it. Let's see if it does. It does not, but we do have a tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. That storm's getting a lot more structure on it, Drew. Definitely high reflectivity getting ready to come over the border there into southwestern portions of Marion Northern. And look, that's a really strong wind. You look like you could see. Do you think that storm's beginning to gust out, or am I imagining that?
It could be, but then a little bit back further to the west, it did kind of have a quick gust there, and then it sort of
Ramped up?
wrapped up a little bit. So I would hope, maybe it's
Maybe it just formed on that outflow.
right.
But maybe that's a good sign. Maybe we could be becoming outflow dominant. Yeah, but I wanted to give a shout out to Scott tonight, who's manning the crawl and keeping the blog updated, and doing a great job over there as always. So Scott, shout out to you. We're not hearing you tonight on the broadcast, but we appreciate what you're doing over there. I guess I coined a new word today. Blogcast.
There you go.
So there you go.
Sounds
The
about right.
blogcast. You see some showers now beginning to form over southern Walker County, southeast of Oakman. Some have just crossed I-22. They're southeast of Jasper, Dora, Summerton areas, moving up into Coleman County. But you see this thing is beginning to get a little bit of a southward component now to it. So we expected that to happen. Storms in southern Lamar County, south of Vernon, are moving up into Fayette. They're not severe at this time, but they're going to have gusty winds and very, very heavy rain. Eventually could produce some rain. I do see what I think is a nice outflow boundary, and that is something that I like to see. Outflow boundaries are our friend in the long run, at least. That's very, very good.
Yep.
So let's keep that process going right there. Let that happen. Let's kind of zoom out here like Drew is doing and look at things. The most intense activity tonight is still over Northeast Alabama. We've had several reports of tornadoes that began late this afternoon into the early this evening. We still got tornado warnings now for the northeastern parts of Alabama there, northern DeKalb County, Jackson County, back into the extreme northern part of Marshall County, southeastern portions of Madison County. We'll zoom in there in just a minute. We've got a new severe thunderstorm crossing I-65. It's now east of the interstate there near Priceville. It's going to continue moving up to the east, northeast into southeastern Madison County because the hits just keep on coming. They can't catch a break tonight in places like Triana and Owens Crossroads. And they're not really over there. There's still some more storms back in southwestern Morgan County, but they seem to be taking a little bit more of an east-southeasterly look there. They'll be moving into Coleman County. Looking at those dew points, folks, look at there, 79 at 72. 79 over 72 at the airport there in Vinemont, the Coleman Airport. So you can see, but I guess that's 75 degrees at Jasper.
That's in Jasper, yeah. So it's pretty
75.
juicy
So it's still warm. It's still very, very humid. Good news is that you see those winds are out of the southwest, and that makes me happy too. Winds there calm at Jasper. I was telling Brooklyn the story, because I was a kid in 1973, because we were talking about May tornadoes. We were going back and looking at tornadoes. On this date in 1883, there was a big tornado in Headland in Henry County. And, so you can get big tornadoes in Alabama this part of May. Usually I used to breathe a sigh of relief when we got to mid-May. When I was a kid, because it was like, hey, this is over with. We can just move on to summer now. But then May 27th, 1973 came along, and James Spann will tell you that's the day that he became hooked on this process that we go through. That was the day that I was petrified, and there was a difference that day. We produced a tornado that day that was on the ground for 139 miles. And the difference that day was we had a really strong surface low. We don't have that today. This low is up near Chicago. It's about 1,008 millibars. That's a lot weaker than the low was that day. But here you go. Drew's got it zoomed in. What's going on? Northern DeKalb and Jackson got severe thunderstorm warning. Western DeKalb, Southern Jackson, Northern Marshall. You got a tornado warning. Got a potential couple tornadoes in there. Potentially one to the north of Langston near New Hope, south or west of Section. A little bit concerned about that area. You've got an appendage there. Also, again, the same places we've been calling out. There in northern Marshall County, north of Grant, potential tornado there. So, all across this polygon, we want you to be in your safe place right now. The biggest threat area is south of US 72. You see a strong rotation there along County Road 5. Boy, it's just been a bullseye tonight in that area. Lots of noise. Don't know if that's debris. Could be contamination.
Yeah, it looks like that could be the inflow within at least.
Yeah, definitely in the inflow. That's what's going on there. But we do have a good hook echo going on for sure. You see, they keep forming in that line. We've got so much shear available to them tonight, for sure. Moving on to the west a little bit further, we've got that new severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, we got the tornado warning there for southern part of Madison County. Tiny part of northeastern Morgan County. We'll hopefully get that on out of Morgan County here shortly, so we can give those folks a little bit of an all clear. On reflectivities, it look like we can kind of give them a sigh of relief there, even though they're still in a severe thunderstorm warning, Drew.
Yeah, especially specifically with the tornado warning here that's still in Madison County. I think the storm they originally issued that for is now moved into Jackson County or actually I guess kind of northern Marshall and then southwestern Jackson County. So that circulation, you got basically two circulations in the polygon that's moving through northeastern Marshall and southern Jackson, and then moving into parts of DeKalb as well. This is just kind of calling out some names here. Gunnersville, you're fine right now. All of this is to your north. So if you are hearing a siren or anything like that related to the part of the northeastern part of your county that's being clipped by this, that's not where it's not threatening you at this point. Definitely want to keep your heads up for more stuff coming back from the west. But yeah, it looks like I would assume this morning in southeastern Madison will probably be updated sometime soon. Although you do have some more cells back to the west, so and you still have the one that's moving into southwestern Madison County, like you mentioned, that's east of Priceville now. So I'll take a quick inspection of that and see if we see anything interesting there. Definitely not seeing as much in the way of circulation on the velocity. We'll look at the storm relative. So yeah, there's still with the storm relative velocity, there's still some rotation to the storm, but it's definitely much more broad. Does not look nearly as threatening at this point. Still not time to let our guard down. These storms have proved again and again that they're capable of ramping up, but so far it kind of appears those kind of leading cells that are in the tornado warning are the ones that are really producing the more threatening circulations and things at this point, and we can just hope, keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way. But definitely, again, we're still in a watch for a long time to go here, so we're going to continue to monitor these, but just kind of hope that we don't see as much activity as we have seen here in the last couple of hours. And I'll go ahead and switch, just kind of going back and looking at the storms further to the west again. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of basically kind of clipping northern Lamar County, but mostly in Marion County, moving near Hamilton. Let me switch radars real quick, just kind of reset over here. So, still kind of a, interesting look to the storm. Got a little bit of structure on it, but definitely doesn't look as threatening as the ones we've been dealing with more in the northern counties in the Tennessee Valley.
Outflow.
Yeah, we want that. You can see again, there's that outflow. I'll circle it Yeah, there it is right there. It's kind of
Yeah, if you wonder what I'm cheering for over
Yep.
here, it's that outflow. That's
way
that cool rush of
right
wind
there. Yep.
that you get, when you're around, especially a summertime thunderstorm.
Yeah, so that's helping to cut off the inflow basically of the storms, which was really what we want to try to keep these things from producing tornadoes. And still looks like we've got a decent looking hail core there moving moving southwest of Hamilton, but when we see this, that definitely helps us a good bit with the potential for tornadoes. Still could see some wind issues as well, but we definitely like to see that and hope that helps us out quite a bit, at least in this area. Now, they haven't been doing a whole lot, but of course you do have these cells, like we mentioned a few minutes ago, out ahead of that gust front that you see, that outflow boundary. So moving further down into Lamar and Fayette, you've got Vernon and Fayette. There's heavy thunderstorms around. If you're in those areas, those are not warned right now as far as either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, but they're developing and looking to be strengthening a little bit. And any of these ones out ahead of this, where you've still got that moist air, we're going to have to keep an eye on just in case. Now, what we're kind of forecasting is that the further southeast we go through time, and further away from the best dynamics and everything, even though there's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere, plenty of instability, we're hoping, and what the models have been showing is that the threat will lessen the further southeast you get, and so we're hoping that as we move through time, we will continue to see that trend. But any of these cells that are kind of out ahead of everything, we definitely got to keep an eye on.
There's a new tornado warning just heading out of DeKalb County.
All right.
Yeah, brand new tornado warning.
That's a little small one.
Yeah,
right
until
there.
8:45, but definitely, Weather Service seeing something right there near the Beulah community.
Cove, that area.
And we have really bad news. The high top radar has gone down.
Oh.
So we've lost the high top radar, and it appears from what the Weather Service meteorologists in Huntsville say it may be for the rest of the event.
That's nice.
So I don't know how old that is.
It's showing it. It's about 6 minutes old now. So
Yeah, it went down at 8:20.
Okay.
So this cell is probably just about into Georgia, but we're not going to have a good radar image of it. And that may be why the Weather Service went ahead and pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, they may not have been able to.
And the Weather Service in Peachtree City, not our meteorologists, but the Weather Service over there, issuing a tornado warning.
Yeah, Peachtree City might be our best bet on this one right now.
Yeah, so that storm is moving on into Georgia now, and we need a gap filling radar up there. And a new mesoscale discussion just issued by the SPC is talking about the high level of helicity in this area up into eastern Tennessee, 200 meters squared per second squared. And as you know, longtime watchers and viewers of the blog know that's high, and especially when you combine it with about 1,000 to 2,000 joules a cape, which we've had tonight, or we have now. We've had 2,500, 3,000 joules earlier, so still a significant event. A lot of times, these storms are trying to scrape up Cape. In January, February, March, you're dealing with 400 or 500 joules a cape, and now tonight got no shortage of that for sure. So, little tornado warning there. Weather Service in Birmingham, issued a special weather statement for the storm near Vernon, choosing not to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. And folks, let me tell you, that's something that we have as a blessing. The Weather Service in Birmingham is real cautious about issuing severe thunderstorm warnings. They don't just pull the trigger. They wait until they believe they've got a storm that means business, and that means we respect those storms. Even a little more. James Spann was fussing 19 years ago when we started Weather Brains about having too many severe thunderstorm warnings, and he's still fussing about it today. But the Weather Service in Birmingham has done something about it. So you see, the primary activity still up there in Northeast Alabama. Drew's moving us over here to some model data, and you see the HRRR, one of our best convection allowing models, shows this line, beginning to progress onto the southeast through the Birmingham area there around 10 o'clock into Shelby County, Talladega County, moving on into the Montgomery area as we go through time. And, it maintains this sort of broken structure, but it does definitely appear to weaken in terms of reflectivity, and that's great news. That's what we expected. Yep. And here, there we are somewhere around 1 a.m. It's going through the I-85 corridor. The good news is power outages, well, I guess that's not good news.
Hit
the
refresh.
map updated there, and the news got worse. But we have a good bit of power outages, especially in Madison County. About 17,600 customers without power. There, Morgan County, not quite as bad, 1,700. But you move over into Lawrence County, it's a high percentage. Customers in that county, not as many, number-wise, but Colbert also the same, about 1,729. So power outage is going to be a problem. And folks, I fear for the next 6 or 7 days we're going to be sort of in this northwesterly flow where we could see, it's like derecho season. And I'm not saying we're going to have a bunch of derechos, but, it's that time of year. It's, May, and we get these northwest flow events. We could see several complexes of thunderstorms over the next several days. So, tornado warning for extreme northern DeKalb County. That storm's pretty much in Georgia. You'll be getting your all clear pretty shortly. Northeastern Marshall, southern portions of Jackson County over into the northwestern portions of DeKalb County. Still got a tornado warning there. Anything you see, Drew, that makes you exceptionally concerned? Maybe some rotation there near Dutton approaching the county line.
Yeah, obviously, because High Top is unfortunately down, we're seeing the storm from much further away, down closer, basically the Peachtree City, so kind of southwest of Atlanta radar, FFC, NextRad radar. So we're still able to see the storm, but we are seeing it at a much higher altitude, I guess, above the ground, and so these returns we're seeing here, and we're seeing hail aloft. So you can see these higher areas, these areas that look kind of like white within the reddish heavy rain there. Decent chance we're looking at the hail cores of the storm here, but we're probably at least 10,000 or so or more, 15,000 feet off the ground at this point. So we're really not able to get a good feel for the ground truth of what's happening. We've still got the tornado warning on it. It's still showing that observed tag. But that's been, this was issued back about 10 or 11 minutes ago, so it's going to be harder to tell that. Still showing emergency management confirmed, but I think that was from earlier. But yeah, as far as the radar is concerned, it's definitely a little bit harder to tell now what we're working with this. But you can certainly see that the storms are still rotating. At least the broad circulation of the mesocyclone is still occurring in two different places, kind of east of Section. And going towards Henniger, and then kind of east of Woodville near New Hope. But with what we're seeing here, it's a little bit harder to pinpoint exactly where on the ground that might be. And I'll look, sometimes if it was producing a strong tornado, you might be able to see something, correlation coefficient, that would tell you that it's got debris aloft. But again, this is enough, noisy enough, far enough away that it's hard, you can't really distinguish between whether it's something like that or potentially it's just the hail core. Very possible, probably likely we're just looking at hail there and not really anything as far as debris is concerned. So again, it's still, if you are in the tornado warning here, if you're in the polygon, if you're in Section, you're in Sylvania, you're in Henniger, as we get up on top of Sand Mountain over here. So again, you see Rainsville. Looks like these cells, even though Rainsville is the polygon, looks like they're mostly going to go north of Rainsville in that area, but Sylvania, Henniger, other places on top of Sand Mountain, you need to still be in your safe spot because you're still in the polygon here, and it's still very possible that we have a tornado that, even if it's not on the ground right now, like we said earlier, these things have been cycling, and it's very possible one could go pretty quickly if there's not one currently on the ground. But thankfully, that is still basically the only tornado warning outside of the one that's now moved in. And that storm doesn't look like they've canceled it yet, but that storm in DeKalb, that circulation is definitely over the state line at this point. And so, we can give you an all clear in the Eider area, again, Crossroad, Beulah, those areas of kind of far northern DeKalb County. That circulation has moved to your east, so you are good now as far as tornadoes are concerned. Still some heavy rain in the area, but the worst of it has moved to the east. Now the other storms, though, further to the southwest, those appear that those should stay south of that area. So again, if you're up in that northern part of DeKalb, you should be good. But if you're in Hammondville, if you're in Valley Head, if you're in Moontown, so again, if we're kind of heading down into the valley and then back up on top of Lookout Mountain, that's still where we've got this storm that has a tornado warning moving in your direction. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to go ahead and extend that further to the east or not. I don't know, Brooklyn, I don't know if we're seeing any chatter, or Bill, about what they're planning on doing with this warning, whether they might extend it or not.
Not seeing anything really on extending that warning. I haven't heard any updates on that yet. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman County, Morgan, Madison, and Marshall, Alabama. There seem to be new severe thunderstorm warnings, but other than that, I'm not hearing anything new.
All right.
Yep, got a new severe thunderstorm warning there for those cells that are beginning to sweep to the southeast now along US 231 there, south of Huntsville. It's now southeast of Somerville, south of Falkville. It's moving into the Eva community now. This activity is really kind of north of South Vinemont, areas along Alabama 69 from Fairview up to Baileyton into Marshall County, around Arab, up US 231 toward Cherokee Ridge, over to Union Grove. That's where we're expecting the biggest issues with this. Do have some broad rotation there approaching the community of Eva, some strong velocities in that area. We're coming off the Birmingham radar, though, which is pretty far away. I don't know if you caught this a minute ago, but the Huntsville radar went down tonight at 8:20, and no word that we'll get it back. So unfortunately, some mechanical problem at the high top radar. But watching there along the Coleman Marshall County line, getting ready to head over toward Arab in western Marshall County, getting ready to make the climb up Sand Mountain there, eventually toward Gunnersville and Albertville. Eventually we'll be watching that. But that storm's had a history since it came out of Lawrence County, passed through southern portions of Morgan County, and now it's there. Keep a close eye on it just in case. It's able to produce any kind of any stronger rotation. Weather Service has a severe thunderstorm warning in effect on it. And Brooklyn, I don't know if you noticed whether that had a tornado possible tag on it or not, on that severe thunderstorm warning, when the Weather Service in Huntsville issued it or not. I don't.
Down near Falkville.
Down there, the little tags at the bottom, you sometimes will say tornado possible, and I don't think I see one there.
I see it on this one.
Not seeing one.
Yeah, so, but we've got a tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock. In a minute, we'll look at some mesoscale information from the SPC, kind of see how things are going. But we have numerous strong thunderstorms occurring now across the northern third of Alabama, areas to the north of Birmingham. We've got our one tornado warning, well, really two. We've got that little tiny tornado warning there in northeastern DeKalb County, but I think we can safely say that's all clear. That activity is now into northeastern Georgia. We've got the tornado warning issued at 8:22 for northern Marshall, extreme northeastern Marshall, through southern Jackson into northwestern DeKalb. That warning remains in effect, I think, until 9 o'clock. Is that the right expiration time on that warning?
Which one again?
The tornado warning for Jackson and Marshall.
Let's see.
It's expiring in 7 minutes.
Yeah. So
8:45.
yeah.
Yeah, so that one will be going on. But you can see it is coming down along Alabama 79 there, southwest of Scottsboro,
back in southwestern Jackson County, pouring to beat the band over in Sylvania. And this is, here comes a radar sweep around. You can see moving off to the east and maybe just a tad to the southeast. That activity eventually is going to be approaching I-59. Not going to be a fun ride tonight. Areas from Fort Payne up to Valley Head to the Georgia border. Not going to be a fun time to be on I-59. Might be a good chance for you to stop and let this ride out. I think, Brooklyn, we're getting a new piece of information about the tornado warning, so if you'll check on that for us, I'll come to you here in just a minute. That new severe thunderstorm warning that Brooklyn was telling us about, covers northwestern Marshall, northern Coleman, southeastern Morgan. Got the older warning there that covered areas from Triana back to Priceville. Looking at the radar, most of that activity is kind of out of there now. And not really anything immediately downstream. Got some activity coming through Moulton in Lawrence County, kind of along Alabama 157, but it doesn't look as intense. Lots of lightning there in northwestern Winston. Looks like those echoes are really picking up there around the northwestern part of Winston County. So maybe we can zoom in there and kind of see what's going on. Areas along and north of US 278, beginning to rain heavily in Double Springs. This is going to be moving over toward Addison, eventually working its way down into the Arley community, into Smith Lake. Going to be some crazy lightning there around the lake tonight, up there around Smith Lake. And then zooming back out a little bit more to the west, Marion County's getting a couple big thunderstorms, one right there along I-22, getting ready to move into Hamilton. Another one that is just southeast of Hamilton is going to be moving near north of the community of Brilliant. But so far, Gewin and Winfield getting out pretty lucky. They've had a few showers. You move down into Fayette County, areas north of Fayette, it's raining very heavily now along Alabama 107, US 43, over to Alabama 13 and 102, moving into the southwestern portions of Walker County. That's going to be moving up toward Eldridge and Kansas, all those places that were my haunts when I was a kid, southwestern Walker County, Carbon Hill, that area. Back into Lamar County, Millport, Kennedy, to the west of Fayette County. What's going on over there. Kind of checking on them. We've got still, now I guess we have no warnings now for Lamar County, right, Drew? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't see anything in Lamar.
It's all looking good. That's good.
We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Lamar and Marion where Hamilton is.
I thought we did too. It's not on our.
Is it not
It's
showing?
not on Radar Omega.
They just issue it.
No, it's
I think they
expiring.
might be
It's expiring.
Extending that
Yeah.
warning for DeKalb. Marshall, Jackson.
Okay, so yeah, the stuff to the
Actually,
south.
sorry, they are giving a new tornado warning for DeKalb, Marshall, and Jackson.
Well, there's,
Okay, so yeah, they are
there's the
extending
answer to our
tornado
question.
warning, which I am glad to see that because I'm not glad to see it because of tornado warning, but I thought that even though we're not able to see the high top radar where we can get a good look at this, from the Birmingham radar, that's still from the Peachtree City earlier. It didn't look quite as suspicious, but you still looks like you've got two circulations here.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think they've got to continue to, and it's a good thing that they did go ahead and extend that warning. So you can see now that places that we talked about earlier, now Sylvania, that circulation is right there in your area right now. Still just as a course of least regret, Henniger, Brooks Crossroads, Elliott Crossroads, I think you all need to be, because you're in the polygon, you need to be in your safe place. But Hammondville and Valley Head and Moontown, you are now in the polygon now. So, basically Interstate 59, that corridor that goes in the valley there between Sand Mountain, Lookout Mountain, that's now in this polygon for this tornado warning, which again, looks like we've got potentially two different circulations moving through. One of those now moving south of Section and towards Bellevue and Powell, so just kind of right there at that southern edge of Jackson County, and then moving into DeKalb County. And we're getting right there. You got Rainsville. We're getting up on Sand Mountain. Sometimes got that Sand Mountain magic that they call it, where there can be times where you have circulation move up onto Sand Mountain and actually see a tightening of the circulation, and a lot of times historically has produced tornadoes. So let's hope that doesn't happen, but just that's another thing you always have to keep in mind when we get storms in this area.
Yeah, there's a very famous tornado at Rainsville that was right before the high top radar came online back in the early 90s, for sure. But yeah, Drew, definitely watching 2 circulations there. So if you are in eastern, southeastern portions, well, I guess actually western portions of DeKalb County, through the northern half of the county, we want you to be in your safe place right now, because it just always seems like whenever we get events like this, and even when they seem to be winding down a little bit, you know, something will spin up in that area. And you've got definitely 2 good hail cores right there, it looks like. So, you know, those storms are still trying. So, you know, you're going to get some small hail, at least Valley Head, areas north of Sylvania, there along Alabama 75, between Henniger and Sylvania, some hail's coming down. And, you know, we've got the more concerning thing, you know, the threat for a possible tornado here. And the Weather Service still has a confirmed tag on this tornado warning. And so the broadcast media, I don't know what the basis of that is. Maybe you can research that, Brooklyn, and see if the Weather Service in Huntsville said in their chat what the basis was. But you know, we're certainly not questioning that. That's, you know, that's the gospel. This is a media confirmed tornado. So someone, you know, has eyes on this, and we don't have great radar right here tonight, because at 8:20 tonight we lost our high top radar, which is not very far to the north. So we're relying on our radars from Peachtree City. Drew's drawing us a track here to the east-northeast. And as we take this track at about 8:46, it's going to be in Hammondville about 8:58. It's going to be in Valley Head about 9 o'clock. It'll be in Moontown about 4 or 5 minutes after the hour. We want you to be in your safe place well in advance of this, and let's talk about what that is. If you have a basement in your home, that's the place to be. You know, if you don't have a basement, we want you to be in the lowest floor, center part of the house. Maybe there's a hallway that you can close off the doors, get the kids and, you know, everybody into. Protect yourself with pillows and blankets. Make sure that you've got your, you know, your tornado safety kits, you know, ahead of these events on days like this, before the watches are issued, before the warnings are issued. Have those helmets. It can be a bicycle helmet. It could even be a construction helmet, a motorcycle helmet, whatever you got. Protect the old noggin. You know, this is important because a lot of tornado injuries and fatalities occur because of, you know, head injuries. I saw one the other night in Kansas. You know, a lady, you know, was you know, injured, you know, a head injury. And that's so often the case. We don't want you to be in manufactured housing. They provide wonderful, affordable accommodations for people in, you know, in parts of Alabama, many parts of the country. But they're not safe places to be during a tornado. We don't want you to be in a car. You know, we've talked about it repeatedly tonight. Cars can be easily overturned. They can be lofted by tornadoes. But if you don't have a basement, be in that interior room, that hallway, that bathroom, that closet. You know, clean it out in advance of the storm. Get there. Do not be on the top floor. Get the kids down. If they're playing Xbox, get them downstairs. You know, get them in a safe spot. You know, make it fun. You know, be there. If you have a tornado shelter, that's great. Some people do. You know, have that luxury. That's fabulous. Make it a fun time, some games, you know, make it a fun thing. We don't want the kids to be anxious. We want them to be prepared. But, you know, we don't want to be in exterior rooms, away from windows, things like that. And remember, folks, no place is ever safe outside from a tornado. We were always taught as kids, you know, to get in ditches and all these things, and it's just not safe. But tonight we're watching very strong thunderstorms. The Weather Service in Huntsville has a tornado warning continuing now for southeastern Jackson County, northern portions of DeKalb County. Looks like the most intense portion of the tornado warning storm is moving out of Marshall, but I tell you, there's some intense activity coming up there around New Hope, south of Woodville again, so I wouldn't put it past something else to form. We might have those same conditions overlying that area. So, another circulation could form right in that area. It's been a rinse and repeat sort of night. We don't see that on the radar from Birmingham right now. That's good news. But south of Section and Dutton, we do see it. And it's a long way away from the radar. It's high up in the atmosphere. But, the concern is there. When we don't have good eyes on it, we want to make sure that we're going ahead and taking that extra abundant concern. And the Weather Service in Huntsville has a higher level tornado warning on this, a confirmed tornado. They say it is a media reported tornado. Another circulation there, as Drew is reporting, moving to the northeast, just east of the community of Sylvania. It's moving up towards Stamp. It's going to be approaching I-59 near or north of Hammondville. But tell you what, that circulation right there around Powell, southeast of Belleville, kind of edging its way down toward Rainsville. Drew, that's not good.
No, and the other thing that's not good that, and I'm just hoping that they're not, both on the ground or, and that it's not looking like it looks here. But I mean, if you just look at the paths that these have taken in the last, 20, 30 minutes, places like Macedonia and Powell and Duncan's Crossroads, south of Section, you've seen the first circulation went over these places, and then the second one went over the exact same places. So you're seeing that basically in Powell as well along 35, and that's about to, you got the second circulation about to go over Powell. Looks like it's possible that Sylvania might have the same kind of thing where the first circulation went very close by. The second one could be very close by as well. And as you mentioned, Rainsville, which is probably one of the most, if not the most populated towns on the mountain, it's going to be going really close. The circulation is going to be really close. And because we're far enough away from the radar, it's definitely more difficult to pinpoint at kind of a street level where a tornado might be here. So really, again, Bellevue, Powell, Rainsville, Sylvania, Blake, anywhere along 75 that runs through kind of one of the main drags that kind of runs across Sand Mountain, goes right through the heart of Rainsville up towards Sylvania, and then eventually up towards Henniger. Is just that whole corridor. You want to be in a safe place right now because if you've already had some rough stuff go through, if you're in those places that had that first circulation, you may get some more. So it's not time to kind of start looking around or whatever. You still just need to stay in your safe place until the warning has been lifted.
Drew, let's go back and look at the storm near Arab. The Weather Service in Huntsville's concerned about it. So it's beginning to show some signs of getting a little more organized. And so let's see what's going on there. We definitely have higher reflectivities in these areas approaching US 231. And it looks to me like there might be a little bit of a hook there. Maybe just a little bit of a notch there near Union Hill.
Yep. Velocity's kind of messy looking. Again, we're looking at it from Birmingham instead of high top like we would like to be looking at it, but definitely looking like it's got a little bit more structure now. Looking a little bit further to the north of Arab, that looks a little more interesting to me, and that's right along 231. I don't know if that
may be what they're really concerned about. That may be what they're looking at there.
Moving towards Friendship, Neighbors Mill, Scant City. You're basically just right over 231 heading towards Highway 240.
Yeah, we got severe thunderstorm warning in effect in this area. This storm is moving in the general direction of Gunnersville, so this may all edge a little further to the southeast here, in this next round of warnings. So we want our folks there along, US 431, a beautiful area there around Gunnersville, to be getting ready because this stuff is moving your way. So this is the next in a long line of thunderstorms that are moving to the north, to the east, and kind of east-southeast now. Across the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. The Weather Service in Birmingham, a little concerned. Oh, there we go, new tornado warning.
Tornado warnings in DeKalb, Marshall, and Coleman.
Okay, so what time does that go till Brooklyn?
That expires in an hour. over.
Okay, so at 9:45. And Weather Service in Birmingham, keep an eye on Cherokee County. We'll go there and look at that in just a second, too. But this new tornado warning for Marshall, DeKalb, and northeastern Coleman counties for this storm that was located over Arab. Moving east at 50 miles an hour. It is radar indicated. Again, as we've told you for the past 45 minutes or so, the radar that we rely on for North Alabama, the high top radar, is out now. But we've got what appears to be rotation there along US 231 between Arab and Oleander, moving over toward Grassy and Friendship and Union Grove, over eventually toward Mount Carmel, and eventually toward the very populated areas around Gunnersville. The polygon includes the community of Albertville. Want our friends there to be going into your safe place as well, and then passing over to the east as well into DeKalb County. So again, the Weather Service in Huntsville concerned about this cell and watching it. Communities in the polygon in DeKalb County. As we zoom in there just a tiny bit, and of course include Crossville and Geraldine, up to Fife, down to Collinsville, and all those areas. Fort Payne, not in this polygon, but we're going to continue to watch that. And a little bit further to the east, we're going to continue to keep an eye on what happens for the northern part of Cherokee County there, areas from Cedar Bluff up to Galesville, and areas to the northeast. And if you're just tuning in, the Weather Service in Birmingham sending a team tonight to the National Weather Service in Atlanta to do all of the warning work for central Alabama. And we always tell you to have your weather radios going. And tonight in central Alabama, they don't work. And I've been the biggest fan of NOAA weather radios since November 1976, and there's never been a time that they just didn't work. Well, this is one of those times because the Weather Service is going through a sorely needed software upgrade. So all 10 of the NOAA weather radios across central Alabama are not working. Now in the Tennessee Valley, they're working fine. Weather Service Huntsville's, they're working great. Mobile, they're working great. Tallahassee's in southeast Alabama are working fine. But for the 10 transmitters at Winfield and Aniana, Birmingham, Anniston, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, and Texasville, you cannot count on your weather radio tonight. It's not going to go off. It's not going to work until late tomorrow. And that's because the Weather Service in Birmingham is, completely, down from a software standpoint. Now, that doesn't mean they're not issuing warnings. We've seen that. We would know immediately if there was any degradation in service. And if anything, it's been as good as ever. It's just been coming from Atlanta tonight. So make sure you got other sources tonight as this line continues to the southeast. We always show you the watches and warnings in the lower left-hand corner so you can see. Glaring at you is that big red tornado warning there, just issued by the National Weather Service in Huntsville. And then we've got this other confirmed tornado warning that continues tonight for the southeastern part of Jackson County and the northern half of DeKalb County, places like Henniger and Valley Head, Sylvania, Rainsville. We've been very concerned about that. We'll zoom in there in a second. Got this new big tornado warning there that covers a tiny bit of northeastern Coleman and a large chunk of Marshall County, and then over into the southern part of DeKalb County. So, most of DeKalb County now, you're in a tornado warning, whether it's the northern part or the southern part. And this, of course, includes those areas from Fife down to Lakeview, Geraldine, and Crossville. That's where you've got that tornado warning. Now, kind of looking here, again, we're really far away from our radar here. Our radar is at the Shelby County Airport in Calera, south of Birmingham. It's just hard for us to pick out anything. We would love to be relying on our high top radar, which is right up here toward the top of the screen. But it's out of service. It went out tonight about 8:20, and so we're kind of working on intuition and neighboring radars, and looking at reflectivity to help us. See a bit of a surge there, perhaps coming through the Arab area into Gunnersville. We're very concerned about Gunnersville. Our friends there, we want you to be in your safe place at this point. Eventually over toward Albertville. Of course, Marshall County is a happening place. Lots going on. This tornado warning goes until 9:45 tonight for Marshall, DeKalb, and northeastern Coleman counties. So that's that. Back to the west, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. It's got northern Coleman, eastern Morgan, and a tiny bit of far southern Madison County, and as well as the northwestern portion of Marshall. But if you go southwest to that, you know, we're not calling out any of our friends over here in west central Alabama right now, and that's great news. These thunderstorms seem to have weakened a bit. Drew's switching us to the Columbus radar, and you can see it's raining to beat the band, but he's pointing out to you outflow. Outflow, and all my friends who've been longtime viewers of the blog know that outflow is our friend for the most part, at least in these tornado situations. When these storms become outflow dominant, they are cut off from their inflow source, and it is much harder for them to produce a tornado. And so that doesn't mean they can't produce damaging winds. And tonight's a night when we could see elevated chances of damaging winds, and right now that outflow boundary is from about Arley down to Winfield. Now, out here ahead, Drew's kind of pointing out an area of concern. Drew, what you seeing there? A little curly Q there.
Yeah, just south, of that outflow boundary. So again, that hasn't reached there yet to help reduce the likelihood of tornado kind of to disrupt the inflow. So yeah, just west of Jasper, moving into Walker County, is what looks like possibly a developing circulation. So that's something we're going to have to keep a close eye on because it definitely is looking to be one of the more interesting circulations we've seen down here in a while. Storm relative velocity, you can still see something there, but it's not as concerning, I would say. It doesn't, it looked like for a few scans that it looked a little bit tighter and then maybe a little bit more diffuse, but definitely something worth keeping an eye on. As that moves in, basically getting close to the state or to the county line between Fayette and Walker County.
Yeah, and the Weather Service in Birmingham agrees with you, Drew. They just issued a special weather statement for that.
Yep.
So they see that too. And probably that approaching outflow boundary will briefly intensify that activity. So we'll watch that as it approaches the Jasper Airport here. I never trust the readings from the Jasper Airport for some reason, but maybe we'll get some wind data out of there. Got some showers moving through Blount County right now, through parts of that area. Northern Jefferson County, you're getting in on the act there around Warrior and Kimberly along I-65. So this activity continues to push to the southeast. Back in northwest Alabama, Lawrence County, you're starting to get out of this stuff now. Moulton, you're pretty much in the clear. Town Creek. Limestone County, things are, looking better for you. We'll look at some model data in a minute and see, if this is pretty much over. But, Franklin County, it's looking good for you. Portions of, Colbert County, you're looking good. You had a really active, rough afternoon starting about 4 o'clock, the Shoals area up into Lauderdale County. So, the good news is cold front's continuing to push to the southeast. This really strong trough is beginning to progress, really kind of shearing out. This trough took on a very negative tilt today. If you've been a longtime reader of the blog, when these troughs take on this negative tilt, they kind of take this northwest-southeast orientation. They can translate a lot of energy to the surface systems, and it can be a problem. The one good thing for us going today, we didn't have a big surface low to deal with. If we had, if it had been closer, if it had been stronger, this might have been a different situation. But we knew that we were going to see a couple strong tornadoes, and lo and behold, we did. Here's what it looks like up at about 18,000 feet. You can see we've got really strong winds, about 50, 60 miles an hour, and really, they were probably 60, 70 miles an hour. Through the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, that little upper low there in northwestern Missouri. There's our surface low. Drew showing you that. Moving through the Chicago area over to near Pittsburgh and into western New York, as we go, through the rest of the week. But we're getting into that period of the year where, things kind of slow down. This is the, the radar depiction over the next few hours from our HRRR. One of our best convection allowing models, and it's showing that activity continuing to push to the southeast. And this is a brand new run coming in here. We've only got about 5 hours of data But you see, when it gets out to hour number 5, which is midnight, this thing's pretty much falling apart. And that's going to be really good for sleepy time, which we're grateful for, because we thought this might be a 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning deal. We'll still be watching those storms in southwestern Alabama, though, because they'll still be active. This is power outages right now. Drew just updated. You can see they continue to ramp up. Madison County, unfortunately, is the leader right now. 17,886 customers without power. Most of those Tennessee Valley Authority folks. Of course, we've seen quite a bit of tree power line damage, some structural damage in Madison County from a very impressive tornado that occurred. Characterize where that tornado struck. We were watching it intently as it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely very close to kind of the heart of the city of Madison. Maybe going a little bit north of there, but yeah, you started, and I think before we even were kind of got into our coverage, there was potentially further damage to the west. I don't know if we've seen any reports of that, but there was a tornado warning ongoing for a while, and then as we kind of joined in on it, it was right there moving across the county line between Limestone and Madison County, and very close, kind of north of 565. Some areas right there along Highway 72, like we talked about earlier, Cliff Farm, that new development has seen some damage. Also seen pictures of some of the damage along Waltrine Highway. So, that kind of western fringe of Madison County, Madison and points to the north up towards Harvest, but not quite that far north, is really where we started. We've seen some of those reports of damage, and where we actually had a confirmed tornado on the ground. So of course, as we get into as time moves on, especially once we get into the daylight again tomorrow, we'll have a better idea of exactly where those tracks were. But that is one thing I did want to mention, though. That's a good thing is there's still some cells, like as we speak right now, there's still some fairly heavy rain in parts of southwestern Madison County, but for the most part, those areas that experienced the tornadoes earlier in that area are, basically the point where we could probably issue an all clear. You're still under the tornado watch for a little bit longer, but the Weather Service, I'm sure, will be starting to peel those back from the northwest, and so things are ramping down there, thankfully. But we've got still more going on to the east, and is that a new severe thunderstorm warning?
Yes, we were talking about northern Cherokee, Weather Service in Birmingham going in and pulling a trigger for a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Cherokee County in northeast Alabama, and that warning will go until 9:45 tonight. For all that activity coming out of DeKalb County, and it's going to clip the northern portion of Cherokee County, generally north of Weiss Lake, over the next 45 minutes to an hour or so. Bit of a surge of wind coming into the Gunnersville area there along US 430, along US 431. Sorry about that, Drew. I was not. I was just enjoying those power outage numbers, enjoying the fact that they're not terribly high.
That's my fault.
But that's probably some wind coming into the 431 quarter there. Get ready for it in Gunnersville. We've been warning you, and that's happening. Weather Service Peachtree City issuing a new tornado warning. Chattooga and some other counties in the northwestern portion of Georgia. They're around Dalton. So yeah, this activity continues. The dynamics are, gradually probably leaving the area. Maybe we can get the meso analysis.
Tornado warning in Marshall County and DeKalb County again.
Well, there you go, Brooklyn. Thank you. New tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service in Huntsville, and we'll kind of zoom in and take a peek on that. Just got some impressive pictures of Joshua Whitcomb with Jackson County EMA of a very impressive wall cloud at Rainsville High School.
Yeah, actually, and I think Brooklyn, was that the one you were seeing earlier too? I actually forgot to mention it, but yes, we saw that there was reports out. I think it might have been a different picture actually of, but yeah, still in the Rainsville area in the last 20-25 minutes. So at least a wall cloud or a funnel cloud. I'm not sure though whether it's confirmed that there was actually a tornado on the ground, but yes, definitely some very suspicious looking clouds and evidence that there's at least something trying to reach the ground with those as they moved through Rainsville earlier. But it does look like that the circulation that was in that area has moved east of Rainsville. But again, still multiple little areas of spin there in that tornado warning polygon that's still in effect for southeastern Jackson and also into DeKalb as well.
Yeah, tornado warning coming for northern Cherokee.
Okay.
Lots of reports of damage now coming in from Jackson County, according to Jackson County EMA. So, and the Weather Service in Huntsville, while they've lost the high top radar, they have the armor radar still going. And they did see very clear indications of, let's say, a TDS between Section and Sylvania just a few minutes ago. So that is exactly what we were talking about right there. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we're talking about, that storm that was moving towards Sylvania. So we probably had a tornado here, and we want our friends. So the West Virginia Birmingham is going to be issuing a tornado warning right here for northern Cherokee, I understand. Unless I just dreamed all that. Let's just make sure I didn't.
Well, it looks like
they're just holding they're holding the trigger right now. They're not quite yet, but they're drawing up one to issue soon. So look at that area, Drew, and tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean the thing that's concerning. I mean, again, we're looking at
more what you're worried about, the Marshall.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. That's really that's right in the Gunnersville area right now. So I mean, there's definitely some circulation happening. Again, we're seeing it pretty high level here, but I don't know if we'll start seeing anything out of Gunnersville or not, but it's definitely got heavy thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm with possible tornado in that area right now. But again, it's just kind of hard to pinpoint that with certainty. But that, I guess that could be what they're talking about downstream there is the possibility of extending that into parts of Cherokee County, northern Cherokee County, where that severe thunderstorm warning currently is. That would make some sense if they're feeling pretty confident that this still could possibly be a tornado to the west.
Yeah, now we're getting disturbing reports from Jackson County sheriffs that there is damage in Sylvania.
Okay.
And that the quote is that it's bad. We never know what that means, till we get more reports. But there's definite rotation there to the east of Sylvania, and we said that this just happens in this part of Alabama. This is moving toward I-59 right now. We don't want you on the interstate, anywhere really north of Fort Payne, or I don't know, south of the Georgia border, in DeKalb County. Because we've got a tornado that's crossing the interstate right now in the Hammondville Valley Head area. It's probably doing that right now. So all of our friends, eastern portion of DeKalb County, you got to be in your safe place right now. Weather Service in Birmingham is watching that very closely, watching what's going on. This is what we're telling you, guys. This is what we're concerned about. This sort of stuff just happens in Jackson and DeKalb, and then it bleeds over into Cherokee. So, watching other rotations, this is the Birmingham radar.
Yes, Brooklyn's saying a spotters reporting rotation with the one west with Jasper.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, and there's more magic. That's not the right word, but Walker County, northern Fayette into western Walker, all my life. This is where tornadoes form, and we see the rotation there on the Birmingham radar.
There's something happening up here as well in Coleman County, west of Coleman, just east of Addison, moving out of Winston County at this point. But
so put that back in motion for a second, Drew. Let's kind of draw a bead here on exactly where we're kind of going. That's kind of a meandering east motion, about 30-35 miles an hour. Our folks, Coleman and Good Hope areas, you seem to be kind of in the crosshairs there. City of Coleman, we want you to be in your safe place right now. We don't want you on the interstate. I-65 north of Dodge City or south of the 310 exit, anywhere in that area. But Coleman right now, that rotation is increasing rapidly. I would look for a tornado warning to be coming shortly from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I was about to say,
in Huntsville.
Brooklyn, are we seeing anything from them commenting on a possibility with either that one in Coleman County or the one near Jasper?
National Weather Service has commented on Winston and Walker County, seeing possible rotation, and then, like I said earlier, there's a spotter reporting possible rotation in Jasper. But I'm not seeing anything for Coleman just yet.
And here comes our tornado warning, I
For
think,
Marshall,
for
Madison,
Cherokee.
Jackson.
Yeah, that's a new warning from Huntsville.
That just.
Is that right? Yep, new tornado warning. Marshall, Jackson, and DeKalb till 9:45. 11 miles north of Gunnersville near Grant. That's their concern. Radar indicated rotation.
I guess maybe that's what they're.
Okay, zoom out a little bit and look at that warning. That looks like I'm reading the text. Let me read it again real quick. Near Grant.
So this is the new warning up here.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have a good hand. We got so many warnings in that area right now. Moving east, the county, the communities that are in this warning, include places like Langston and Columbus City. But I think we can get in there and get a better look at what. I'm gonna actually.
New tornado warning for Cherokee.
Yep, there's our Cherokee warning right there.
Yeah, I'm thinking this right here, your Pine Island subdivision, Campbell Mill, south of Grant. That looks like maybe what they're looking at with this one.
Yeah, I think so too.
The polygon goes pretty far to the
Yeah,
north.
it's kind of
there,
crazy.
but that it appears to be that maybe what they're concerned there. But I'm also seeing down here between Gunnersville and Albertville. That one looks a little bit interesting. Heading just north of Albertville. It's already kind of crossed, or looks like it's very near 431. That's interesting looking as well. So yeah, just like we've been saying all night, like these storms are just having these constant multiple circulations kind of embedded within the storms, and it's been pretty astonishing to watch how quickly they're cycling through and new circulations are forming, and you're definitely it's definitely gotten to the point where it's a pretty messy storm mode over here, where whereas like we talked about earlier, further to the west they had a little bit more of a classic looking structure, a little bit easier to pick out things, but it's definitely become a lot more of a mess, which that's really in a lot of ways where it can become more dangerous, because it's just harder to. I mean, there's so many potential little spin ups here and there. Everything's wrapped in heavy rain and lightning everywhere, and it's dark, and so again, just really at this point, basically the entire almost the entire county, as far as Marshall County is concerned, most of it is under a tornado warning at this point. So if you are in Gunnersville, Albertville, if you're in Grant. You do want to be seeking shelter, and then further to the east in the warning, that's for that part of the complex here. You've got Geraldine and Crossville as you're getting closer to to I-59, Collinsville as well. That's going to also be part of in the threat area here within the next 30 minutes or so. So we need everyone in that area as you cross into the southern DeKalb County, along the 59 corridor, that you need to be in a safe place, because again, it's just very hard to pinpoint exactly where these are going to be. So the safest kind of course of action would be to go ahead and take your shelter now while you have the opportunity. And looking back up towards the kind of northeastern polygon here that is mostly in DeKalb County at this point, just north of Fort Payne. We'll take a look and see what the latest is here. And again, this is the one we've talked about earlier that has done some damage already confirmed.
Which shadow city at thunderstorm warning for Walker County.
Okay.
Jasper, Sipsey, Cordova area.
All right, we'll check that out. So I can't get this to lapse for some reason, but yeah, still looks like circulations in those as well. Valley Head, Mentone, and along that 59 corridor still, and then we'll go back to the southwest here, and yeah, that definitely has some structure to it there in Walker County.
And looking at the SPC mesoanalysis, Drew, the storm relative helicity in the lowest layer is actually maximized from here to the southwest. It's better here than it is in Northeast Alabama. So,
That's interesting.
you know, folks, we're not out of the woods here. Did the outflow get all the way down here, or did it stay to the north? I never really saw how far. I don't think it got.
Switch over to Columbus because I think we're still off Birmingham here. I'll see if we can see a little bit better.
You know, because sometimes these storms can catch back up to their outflow. There it is.
There it is.
You can see it hasn't
it's
reached
made
it
there,
yet.
yeah.
So this boundary may help the storm, and it doesn't look like it needs much help. But it's drifting not drifting, that's not a good word. It's moving to the east-southeast, it looks like to me, and that's the general orientation of Polygon. Seen a good increase and uptick in lightning there near and south of Jasper. So we
The
want to.
National Weather Service in Birmingham is reporting that there may be some weak rotation in Jasper.
Yep, I would agree with that. So, again, you can see, folks, our friends at the Weather Service in Birmingham are still doing a great job with everything they've had to do and everything they've had to deal with. This is adversity to the nth degree, but, you know, they're still doing a great job. And there's that rotation, that surge of wind there, south of Jasper, now approaching I-22. We'll be crossing over the interstate here shortly, moving up toward Alabama 5 and over toward the Cordova area. Eventually, those areas in eastern Walker County, this is going to be moving over toward northern Warrior and Kimberly. I know Scott Martin is signing off for the night, but Scott, you might have a rude awakening here in about 45 minutes over in northern Jefferson up into southern Blount County as this activity gets over there. But hopefully it won't amount to anything. Nothing showing up really that looks concerning there yet. The rotation is still broad, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That reflectivity has really shown an uptick there along I-22 southeast of Jasper, Drew.
Yeah, that one's definitely the most concerning one in this general area at this point. One good update is that the storm west of Coleman does not look, the rotation on it doesn't look quite as concerning as it did before. It definitely looks like it's kind of broadened a little bit, so that's good. We'll hope it stays that way as it moves directly towards Coleman at this point. But yeah, it looks like that circulation has sort of falling apart just a little bit for now, and also there hasn't been a warning on it anyway. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning or anything. So if you're in Coleman, there's not an official warning at this point. Still be a good idea to be indoors, and obviously, I would still avoid traveling in that area. It looks like that stretch of 65 that starts at basically the northern border of Coleman County, just south of Faulkville. Through Coleman, and it's not quite to Good Hope yet, but it's going to be there very soon. If you are going to plan to do any sort of driving anytime soon, I would avoid that in that area just because it's going to be some heavy rain, and at least. But yeah, the one in Jasper definitely still looking interesting with the structure of that reflectivity. But let's hope that it does not quite ever reach the threshold of producing.
Yeah, we don't want anybody on I-22 right now, especially in that area from about exit 57 down to exit 70. There's not real good places south of exit 70 to stop. But, just kind of delay your trip if you're coming up and out of Birmingham tonight. If you're coming, to southeast out of the Hamilton area, you can, there are a couple of good places to stop along the way there, but you might wait this one out. This one's not going to last a terribly long time, but it's going to be right there in that exits, somewhere between exit 61 and exit 70 between Jasper and Cordova. But you see, We definitely have a surge of wind right there. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Walker County. This is going to be moving over toward northern Jefferson County. We do note that the tornado watch has been cleared for our friends in Franklin, Lauderdale, and Colbert counties in northwest Alabama, which is great news. 74 over 71, not a big change in the air mass up there, but a east-southeasterly wind, northerly wind there at Iuka, just kind of variable at this point. Well, northerly there at Savannah too. So the trough is definitely into western Alabama at this point. And but if you look at our thermodynamics now, our surface-based capes have really come down over the northwestern part of the Tennessee Valley. They're almost non-existent now, and our best capes are right here over western Alabama up the I-59 corridor to the west. We still got a lot of tornado warnings up here in northeast Alabama. Drew, you can really see them there. Northern Cherokee County, all this activity is northeast, north of Gadsden. My friends in Gadsden, you're okay for right now. The activity that's sort of to your west is not especially strong at this point. What's upstream from you? You go back into northern Marshall County, there around Albertville and Gunnersville. We've had some concerns there. Tornado warning in effect. Southeastern Madison into the northern part of Marshall County. Tornado warning in effect, but that primary cell is mainly to your east. That tornado warning is going to be expiring. Matter of fact, all these are going to be expiring here shortly. It's coming up on 9/24 now. Over into Jackson County, in DeKalb County, we've had some concerns there. We have tornado damage tonight, it appears, at Sylvania from a tornado that occurred a little while ago. But you see, we got that tornado warning for northern Cherokee, severe thunderstorm warning that extends down to the northern parts of Weiss Lake. And we'd like to keep pushing this stuff on out of here. Heaviest activity now east of Sylvania, south of Henniger, over to Valley Head. Really heavy rain, some hail there. A little bit of a suspicious look there around the Fort Payne area. Perhaps that southern side of that southern flank of that big thunderstorm, a bit of a concern. The activity there in western DeKalb County, but looking at the rotations, looks like it's now east of 59, south of Valley Head. Won't be in Alabama much longer, but it's going to clip the northern portion of Cherokee County before it gets out of here. So that area up there is going to see a brief period there around Little River and those areas. 5 Points, Berry Springs, Burgess, areas to the north in Cherokee County, New Moon, Grover, those places. Looks like the southern part of DeKalb County is now without a warning. That's good news. But we're focusing still on the northern part of DeKalb and the northern portion of Cherokee, where this rotation. And do you think that's the same rotation that caused the potential tornado damage at Sylvania, Drew?
I think that circulation may be the one that's already crossed the state line here, but you've got this trailing one that went a little bit south of there. Mm-hmm. But if I think if we did the radar loop a little bit further back in time, we might see an additional circulation, because I think when we were looking at that earlier, we had two circulations that went either in or near Sylvania, and I think that the one where that's crossed the state line might be the second one of that. So, and this one right here, that's going down, just crossed over 59 near Lake Howard, north of Pumpkin Center, and like you said, kind of heading towards that very northern tip, Cherokee County. That looks like that's going hopefully south of Valley Head and Mentone, but honestly, that circulation right there, that went straight over Valley Head and Mentone. Let's hope that wasn't surface-based at that point, because obviously there's a decent concentration of obviously kind of little tourist attractions and cabins and things like that people have up there in that area. Really pretty area to be in, and so just hoping that this is aloft at this point, because definitely still some rotation evident there. And looking back towards the south, so we still have the tornado warning that's covering parts of parts of Marshall County, including Gunnersville and Albertville, and heading towards Collinsville. And you got another kind of an interesting little circulation here. Just looks like it's just east of Boaz at this point, just east of 431. So that's another thing that's kind of right there on that southern edge of that polygon. And yeah, it kind of looks like you got another little cell here, maybe even a little bit of a hook here coming, kind of extending back towards Boaz. That we'll have to keep watching as well.
Yeah, we got trees down at Union Grove, southwest of Gunnersville. I guess west of Gunnersville. So yeah, that activity, definitely causing problems. So we got some, got trees down there for sure. So, these storms have a history of producing damage. Take them seriously as they're coming into your area. Weather Service in Huntsville tonight doing a great job, keeping us, posted ahead of these storms, watching that surge coming up out of southeastern Marshall, extreme northern Etowah. You're not in the warning right now, but that's rotating up into southern DeKalb County.
Yeah, a new tornado warning in DeKalb County.
Okay.
Or an extended one.
All right, so we've got a new tornado warning for northeastern Cherokee County. Let's see, that is definitely, that's a continuation for Cherokee. Remains in effect till 10:15. Tornado 7 miles northeast of Little River Falls, as we just called out a minute ago, 8 miles east of Fort Payne. So law enforcement confirmed tornado. So Weather Service in Birmingham issuing this from their temporary domicile at the Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia. Repeating, a tornado on the ground there. We don't have the high top radar to kind of help us really look into it, but some of the communities that are downstream of this include the community of Chesterfield. We've had significant damage reported in eastern DeKalb County. Also, lots of reports of damage tonight from Jackson County, especially around Sylvania. So this is a very serious situation here, and we want you to take this very, very seriously. Of course, DeKalb County is in the National Weather Service Huntsville's county warning area, but Cherokee County right there, you see that little triangle, that's the northeastern extent of the Birmingham County warning area. So that's why they're covering that piece of territory.
Jackson County, tornado warning. Tornado warning is canceled for Marshall, Madison, and Jackson County.
And it just popped off our radar. That's good. Okay, so that's an all clear now for for those communities like Sylvania, where you're cleaning up already from damage. Places like Dutton, where there is flooding reported.
Also flooding reported in Woodville. County Road 8 is covered in water.
We've had a lot of rain lately, and while these echoes are moving very quickly, that right there concerns me. Southwest of Crossville, it concerns radar meteorologist Drew McCombs here too. Drew's one of the best in the business, and he's drawing a bead on that one. Rodentown right there, west of Hendricksville, south of Crossville. Across Alabama 227, going to be heading up toward the community of Collinsville. I don't like that we're calling out every major community in Northeast Alabama tonight, it seems like. So, we hate this, but we want all of our friends in that area from that couplet. Good gracious. I don't know, we're pretty far away from the Birmingham radar, of course, but that's a significant velocity, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, and I think that definitely worries me, the fact that we're seeing that from at least a few thousand feet up here, and be kind of hard to believe that isn't potentially touching down, just given the history of everything we've been seeing with all these late tonight. So yes, very serious now. Situation in Rodentown, and again, that's heading in the direction of Hendricksville and Collinsville, like we've been saying. And so, again, if you have any plans to be on I-59 in that area, I'm not sure there'd be too many people be able to hear us as they're driving at this point, unless they happen to be pulling us up on a computer, or phone or something like that. But if you happen to know anybody that's traveling on 59, like right now in this area of northeastern Alabama, through the near the Collinsville exit. I know a lot of people, kind of know that area and go in that direction. So you would want to warn people it's time to seek shelter and not be trying to drive on there, because it won't be long before this, what looks like a potential tornado, is heading right over the interstate in that area. So
Yeah, that's a long stretch of interstate, Drew, where there's no exits. From Reese City up to Collinsville, I think it's from 188 to like 205. There are no exits. So if you're traveling north of Gadsden tonight, we'd like you to get off at Reese City. If you're traveling south, we'd like you to get off before 205 because we want this tornado to go across. The Weather Service in Birmingham is definitely seeing the same thing and saying that. So this is riding that line between Etowah County and DeKalb County. Gadsden, you don't have to worry about it. Tally, y'all are still good. Nothing to worry about there. You're not out of the woods for the night yet. But definitely that seems to be working its way on up into DeKalb County and going to stay on that. Yeah, that's looking really concerning.
National Weather Service in Huntsville is saying strong rotation picked up by radar approaching Crossville and Geraldine communities.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't see any debris there, but boy, that is a significant rotation south of Crossville. And I would be very concerned for Collinsville. Is that the one you would be most concerned about? Now, the Weather Service is seeing the armor radar. So they see something we can't see, Drew.
Yeah.
So repeat that, Brooklyn. That's important.
There's a strong National Weather Service in Huntsville is reporting strong rotation being picked up in the Crossville and Geraldine communities. Collinsville is also on top of this storm.
Okay, so that is our rotation there. That is exactly right. So we want our friends in Collinsville to take this very seriously now. If you have friends or family in Collinsville, call them. We talk about being a hero, and this is your chance, weather ambassador. If you're watching this blog, you're a weather nerd. And that means you are deputized to be a full-blown weather nerd. And that means you can be a pain in the behind when these things happen. And that means you might save somebody's life. Our friend John DeBlock at the National Weather Service in Birmingham developed this campaign. You can save a life by being a hero, by picking up the phone and calling somebody. They might be asleep, folks. It's 9:35. Some folks go to bed pretty early. And if you know anybody that is there, in southern DeKalb County, you could save a life just by sharing this valuable weather information. So many times we hate to hear it. We had no warning because almost in every case there's warning. And a lot of times 10, 15, 20 minutes of warning. And we've had great warnings tonight from our friends in Huntsville and Birmingham under adverse conditions. Birmingham's working, in exile. Huntsville is working without their radar. And they are still, doing the absolute incredible job saving lives. So you be the final mile. Let those friends and family know. Collinsville, we want you to be in a safe place right now. These storms up here have a history all night long tonight. They're cleaning up damage in Sylvania because of that. These communities. You go through them every day. So this is something to take very, very seriously. Our radar, even from Birmingham, is picking this up, approaching I-59 right now. And it's going to be in the Collinsville area in just a matter of minutes. So far, this storm is a very concerning one. Looks like as strong as certainly any of the other ones we've seen tonight. Drew, up in that part of the state.
Yep, it's definitely not looking good. And again, because of the fact that we can't see it with the closer radar, it's harder to tell the details. But certainly nothing indicating that this is going to be any different than some of the other ones that have produced damage. There's just been too many other reports of that happening in places nearby, and these storms have just continued to produce new circulations and kind of reinvent themselves over and over again. And this kind of going back to the history of that storm. This was the one. Yeah, so this was the one that went through Guntersville earlier. Don't know if we've really heard anything. I don't know if we've seen any reports out of Guntersville or anywhere, yet? I hope not. Hopefully,
Nothing specific yet.
Okay. Because obviously this thing was in the process of ramping up at that point, and you saw that little kind of push, a surge of kind of a surge there. And another thing I noticed with the warning, and I didn't end up bringing it up earlier, but whereas a lot of the warnings we've seen tonight have been 30, 35 mile per hour speed estimates that they've been putting on those. That particular storm, at least back when it was in Guntersville, you could see how fast it was moving. They had a speed estimate of like 50 or so miles an hour. I'm not sure if I'm just curious if we go to the current warning now, if they're saying, so they're saying 50 miles per hour with this too. So with that little surge, you can see how fast, and that's just, it's dangerous anyway, but when you accelerate that even more, it just makes it that much harder to get everybody in, to safety before it gets there, and just momentum of that as well can help even create more damage, and obviously even just more straight line of wind damage and stuff too. So it hasn't helped that there's been quite a bit of rain of late, and so I would assume we're not even just with the tornadoes, but you're going to be having quite a bit of wind damage and things like that, even outside the tornadic areas, just with all that we've been seeing here lately.
Yeah, the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think here shortly for northern Jefferson. So heads up for our friends up around Warrior and Kimberly. And I don't know. Would you think that would get into southern Blunt? Maybe, probably. I don't know. They're not mentioning southern Blunt, but obviously the reflectivity's coming up there west of 65, heading toward the community of Hayden.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I mean, obviously it looks like the sort of appendage, sort of a hook there that's happening appears like it would stay more in northern Jefferson County, but you might get a little bit of potential hail along that southern edge of Blunt. So yeah, I could see where they might clip just the very south corner or south kind of border of Blunt County, but I would say mostly north Jefferson. So places like Warrior and Kimberly and Morris, we'll be seeing this storm here pretty soon. Looks like it's a decent chance it's going to stay north of places like Gardendale and Fultondale, but it's definitely something to kind of keep an eye on. And then other places as you get kind of further to the northeast, places like Pinson and Palmerdale will be places that'll need to kind of pay attention to that as it moves to the southeast. But again, no warning issued quite yet in Jefferson County, but looks like that will likely be imminent here soon.
I'm seeing a lot of reports for down trees on County Road 124 in Walker County, and I'm getting a lot of reports too that there's a lot of lightning and thunder in the Hayden area. So heavy thunder in that area and lightning.
Yeah, so that's out in advance of this storm. That's lightning out ahead of our Walker County cell right there. And Brooklyn, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. John Talbot. That gentleman you see there in the Weather Service chat, he's a hero. He's one of our sky watchers over here on our side, and a longtime incredible friend of the blog. And he does a spectacular job monitoring the law enforcement scanners and 911 centers across central Alabama. And he sometimes is busier than a one-armed paper hanger on these kind of nights. So John, a salute to you if you're listening out there tonight. We appreciate what you do. But yeah, you got a little lightning uptick there in Northeast Walker, and I'm sure that continuing out ahead on the anvil ahead of that storm. So I'm sure some folks are getting a little bit of a wake-up call if they went to bed early tonight in northern Jefferson, southwestern Blunt up there in the Empire and Corner, Hayden community is going to be moving over toward Locust Fork and all those areas for sure. So be looking for that severe thunderstorm warning. Just a second ago, it's interesting because we have a team at the Weather Service in Birmingham, and the rest of their associates tonight are at the Weather Service in Peachtree City. And the warning actually came out of Peachtree City, and Birmingham told us in the chat that a warning was coming. So it was like they got it out even faster in Atlanta than Birmingham could tell us it was coming. So hats off to what the men and women of the Weather Service in Birmingham are doing tonight.
The National Weather Service in Huntsville is saying that rotation in DeKalb is approaching Collinsville community, and it'll start heading towards southern Portersville here soon.
Yep. And looks like the reflectivity has really ramped up.
Jackson County EMA also said that County Road 6 is completely impassable in Woodville because of flooding.
Yeah, so we're seeing more and more reports of flooding, and even though the echoes are moving faster with this event, then they're not. We're not seeing. I guess we have seen a good bit of training though.
Well, at least different cells.
Yeah.
Kind of coming one after another, so just kind of waves upon waves. So yeah, there's been a little bit of that in certain places, maybe not everywhere, but I can definitely see with the way this has evolved that there would be some places that have had quite a bit of rain here. Which, in fact, I guess we could actually take a look at that real quick with our precip accumulation. So we'll just take a look at the, let's see, 1 hour precip total. Yeah, well, actually, unfortunately, Sylvania, which
Wow.
had the tornado earlier, also looks like it's gotten some of the heaviest rain as well. So that is not helpful. That's just the 1 hour total. Let's look at the storm total and see what we can see further to the west. So yeah, so Woodville looks like that stripe in the storm total rainfall here is right in that Woodville area. So I would assume that that flooding is probably being reported maybe to the south of that. Just looking at that, and then you saw quite a good strip that moved through with the.
We just got a new tornado warning for Cherokee and Etowah.
Okay, so we'll take a look at that too. But yes, definitely rain has been a story in some of those areas too, and that have those higher stripes of precipitation accumulation here. But so I guess this is our new warning right here, right?
Yeah, it's going to be far to the northeast of Gadsden. That's good. For the city of Gadsden and Attala, you don't have to worry. This is just clipping the far northeastern part of the of Etowah County there to the east of I-59, but it's going to move further down into Cherokee County and affect communities like Lake Center and Cedar Bluff and Leesburg and Galesville. Down into Weiss Lake and Weiss Dam, other places, like Waterhouse and Cornwall, places like that. So kind of zooming in, what we see here, we're watching this very dangerous activity that's moving in from DeKalb County, has a history of producing lots of damage. Folks from Leonard up to Sand Rock, down to Mackey, you're going to be first up. Yellow Creek, Little River, Congo, you're on deck. Watson, Hurley, Antioch, you're batting third. Getting into Cedar Bluff, Cornwall, Galesville, up to Dewey, you're going to be batting cleanup on this line as it moves in. But we see really strong indications of a potential tornado there, passing south of Collinsville. General indication is it's moving just a tad to the north of east areas there along Alabama 68 from Leonard up to the northeast. We want you to be in a safe place. And Drew's checking something there. Drew, what were you looking for right there?
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the velocity, or the speed estimate again.
Yeah.
They've got to kind of put it back down a little bit. We might kind of split the difference here. We're going to get a storm track on here. Just from the general area of this and kind of going in this direction, we'll just to kind of get some ETAs on this. Let me put it at about not 470, but 40. And
We wish it was moving 470.
Yeah, we'll get them out of here. Yep.
But some impact times coming up. Sand Rock here in about 10 minutes, so that's going to put it there about a little before 10 o'clock, 9:55, 9:57. Little River in about 19 minutes, so about 5 minutes after the hour. Cedar Bluff coming up at about 10 minutes after the hour. Cornwall, Furnace, and Galesville a little bit after that. So these storm tracks are extremely valuable and help us know what's going on. But again, we don't have the benefit of our closest radar tonight from High Top. It's not back online yet, but we do have good indications of a potential tornado there approaching the community of Leonard in southwestern Cherokee County. Also just read that the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to issue a tornado warning for DeKalb, and they may have just issued it, Brooklyn, that will come right up to or perhaps include Fort Payne. First time they've been in a warning tonight, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that Fort Payne will probably
Yeah, they've got a warning now for sure. This new tornado warning here. Let's see. I'm going to look at a little different. Look at a little different source here, because those warnings are getting a little difficult to see. This warning includes the communities of Rainsville and Fife, Geraldine, Crossville, over to Collinsville, along I-59, up to Fort Payne, and includes the community of Powell in the eastern portion of the county. This goes till 10:30. Hail's not really the problem here. Pea-size hail is the potential.
I just got something from the National Weather Service in Birmingham that Western Cherokee needs to shelter now.
Yeah, that's Hunter Robinson at the National Weather Service in Birmingham, and he's right. Let's take this very seriously, Western Cherokee. You're under a tornado warning now. Areas from Congo down to Little River, Sand Rock, Leonard. We've been calling your name. We want you to be in your safe place right now. This thing is lining up to plow across the county. Reflectivities are very high. Wind velocities are very high. There's a potential tornado there on the southern end of it for sure. Anywhere along that line, we could see a spin-up tornado, and those can be extremely damaging and deadly. So this activity continued to push to the east. A good bit of almost all of Cherokee counties in a tornado warning. Tiny bit on the northern end. Well, northern end still covered by that early tornado warning. Then you get a little stripe that's just in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the entire county, Drew, right now is in a warning of some sort.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy mix of warnings through here, but yeah, there's just been so much going on that it's been hard to kind of, I think, for the Weather Service to cover it all with the warnings that they've got here. Now it does look like, at least in the northern part of Cherokee County, that circulation looks like it's mostly moved over the state line into like Menlo, Georgia at this point. I'm not seeing as much. So I think we're doing a little bit better there, and it looks like the main concern is going to be the one that is moving basically kind of in the and south of the Collinsville area at this point right now, crossing over 59, over I-59, and then moving towards Leesburg, Yellow Creek subdivision, Cedar Bluff, and points to the east in Cherokee County. So very concerning situation. Again, like we've talked about before, this has looked pretty dangerous for a while. And at this, the altitude that we're seeing this, from the Birmingham radar, still very concerned that this is going to be producing something at the ground, and obviously the Weather Service has been agreeing with that as well. So continued dangerous storms in that area. Thankfully, places back to the west and Guntersville and Albertville looking a little bit better at this point. I had kind of a rough time earlier for sure. Looking back at the reflectivity, still some heavy weather back there. Don't get me wrong. You still have kind of the back edge of the storms, and even some decent lightning right now moving in between Arab and Guntersville. So we'll still keep an eye back there. It's not at all clear yet in those areas, but yes, it's definitely really starting to kind of get right there into Cherokee County, or about to cross over here very shortly with this tornado warning.
And good news for our friends in Northwest Alabama. You can go to bed now in places like Hamilton, Double Springs, Haleyville, Hackleburg, all across Lamar County as well. So the tornado watch has been canceled for Marion, Winston, and Lamar counties. So our friends over there, West Alabama, Vernon, down to Sulligent, are now in the clear. Got a new flash flood warning from the Weather Service in Huntsville. Now looks like southeastern Madison and southeastern Madison, southern Jackson. Looks like it goes all the way over into southern DeKalb County. Does it clip a little bit of? I guess it does. It gets DeKalb County too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we've got a new flash flood warning, and the good news is, I think, is once we get this rain out of the area near I-59, it's just going to be light to moderate rain for the next few hours. I don't think any new rain will develop to the west, but you've already had so much rain. We've seen so many reports of flooding that it is not a time to be driving around in this flash flood warning area. Remember our maxim. It's the easiest one we have in the weather lexicon. Turn around, don't drown. It's if you see standing water on a road, don't drive into it, don't wade into it, just stay away from it. It's not worth it, folks. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Walker, or is that just the continuation of that
So it
last
appears
little?
that it's just the very last remnants of that original
Yeah,
warning
okay,
in
that's
Walker.
what that
And
is.
it looks like at this point that the Weather Service must have decided to not warn for this storm in northern Jefferson County, even though it still
Well, that's good.
has some structure to it. It's hung onto that hook structure for quite a while now, but it's not reaching their threshold in order to actually put a warning on it. But yeah, still got some rotation on it too. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be watching that. It seems to be kind of cycling up and down, but hasn't quite reached the threshold to get the warning. But
Well, as Brooklyn has reported, it's produced some wind damage for sure.
It's definitely producing a good bit of wind damage, for sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get some hail damage here soon, reported in Walker and parts of Blount and northern Jefferson County.
Yeah, everything seems to be the line seems to be picking up a little bit now through Walker County back into Fayette County, in the extreme northern parts of Tuscaloosa County, just working its way into Jefferson County. So, we may see that intensification process begin down here. Now, back further to the southwest, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. We'll look at that in a second. We got, maybe a little bit of rotation there around Highland Lake. That's another area that has seen its share of tornadoes. Unfortunately, southern Blount County, right on this county line there with St. Clair. West of Asheville. That's a little bit concerning, Drew.
yeah, I hadn't really noticed that particular one yet, but that certainly looks a little suspicious. So right along, or about to cross I-59, and that's basically west of Asheville at this point, heading in the direction of Asheville, and steals up towards the northeast, Chandler Mountain up that way, northern St. Clair County. Looks like that it's going to be it's moved north of Springville, but that'll definitely be one we can keep our eye on, and I'm sure, be interested to see what the Weather Service think about that as well. But yeah, there's still just lots of little potential circulations around. So it seems like it's still going to be a little bit before we can breathe a little bit easier, just because so many of these little cells. Now, a lot of them, they're fairly small. Don't look too intimidating, but their structure still, they've all trying to spin basically still. So it's going to be hard to feel good about that until we see a little bit less of that going on.
Yeah, I don't like that we see so much helicity on the mesoanalysis. It's still, when I hear 200 meters squared per second squared of helicity, that gets my attention, and I think that's what's happening. 50, 60 knots of bulk shear. And
and this one here, moving further into Cherokee now, still not looking great, and that's getting right there to the western edge of Weiss Lake at this point. And I'm worried about that.
Leesburg is under the gun right now.
Yep.
And there are probably a lot of folks, in their vacation homes or their, permanent homes, cabins, probably manufactured homes around Weiss Lake, and certainly some, RVs and things too. Third wheels and folks around the lake. So, now's the time to, get to a safe place, because you don't have much time in that area. These storms are bearing down on you. And that hell core, very heavy rain reflectivity there near Powell is, showing that the storms still mean business.
And speaking of that, there have been, there have definitely been some hail reports, seeing some stuff on X where there was damaging hail in Huntsville. And we've seen a number of cores, and so it hasn't just been the tornadoes or potential wind damage, but there actually has been some confirmed hail damage as well with the system.
Take us down into eastern Mississippi, Drew, for a second. Let's see what's kind of going on there. We got severe thunderstorms east of Jackson, at this hour, approaching the Meridian area. They're north of Forest, approaching I-20 there. So those storms, of course, are going to, work their way into west central Alabama eventually, and we'll have to deal with those. As they probably will move into northern Choctaw and southern Sumter counties in about 2.5 hours or so. So, we'll have time to watch those as they move through Meridian. And it kind of looked that way when you looked at your convectional allowing models, that they, sort of ramped up the activity down here in west central and southwest Alabama as that activity pushes over there. So, you may see, if you're in southwestern Alabama, in places like Livingston and Butler, Demopolis, Linden, down to Thomasville, maybe even Jackson and Monroeville tonight, you may have to deal with this severe weather later tonight. Hopefully it will continue to weaken, as we go through time. But we've, got that on the radar for sure. Certainly still have lots of, fairly numerous area of, fairly discrete, very heavy showers and thunderstorms now from northern Tuscaloosa, southeastern Fayette, through much of Jasper, into northern Jefferson now, pouring in places like Warrior and Kimberly, getting ready to move and beginning to move through southwestern Blount. And, Coleman, you're beginning to, it's beginning to look a little bit better for you, hopefully, for the city of Coleman at least. Still got some cells there in northern Walker up around Carbon Hill that are going to have to go through southern parts of Coleman County, but they seem to be a little weaker. Got a big cell moving through Gunnersville and Albertville right now, so lots of lightning, very, very heavy rain. Going to have some more local flooding occurring in that area for sure. And we do have a flash flood warning to the north. I would not be surprised to see another flash flood warning coming, for parts of Marshall and southern DeKalb a little later. Coming on further to the east, we've got tornado warnings there in this concentration. We've got extreme northeastern Etowah, southern portion of Cherokee County, areas around Center and Cedar Bluff. Now the Weather Service in Birmingham has, well, I guess not yet. Probably won't be long till they carve out that little tiny little piece of real estate there in northeastern Etowah. Do you think, Drew? I mean, do you see anything that looks exceptionally concerning there? I guess they're going to let those heavy cells get on through there. Underlying that, you got a severe thunderstorm warning under that tornado warning. And what else we got up there at this point? That's I guess all the warnings from Huntsville are gone now.
Yeah, that's that tornado warning. So it looks like the ones that had been further north up into DeKalb and everything, they've allowed to, or either have expired or they've canceled. I guess as those circulations have moved over the state line, thankfully into Georgia. So yeah, at this point, that's our only tornado warning, and also. I guess the severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of right there with it is also the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have across the state at this point. So, good news. Hopefully, we can keep it that way. But definitely, looking at this loop here, still seeing concerning potential circulations. That same one we mentioned earlier, moving in the Asheville area, still hanging in there a little bit, and even. Near Gadsden, got a little something going on here. At least going to be some gusty winds here coming up pretty soon, it looks like, in parts of Attala and Gadsden. No warning, though, but definitely still the tornado warning here. And it's moving. It looks like it's going to be mainly north of Center at this point. Doesn't look like it looks like you still will get some heavy winds in Center, but it looks like Cedar Bluff is going to be the main area and the surrounding areas that are still within the threat of this particular circulation right here. And trying to look at the laps here again, and it even looks like there's a little possibility of some of that further north going towards the northern tip of Cherokee County, up towards Blanche and Reinhardt and New Moon. So again, a good portion of the county is still needing to be in shelter. And taking this seriously because of the history of what these have been able to produce. We want to make sure that everybody is staying safe, but we're hoping we can get this circulation across the line here in the near future, maybe, and we'll see if we can keep a tornado warning free for a little bit. But yeah, definitely not looking like it's over yet. Just kind of looking at the way the radar looks. Still some interesting things here and there.
Yeah, 43 minutes left to go on that tornado warning and that severe thunderstorm warning there. But it looks like did we get Etowah County out of the warning completely at this point? Yeah, it looks like the Weather Service clipped them out, so that's good. That's part of the process. You issue this, you issue a new warning, whether it's a severe or a tornado warning or a flash flood warning, and then the Weather Service's desire is to clear as many areas as they can as quickly as they can, and they do a great job with that by issuing cancels and continues in the process. So Weather Service in Birmingham is going through a much needed software upgrade. It's going to really help them a lot. It's been planned for a long time. It's not something you can move. It was very unfortunate that it straddled this event, but lots of great planning by their warning coordination meteorologist, John DeBlock, and their science operations officer, Kevin Laws, good friend. He was on Weather Brains Monday night. If you haven't gotten a chance to watch that, go back and watch it because he and his team there at the Weather Service in Birmingham have been at the forefront reducing false alarm ratio, and have done that, defying the odds, maintaining their probability of detection. Now that's two crazy numbers I just talked about right there. But if you can, if you can still catch the same number of tornadoes and issue fewer false alarms, you're doing a good job. And they are leading the country, and it's because of people like them and their whole team. That team at the Weather Service in Birmingham. But we got this one tornado warning right here, Cedar Bluff and Center. This activity is now moving into the Cedar Bluff area. This storm has a history of producing tornado damage. We've got that notch right there. We've got the huge downdraft right there over the Antioch community. Updraft coming up right there over Cedar Bluff, Highway 9, moving into the McWhorter subdivision. If we were going to have a tornado, it's probably right there, north of Summer Estates, the Sewell subdivision. It's going to be moving over toward Alpine Shores. It's going to be roughly paralleling Highway 9 all the way over toward Hall Valley. Waterhouse, we want you to be in your safe place. That's a concerning area from real activity. Drew, you concerned with that rotation? Is that the rear flank downdraft coming around? Do you think those are strong winds? Could we get a little spin up tornado in there?
It certainly looks like it's possible. You could have a little one there, but that does look like it's more probably the downdraft there. Obviously still a good chance you're going to get some wind damage with that possibly, but yeah, it's still enough of a circulation that maybe you could get a little spin up with it. So that's the tornado warning. But I think you're right that's probably more likely some part of the RFD coming around there with that. So the structure of the storm is definitely kind of taking on kind of an interesting look here, but still very dangerous looking and enough higher reflectivity where, again, like we said before, it's certainly very possible that there's some hail mixed in with that as well that will be coming in and could potentially do some damage. But of course, the tornado warning and the tornadoes are going to be our primary focus here for that. But still definitely got rotation within the thunderstorm that we've got to be concerned about.
Yeah, nice note from my friend Carla Plam up in Gadsden, one of the best hotel people around. She always says, it's not bad till Bill Murray tells me it's bad. So now she says she can watch me. So Carla, shout out to you. She says just lightning and thunder there, pretty calm in the Gadsden area, and we're glad of that. We'll try to keep it north of Gadsden, Carla, for you. Maybe you can get to bed before it's too late tonight. And right now, no warnings for Etowah County or anywhere near Gadsden, so that's good news. But we'll be watching this line as it continues on to the east. It's sort of, kind of breaking up a little bit, getting a little more disorganized. And right now, things look really good. West of, really Walker and Jefferson counties. We're looking really good right now. Back through Lamar, Fayette. We're not out of the woods yet, but most of the cells are gone for the time being. Out of these counties, Pickens in northern Tuscaloosa, looking good. Back to the west, got a storm there north of Macon, Mississippi. It's trying to get together. That's probably going to move into Pickens County, move up toward Reform, and we'll be watching that closely as it does. Still a great deal of felicity, wind shear, and instability in those areas. So, these storms are not done yet. We've got storms approaching Meridian, Mississippi from the Forest area over there along I-20, and they're going to be storms that we're going to have to watch for sure. So we're not out of the woods yet. We'll probably hold down the fort here till about 1 a.m. or so. You see those storms right there approaching Forest and Newton. They're still severe. They're going to move toward, it looks like they might clip the southern portion of Sumter County. See a little outflow developing, Drew.
Yep.
Outflow. That's my cheer. That's what I'm cheering for.
Yep.
Because if they become outflow dominant, that lessens their severe threat for sure. So, but for right now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for those communities, and Meridian will be clipped by those. Now, if you go further into Louisiana, down there along the river, south of Natchez, got severe thunderstorm warnings northwest of the New Roads community, one of my favorite places down there, St. Francisville, New Roads. Those areas are just beautiful. In Louisiana, Alexandria, great town. And those storms have moved through there. It looks like they're becoming outflow dominant. So that's good. Keep it up. But we still got a tornado warning here. Weather Service in Birmingham. They're over here about, I guess, in Peachtree City. We can't really see it there, but yeah, I guess it's where that radar is. They are exiled over there with the great folks at the National Weather Service in Atlanta. They piled up and drove over there today to provide us with the same warning coverage that we expect and that we get every time we have severe weather. Here's your tornado warning right now in southern Cherokee County, Galesville. Got a little bit of a twisty there. And moving into the Cedar Bluff area, probably that rear flank downdraft coming around. Could be a potential tornado there from Cedar Bluff, northeast of Antioch, east of Antioch Estates. The spin is right there around Cornwall Furnace. Going to be moving toward McWhorter Subdivision. Galesville, we want you to be in your safe place right now. Moving up Alabama 9 toward the Georgia border, for real and Hall Valley. Those places are under the gun. And, we've got concern here because we don't have great radar coverage tonight. We're missing one of our best radars. Weather Service, continuing a tornado warning for the southern part of Cherokee County. And hopefully we'll get this into Georgia soon, but that still looks pretty formidable right there, Drew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're looking at it now. We've been looking at it from the Birmingham radar. We're looking at it from the FFC, radar, Peachtree City now, and just looking at it from a different angle or from a different location. Still definitely some rotation going on there. So it's still very possible. Of course, there's a tornado warning on it, and it's very possible that we're going to that there could still be one on the ground there. It looks like we've had a continuance or an update just in the last couple of minutes. So the tornado warning remains in effect, and it's going until 10:45 at this point for Cherokee County, for Central Cherokee County. It's a radar indicator rotation, so at least the good thing at this point is we're not getting a confirmed tag or anything, so we don't have official confirmation on the ground or anything like that. We're not seeing a debris signature or anything. Again, our radar coverage being limited, it doesn't help with that, but good to see that we're at least not having official confirmation that this is on the ground at this point. So we're going to hope that stays that way. But again, places, Cedar Bluff, Galesville, Cornwall, we're in the Weiss Lake area at this point, basically, and so anywhere around there, you're going to need to be paying attention. And it does look like that it's going mainly kind of along the northern tier of the lake, some of the southern reaches of it, up down towards Ferguson and Newberry Cove, and down even towards Center at this point. Looks like Center, things have kind of passed to the north, but it really is Cedar Bluff and Cornwall and Galesville, Lawrence. Those are really the places right now that it's still just looks pretty concerning, and certainly could be something happening at the ground. We'll take a look and just see if we happen to see anything within that correlation coefficient. Now, there is something going on there, but that very well could be hail. It looks more like a hail spike, I would say, at this point. So that's usually indicating hail. We'll just kind of look at a few other products here. Yeah, that looks like that's more the hail
There's
core.
definitely a hail core there now. Drew, that's one of the best hail cores we've seen on this
Yeah.
storm in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yep, absolutely. So another good reason that to not be driving around right now in these areas, because it's not fun driving through a hailstorm if you've ever done it before.
No. Our good friend, Storm Dr. Lance, I don't know if you saw our coverage back on, I think it was March 14th. He did a great job, and he took a little field investigation or field reporting vacation out. Oh, that surge kind of scares me there. On that last on that last velocity scan there. That really could be trying to spin something up along Highway 9 there in the Farrell community. Hall Valley, we want you to be in your safe place right now. That's a concern. That area right there at the intersection of the road that goes down to Waterhouse, I'm not sure what that road is.
Looks like County Road 51, Cherokee
Okay.
County 51.
Yeah, Cherokee County 51, where it intersects Alabama 9 right there. We want you to be in your safe place. Just watching that very carefully. So that's significant. I think I was telling a story. I can't remember what it was. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
But I tell you, folks, this is so important to all of us because we, like for me, I grew up, we didn't have this kind of coverage until James Spann came to Alabama, and to have that national treasure here, and to get to work with him for the last 26 years has been amazing. But there's Notch right there was supporting that velocity we saw. Mm-hmm. So something maybe trying to spin up right there southeast of Cedar Bluff. So for real community, we want you to be in your safe place. Gales up to Hall Valley, southeast of Galesville. Yep, that rotation's kind of picking up. We don't have a great vantage point here, folks. We're not going to see a traditional couplet.
Yeah, and that's off Birmingham again. I just was trying to see if we could see anything different, but
Yeah, we're
it's
getting
looking
closer to
like
Atlanta.
FFC is probably our best bet. Whoops, for this storm.
Yeah,
definitely get a little better look at
now,
it.
see, that's starting to look more like what we expect. We're out far away. We're just kind of seeing the fringes from Birmingham, but now we're starting to see pretty close to the Atlanta radar, and that looks a little more like what what we would traditionally expect to see. Southern part of Weiss Lake, well, really eastern part of Weiss Lake, getting kind of bombed right now. So I want you to be really careful there around the lake. Don't want to hear any reports. Brooklyn, anything coming out of the Weather Service in Birmingham about this thing?
Not really. They're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for central Cherokee County, but they're not reporting much. It seems that the storm, I don't want to say maybe calming down, but it's definitely calming down enough that the chat isn't blowing up.
That's exactly right, and we're glad of that. The Weather Service in Huntsville is already starting to think about their assessment tours in the morning. So they'll have crews going out for surveys. 3 different crews will be going out in the 7 to 8 a.m. time frame. So they've got several paths that they've got to go and investigate. So it's going to take them several days to investigate all of those. But things are calming down up in the Weather Service in Huntsville area. They've now cleared the tornado watch for Lawrence and Limestone, Madison, Morgan counties. That's good. The watch continues for Marshall and DeKalb, as well as Jackson. So, but beginning to get wider swaths out. So, other than those folks that are having to go through cleanup, lots of folks' power is out in Madison County, around 18,000 customers without power last time we checked. And it's going to probably be a process Looks like they got about maybe 2,000 of them back online though,
Yeah.
Drew. So, you know, our power crews are heroes. The men and women that do this for our various utilities are just American heroes. And we celebrate each and every one of you because you put your lives on the line. You guys are essential workers and first responders, you know, just like our police and fire and paramedics. And we appreciate and love every one of you. So thank you. We've got a lot of power outages now in Marshall, it looks like.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out how Jackson only has one. I'm given what we've heard.
Yeah,
in some areas.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. There may be a lot of cooperatives. I would think TVA's big in Jackson.
Should be, but yeah, maybe we're not getting all the reporting.
Maybe some smaller cooperatives
Yeah.
that, you know, they do a fantastic job too, but we may not be getting that report on this source, which is an outstanding source.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
We love it, but you know, it's not obviously totally comprehensive. So there probably are a lot more power outages in Jackson County, as you point out, Drew. But Huntsville's, Madison County, areas west of the city, out there are probably the hardest hit for sure. Looks like Morgan's up there, a little more populated, and Marshall obviously has been pretty hard hit in the last couple hours. So.
Yeah, it looks like Coleman's gotten some, and even Walker as well. You can see it's a little bit of a different shade compared to the blue around it, where they did have that strong storm move through earlier that had the warning before it moved into northern Jefferson County. But so yeah, definitely some evidence there of some of that damage that was reported there in Walker County. So that definitely kind of jives with what we've been hearing. And I'm just kind of taking a look at some of the storms. You know, the one that came out of Walker County that's moved into northern Jefferson, they didn't end up warning it. Had some interesting, still has some good structure there for a little while, but it does look like things have started to get a little bit more messy as it's moved further to the east. And I'm hoping, this trend continues, because I feel like, there's still plenty of cells, but I don't know, they seem like they're starting to kind of lose a little bit of the oomph there and a little bit of some of the organization. So let's hope that that's a trend that continues. As we move forward. I haven't had any warnings there in kind of the central part of the state in a while since that warning that was in Walker County. So nothing else has really happened there recently. And going back up to the tornado warning, let's kind of take another look at that. Let me actually first of all switch back to the Peachtree City radar, since that's giving us our best look at it. So it looks like we're getting close to getting this thing out of the state. You can still see, looks like we got some inflow there and a hook going on. Yep, so the velocity still looks that it's concerning, although maybe not quite as tight as it was there for a little bit. Still good chance that we've got some wind issues in those areas. At least at this point we can say that the circulation has moved to the east of Cedar Bluff. But now places like Hall Valley, Frill, looks like maybe a little bit south of Fullerton, but Waterhouse is going to be pretty close to there, Alpine Shores. So there's still some communities before we get to the state line that are under the threat here. So again, we're continuing to cover that tornado warning and still got circulation for sure, although hoping that it is starting to kind of ramp down a little bit.
Yeah, the Weather Service in Birmingham saying they're not going to let this warning be canceled or expire early. So looks like we're going to ride it all the way into Georgia for sure. Mm-hmm. And that's probably the course that makes the most sense. So further to the southwest, Gadsden, you're getting some thunderstorms now. Very heavy rain in the south side area and over in Rainbow City. You're getting some very heavy rain there, but it's not severe south of Glencoe. This activity's really filled in the last few minutes. Some heavy rains moved through the Steel area. Heavy rain along I-59 there from the rest area up toward the city of Gadsden. There's more to come. It's all coming in from western Etowah County. So we'll be watching this activity very closely, not seeing anything right now that makes us think it's severe. The Weather Service not issuing even a special weather statement at this point, but we don't want to let our guard down because we know there's a lot of helicity here. There's, something got a really good downdraft right there near Rainbow City, and it's showing up on velocity a little bit. So, anytime one of these updrafts can poke its head up tonight, it's finding plenty of shear. So you could see some 70-mile-an-hour winds right now along the river in Southside, areas south of Rainbow City too. So, southern Etowah, you're not out of the woods here, down to Neely Henry. We want you to be in your safe place, because even if we don't have a tornado here, these winds could be 60, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, be curious, just given what we're seeing in the velocity there. I mean, we're still not right next to the Birmingham radar, but I would think there's a possibility they might want to put a severe on that, just given what we're seeing in velocity on that.
And that's going to move into northern Calhoun, areas from Ohatchee over to Jacksonville up to Piedmont. So we'll be watching that. Brooklyn Weather Service Birmingham talking about that Etowah County cell at all, or not any concerns on it right now?
Not really talking about it much. They're talking about there's tree down in Pine Grove, but other than that, they're not really saying much regarding it.
Some special weather statement just came out from Birmingham. Yeah, that report from the emergency manager in Etowah County, a tree down the 1500 block of Pine Grove Road. So yeah, you're right. They are beginning to watch Pickens County. What's it? Yeah, that's right. They're beginning to watch Pickens County because some of the high-res guidance is beginning to be concerned that we might see that area filling in with storms, and we're seeing a little bit of that now with the southern portion of the county. So I think you'll see some attention to that, areas from Aliceville, Carrollton and Aliceville to the south. So we'll watch that, see what happens. So do have that, that really strong reflectivity peak right there around Rainbow City, Southside, pouring in that area. Northern parts of the Birmingham metro area, rain's coming down, western portions as well out there north of Hueytown and Fairfield, areas around Rock Creek and Sylvan Springs. You're starting to get some really heavy rain, some cells passing over I-22 and Old 78 right there in the Adamsville, Forestdale communities. They're moving up toward Gardendale and Fultondale. And eventually this stuff's going to work on down into Center Point, and eventually Trussville and Argo back toward northern portions of Birmingham, North Birmingham, Tarrant. That had a little quick rotation there over northeastern Jefferson, looked like, kind of working its way toward Highway 79, Drew.
Yeah, I think that was, that was maybe the original storm we were watching moving in northern Jefferson County that they haven't warned before. They haven't warned yet. So it's still maintaining a little bit of an occasional, circulation, kind of pulsing up and down. So
we do have significant weather alerts. We're not, talking about those tonight. We're not showing them on the map. That's one step below a severe thunderstorm warning, but northern Jefferson is under a significant weather advisory right now. Northern St. Clair is under one, and now northern Calhoun and southern Etowah are under significant weather advisory. So there you're going to expect 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe, could see a 50-mile-per-hour wind, and of course very heavy rain, and of course lightning, and maybe some small hail. But, no hail of any significant consequence tonight. The atmosphere pretty warm. The upper level lapse rates, which is something we look at, just haven't been that impressive. The low level lapse rates, obviously, with temperatures near 90 degrees, were impressive today. But, that's been good. That's in our favor, too. And glad of that. So still got a little sliver of tornado warning up there in
Yeah,
Cherokee
National
County.
Weather Service in Birmingham said they're not letting that go or.
Yeah, they're gonna hang on to that. They're gonna be like a rusty fish hook, isn't it, Brooklyn?
Yep, they're keeping it until is all the way in Georgia. They're going to say make sure there is no tornado in Alabama.
They
Before
are.
they let go of it.
They're shipping it over to our friends who they shipped over to Atlanta today. So they're airmailing them a present here tonight.
Yeah, and it looks like that circulation yet really is right there at the state line. So
Yeah.
it's not much longer, but yeah, Hall Valley, it's right there on you right now, and Waterhouse is nearby, for real, like we've talked about. So same place we've been talking about for the last 20, 15, 15, 20 minutes more. It's there right now. So
And what we
I'm
want,
down for a little bit longer.
what we want all of you to do is, all this stuff we do right here is not, as one of my friends says, it's not rocket surgery. Get a great radar app like Radar Scope and learn how to read it and know where you are in your county. That is so, so important. And, just be weather aware. Not only can it save your life, it's fun. And if you know where the weather is, you don't have to worry about it. A lot of people have weather anxiety. I grew up with it. A lot of people do. And the best way to combat that is to, arm yourself with knowledge. And watching these streams, whether it's us or, watching James on the television, or Ryan Hall or, any of these guys. Max Velocity, he's going to be on Weather Brains in a few weeks. I'm really looking forward to it. It's the opportunity. And, it is a lightning storm to beat the band over Weiss Lake. Drew's got something pulled up from John Gilbreth that James Spann retweeted. And, it is continuous lightning, folks. And that's the kind of strobing lightning that scares me about there being a tornado there. So I know if you live in Cherokee County, you know what I'm talking about. Do you think you got a tornado there, Drew? Do you see any kind of?
There might be a little funnel right
Yeah,
there.
it did look like that, didn't it?
Yeah, it's with all the lightning strikes, you can occasionally get a look at it. You at least obviously got some really low hanging clouds.
It's either downpouring rain or rain or a
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Tornado.
Right, it's hard to tell whether you got just looking at a rain shaft, but I've definitely seen low hanging clouds.
Some definite scud.
Yeah, some scud. There's
Maybe a strong wall, maybe a good wall cloud.
Yeah.
Well, that was the lightning.
Boy, the lightning strikes are incredible.
Yeah, that's just
But it's definitely some CLCs there.
yeah,
Creepy looking clouds.
yeah, for sure. I don't know if there was anything else.
Yeah, there's another.
Actually, from Coleman earlier. So
This is the social media magnet, Mr. Spann here. Everybody sends your stuff to him. Look at that. Look at that fast motion on that scud right there. And the lightning is just amazing.
and there's
Tornado.
yeah, this is
That's that
so this is some of the
storm.
stuff from earlier in Madison County. Yep.
Is that a foam cloud?
There's an embedded tornado there. In that, I'd guarantee you. We were calling out Brownsboro earlier, several hours ago. So yeah, there is the tornado. That's a cone tornado from Madison, Alabama, from several hours ago. But that's when the day got started right there. And that prompted a tornado emergency for Madison County. And one of our favorite storm chasers, Brad Arnold, was on that storm doing a good job too. Brett Adair, one of our associates, was on it, and just amazing. So still got our little tornado warning. It's going to go till 10:45. About to get this on into Georgia, Weather Service in Birmingham. They may have to cancel it at some point. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for areas east of the interstate there. I guess we're well east of the interstate. We're eastern part of the county. That little polygon, though, what's the reflectivity look like still? Has the heavy rain moved through Cedar Bluff yet? Yeah, well, no, you
there's
got
still plenty
a
of
ton to go.
Yeah.
So, you're going to see some local flooding in these
I was about to say
areas.
they might have to issue some more
Certainly,
flash flood warnings.
certainly flood advisories. are going to be in order and could rise to the level of flash flood warning, especially at night. This is extremely dangerous, to be out and about. We had some crazy damage across southern parts of the Birmingham metro area from heavy rain over the weekend. There was a piece of road, when I went to run on Sunday, scoured the road out completely. And, you just don't think of that from just kind of thunderstorms. It's 10:30, almost 10:33 here. Well, we've been doing this for about, 4 hours now? It's been a lot of fun. Severe weather's never fun, but it's an opportunity for us to, help you, understand what's going on and to make decisions that help protect your family, and that's what we are here for. And hopefully we'll get this on out of here, and none of the stuff in the western part of the state will develop. Nothing really crazy going on. Still 80 degrees at Calera at 10:30 at night.
It was certainly soupy out there today, and also one of those days where it was pretty windy, especially a few floors up. You could feel it whipping, and then the combination of that with the humidity, it certainly felt like you're going to have some issues with some storms later on, but certainly looking like at least down into the part of into central Alabama, still some strong storms, and again they still got that interesting looking circulation there, along with that cell that we've been watching for a while that now is heading towards I-59 just south of Springville. So continue to keep an eye on that, hoping it keeps itself under control. But even then, you can still see may have increased its organization here a little bit here in the last few scans. So
that's kind of what the National Weather Service in Birmingham was talking about, that these storms are starting to get more organized as they come into St. Clair and Chilton.
I think there's no question. I think the reflectivity is ramping up. Something's going on in the upper atmosphere. Maybe the ventilation as the trough comes across is increasing. So I think we are going to see them sort of make a bit of a last stand here tonight. You see that activity in southern Pickens. I think it's picking up, and I think its reflectivity has increased in the last 15, 20 minutes. Now, it's gratifying to see that the severe thunderstorm warnings are not in effect on those storms moving through eastern Mississippi right now. So that's good news.
Yeah, you can still, like we were talking about earlier, you can still see that the outflow really is pushing south of that now. And you can see that how the storm is pretty rapidly losing strength, losing steam with that process. So that is good to see.
Yeah, so that's maybe good news. Yeah. Right there. I like seeing those southwesterly winds at Tuscaloosa. Dew point 72 degrees. That's muggy. What is that? 81 at the Birmingham airport?
Yep, 81 over 70.
Whew. Yeah, so still
81 at Hull City.
Yeah, still quite muggy tonight. And it's producing some heavy rain. I didn't really look at the sounding tonight, what the precipitable water values look like from Birmingham. See what those. It's kind of sad to see a lot of those stars missing on that sounding map. So if we look at precipitable water values. I'm not looking at the right station. That would help. 1.48 inches. That's not off the charts by any means. A lot of dry air, mid-levels tonight on the sounding at Birmingham. Very moist up to a point. One thing that probably helped us too is, the higher temperatures actually help, especially early. And, because you have those high LCLs, that lifted condensation level. And we've just found in central Alabama, when we have the higher LCLs, we just don't get tornadoes. So But, as night falls and the low-level jet increases, and that's what we're going to see over the next few hours, that's the game changer.
Well, looks like we're
Okay, all tornado warnings gone. That's good. So the Weather Service in Birmingham did cancel that tornado warning. That's great news. So we'll take that. And that's the right call. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for actually northeastern Cherokee County.
We've also canceled that tornado watch for Fayette and Walker.
Oh, very good, Brooklyn. Yeah, we've cleared Fayette and Walker now. So
And that severe thunderstorm warning for East Cherokee will expire at 10:45.
I think the Weather Service in Huntsville will probably wait one more county or so, but they'll probably clear Marshall and Jackson here pretty shortly, and might wait till they can get it out of DeKalb and clear the tornado watch for those counties. So that'd be good news. Got one nice cell there in northern Blunt. Not anything severe, but it's got a little bit of lightning with it east of Bluntsville. It's getting ready to make the trek over US 278 over the mountain there down into Attala, but it's not severe. The southern boundary here is kind of what we're mainly concerned about. I have a new nickname for you, Hawkeye. Hawkeye's watching these reflectivity, these velocities like a hawk tonight.
Yeah, still, this one that we've been watching for a little while, moved through Asheville, now going south of Gadsden. Definitely looks like it's losing steam a little bit, so that's good to see. Never really ever had a warning on it, though. I know that was one we were saying earlier that I was curious if we'd get a severe thunderstorm warning with, potential for maybe some severe level gusts, even if it's not a tornadic circulation. But Weather Service decided it wasn't ever quite reaching that threshold, so that's good to see, and hopefully it continues that downward trend.
Well, that's what makes these men and women good. They don't pull the trigger too quick, and they pull the trigger when they need to, and that helps our confidence in those warnings, and it helps the public's confidence in those warnings too. So if you get a chance, I haven't gotten to hear it yet because my son graduated last night, but if you get a chance, go back and watch Weather Brains Monday night. I got a feeling it was a really good show.
Yeah, it looks like we are clear. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning.
We are warning
Canceled
free.
it a few minutes early, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be too terrible. So, kind of recapping, we're down to a flash flood warning up in Northeast Alabama. We got several significant weather advisories still in effect. I'd say we've got several. Maybe we don't have. Well, I guess we have out there in northern Claiborne's got one. Looks like northern Calhoun's got one. Maybe eastern or southern Etowah's got one as well. And that may be the southern part of Cherokee that's got one. Is that a new tornado warning around Rome, Georgia?
I think that was they
Or is it
issued that.
expiring? It's expiring.
yeah.
It just expired.
Well, it looks like it is expiring. Okay, but that was one that they.
There's a new one in Gordon, Georgia,
Yeah.
or that's been extended.
I guess
Areas
they
around
want that one.
Calhoun. All right. Well, let's look. You want to look at some short-term model data real quick and see what it says.
Yeah, let's do that. Pull that up.
See if we see anything concerning.
In the meantime, we're getting a lot of thunderstorm reported damage in Colbert, Alabama.
Yeah, that was all early.
DeKalb, Marshall, and Coleman and Jackson counties have all been canceled for the tornado watches.
Okay, that's going to be popping off the map here in just a second then. So that's good.
This is the O2Z.
All right, so 9 p.m.
Yeah.
9 p.m. run.
I wonder if I get it. Trying to make sure I don't have a. Yeah, that's the last one I've got on here at least. But yeah, definitely.
Seems like a downward trend.
Yeah, it
doesn't
seems like the trend, at least what the model's thinking, and what we seem to be seeing here is that that complex. You can see it kind of was picking up on that. The one that's exiting Cherokee County, or right now, although I guess we still actually have some pretty heavy thunderstorms there in Cherokee and kind of moving out of Etowah and even starting to maybe clip the northern edge of Cleveland there, but. So you can kind of see how the model has kind of picked up on that, and then within the next couple hours, it seems to really kind of ramp things down. And so that's kind of what we're looking at there. And there's a few little cells here and there. It even looking down at the cells that we've been looking at, and that we're moving through Jackson, and then we're heading towards Sumter and potentially into Choctaw as well. Those look like those will continue to most likely weaken.
Yeah, they're pretty much gone by midnight. Well, that would be what, 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Pull it right there. Not a couple more hours in. Pull a sounding right there in Choctaw or
Oops, sorry.
that in that area right there. See what the sample might look like. Yeah. So I think our severe thread's pretty much gone.
Mm-hmm.
Even with those storms. So I think we get to the point where we can maybe call it a night.
Yep. I think that's what we will.
Check Chilton right there. This is 1 a.m. Go a little further out ahead of it. Get right there on the Chilton-Coosa County line. Marginal tornado still.
Mm-hmm.
STPs are really coming down. And our winds are coming down. Our bulk shears down to 35 knots. That storm relative helicity, I don't know what's keeping it up. Do you think it's
Yeah, it's good.
decent low-level jet forming?
Yeah, that would make some sense, just given the time and everything like that. So yeah, it is kind of interesting. It would still be showing that there. I guess we could look at the graphical representation of that as well.
Yeah, see what that 850 millibar wind looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you still do have that. So
That
you can see it on the
little
map there.
pieces of it, yeah.
Yeah. So just right ahead of that, of the line. Still got a little bit, but it's still clearing out, losing steam. Let's see, we'll take a look at 850.
Not supposed to yawn.
Yeah, I mean, you do. Yeah, I think you're right, because you can see you still got a little bit of that 850 jet in that area right around that time.
Right there ahead of that front on the east side of that trough.
Yeah, but you see it starts to weaken further southeast you go. So, but
Yeah, so this is about 5,000 feet. You hear us quote these crazy numbers, 850 millibars, 500 millibars, 300 millibars. They're standard pressure heights. And for meteorologists, they're like topo maps.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell us a lot, what level those pressures are found. Tell us a whole lot. And that's how we know whether there's a ridge or a trough and whether pressures are, whether heights are rising or falling. And that tells us whether we have sinking or rising air. And, we learn a lot from that. But, you learn real quickly. 850 is about 5,000 feet. And 500 millibars is about 18,000 feet. And you start playing up there around 300 millibars, you're up there around 35,000 feet. It was really fun for me when I got to launch weather balloons with the kids in the Vestavia city schools for several years because they learned all this. We taught them, 2 days of reading the weather models, and some of them went on to have successful weather YouTube careers. And you think, well, I can't learn that. Well, these sixth graders learned it like it was, yesterday's algebra. So.
Sixth graders are smart.
Oh, no kidding. But you put them on weather brains, and James Spann makes fun of them, and he says they smell funny. And
Oh, he always said they smell funny.
he likes third grade people. Those are his people. So
And to stay away from those lunchtime fajitas is something James would always
Oh,
teach
there
us
you
as
go.
kids.
the Axe body spray. What does he say? The third graders can understand humor, can understand sarcasm, and so anyway. But hats off to James for what he does. Because we talk about 2-a-day football practices, but this man does 2-a-day school visits every day of the year, and that's amazing. But you see our tornado watch. We've cleared out those counties in Northeast Alabama, as Brooklyn said. Looks like Jackson's gone, Marshall's gone, DeKalb's gone. So it's now Huntsville's gone to bed for the night. It's all in Birmingham. I don't think we'll see another tornado watch.
Yeah, that was one thing. I thought about earlier. Was I don't guess we've seen any indication on whether there's any thought of extending the watch any further. I've looked to see, if the Storm Prediction Center has issued any additional mesoscale discussion.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, right. And haven't seen anything, so that's good. Yeah, usually by now you would expect they would issue something if they were planning on extending that watch further.
Right.
So, hoping that seems to be all signs pointing in the right direction.
Now, friends in Tuscaloosa, you got some activity moving into your area. So, you're going to probably have some lightning and thunder, heavy rain. Moving across the city, Tuscaloosa, Northport, University of Alabama. But this is not severe. Don't see any signs that it's going to become severe anytime soon. But it's going to be raining heavily along McFarland and along the interstate there, along over the bridge in Tuscaloosa, up Highway 69 into the city, along Paul Bryant Drive and University Boulevard. Gonna be raining, McFarland, but nothing severe. Looks like most of the rain has gone out of the Gadsden area. That's good news. Still raining heavily in extreme southern Blount. Raining very heavily in St. Clair right now through the Asheville area, down to Springville. That's going to get ready to move over into Calhoun County. Jacksonville, you're getting ready to get heavy rain. There'll be more to follow that in a little bit. You'll probably get, I would imagine, 3/4 inch of rain over the next hour or so. Birmingham's gotten off pretty lightly. I've gotten over 9 inches at my house just this month. Tuscaloosa's broken an all-time record for rain for May. This is just going to add to it. Yep. If it gets to the airport there. They've been piling up the rain in Tuscaloosa. So it's funny how this stuff works. I haven't looked at a drought map lately.
Should be non-existent, hopefully.
I was thinking
you would think.
probably is. Let's take a look.
If we're in a drought, we have other problems.
I think only there's a little abnormally dry weather in the wiregrass. But the rest of the state's in good shape, so that's good. John Christie's Lawn and Garden Index, I haven't looked at it in a while. I bet it's looking really good. Let's see what it shows. I bet there's a lot of green on that map. Yeah, look at that. No need to water the lawn across central Alabama anytime soon, that's for sure. So turn those sprinklers off for a few days and get a break on the water bill.
There you go. So there's your drought monitor. So we're in pretty good shape at this point. And obviously it's always good to get as much rain as we can now heading into summer. So if we can, continue to get a few more rounds, and no more severe weather, if we can just get some rain as we head into to the heat of the summer here in the middle of the summer, that'll be helpful for sure. Because on years where we don't get quite as much, then that's
Yeah, we're going into some hot weather coming up soon. And but why don't you take a look at the GFS or something for the next 10 days to 2 weeks. We'll go out into Voodoo territory even, Drew, maybe take a peek at some of what's coming down the road. I was a little worried about this northwesterly flow and what it might mean to us. Our good friends at Pivotal Weather, they do a great job. If you want a weather website to follow, this is one of the top ones. Love Weather Bell, love Pivotal Weather. But get some precipitation indications on there. Yeah, so you see that northwesterly flow. Kind of becomes the ridging sort of develops to the west of us and keeps us in that sort of northwest flow the next several days. And then a little trough sweeps through here around the 28th.
look at that.
That's a,
Ridge. See what that looks like.
that may look like a bucket of spilled paint to y'all, but that's that says a lot to a meteorologist, that's for sure. Now, Drew, tell what you're looking at here. This is interesting.
Yeah, so we're looking at the 850 millibar temperature. So again, like we were talking about earlier, about 5,000 feet off the ground or so, where we were looking at the wind earlier. But in this case, we're kind of looking also at the temperature. And so you can see what the model, at least right now, is showing as we get into early next week, that we're going to get a little bit of cooler temperatures aloft. And so that, will translate to where we'll have a little bit cooler temperatures here at the surface as well. So I believe we'll see those temperatures should get knocked down a little bit for a few days, so that whereas we were around almost 90 degrees, or I didn't see what the official high was today, but we should have a little bit of relief with that coming in, and so I'm always happy to see something like that this time of year.
I'm going to issue a perfect weather watch for next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, that looks
if we're
good.
dry, because we're
Right.
going to be upper 70s for highs, upper 50s for lows.
Yeah, let's look.
So that's not bad.
So
We'll
here's-
take that. That's out around the 27th.
So that's showing. It does put so.
another
Takes a
round of
front through there,
thunderstorms.
some thunderstorms.
Monday night,
And, so if we can get,
Memorial Day,
yeah,
1024 high right there.
I guess once we get that through there and that high pressure comes in, then that should be.
That could be
Kinda nice
cool
for
and
a
dry
while,
right
yeah.
there. So
National Weather Service in Birmingham is saying that they're watching an area of tightening rotation in St. Clair.
well, you had to be a downer there,
It's like, that's not
Brooklyn. But
allowed.
thank you for bringing us up back to reality.
Sorry, I
Thank you
have
for
to do
bringing
my
us back
job.
to reality here.
Sorry.
You've done a great job as a communicator tonight. Yeah, we've been concerned about this southern flank of this stuff. It's not over with.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
right there, approaching 231. It's going to be swinging over toward Raglan.
See, so this is not my fault.
No, never.
That's
don't
the
blame the
same-
messenger,
So
right?
that's the same circulation that
Yeah, we've been watching it.
all the way from Walker County, and even I feel like before that, never has had a tornado warning on it yet. Had the severe thunderstorm warning, but that's it right there. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's starting to look.
It's just crossing US 231.
So yeah, we get hitting 231. It's east of Springville and St. Clair Springs already, so you don't have to worry about it there or those areas. So it's going to
Wow.
stay south of Asheville, but Fairview, Ragland,
Approaching the river.
yep, heading towards the river, towards the Coosa.
Ohatchee eventually.
It's going to stay north of Pell City, so you don't have to worry about it in that area. But yeah, definitely Ohatchee. Those are places that are kind of in that path at this point. So they have not issued it at this point, but are watching and could very possibly, just the way things are looking, become a tornado warning here in the near future.
Yeah, the core is still not as developed as a lot of the other ones. It's not even as developed as the Rainbow City one 30 minutes ago, but it's increasing.
Yeah, see that inflow notch
Is that
there.
why they haven't done a warning yet or a watch?
They do have a significant weather advisory for northeastern St. Clair. for that cell. So yeah, it's not over till it's over. And boy,
There's your storm relative velocity. So yeah, it definitely looks concerning there, and definitely you can see its strength in the last couple of scans.
okay, so we want our friends over in Fairview, Raglan, along Alabama 144, to go ahead and go through your, go ahead, get the kids up and just, go to your safe place. Just ride this thing out. Don't take a chance with it. We've gotten through this tonight without, any really bad news. So let's keep the streak going, because this thing, the rotation's increasing. The core is there, and we're watching it closely. So just keep a very close eye on it here as it swings east. Just, go to your safe place and just hang out and let this thing go by. Moving to the east about 35, probably. Let's confirm
See what they're saying in
the speed here.
SWA.
Moving east at 20. Ugh. So it is taking its time, but that rotation is stronger. Here's a storm track on it, and impact times Raglan about 23 minutes, which will put it in there about 10:23, 10:22. That's going to be the next big town, Fairview. It's going to be probably 10 after or so. We'll be watching the communities along Alabama 77 over there, all the way from the the northern side of this storm track, which drew from Ottery down to Mitchellville, and we'll be keeping a close eye on those too. Eventually, this is going to go maybe south of Ohatchee. That'd be okay, but Middleton, you could find yourself in the path along County Road 73 there in Calhoun County, and it could be going a little faster than that too.
Yeah. Is that the overall storm? Maybe a little bit faster, but as it's kind of circulating, it's like it's slowing down a little bit.
I think there might be.
They haven't done a warning or anything yet.
Yeah, just a special weather statement is all, and that's good. I think that's the right call, but this is what we do. We watch. When you see a rotation like that, though, you take it seriously, and you just be careful.
There's even a few other circulations earlier there.
Yeah, those didn't produce, so that's
much,
good news. But when you go up, and we couldn't really see up around Sylvania, it produced. That's we're probably getting into these just little spinnies now that they pop up their updrafts and they tap this helicity.
So for the people that I'm sure are asking, is this a common thing? Is it common for us to see these rotations on radar and there being nothing that comes from it?
Yeah, there have been some events, Brooklyn, where we've gone an entire day with things that you just knew were producing tornadoes in every case, and they didn't produce but one or two tornadoes. So, yeah, that's the fascinating thing. How to know which storms are going to produce tornadoes. And that's the holy grail. And to be able to warn properly against that.
Oh, we got a tornado warning for St. Clair.
There we go.
Yep. They pulled the
I
trigger.
think that is an absolutely right decision. We might even have a bounded weak echo region
Yeah, I was about
there.
to say that last scan. I don't know why it's not
So
showing
see,
up.
this is why the men and women of the National Weather Service in Birmingham are so good. That is it.
Yeah.
Look at that, bounded weak echo region right there. All right, Fairview, Raglan, to all the places we just called out. This is what we were saying. Go to your safe place. And I'm glad we did. Hope you did. Time to be a hero. Call your friends, call your neighbors, let them know. As John Gordon says, hit the deck. Because this ain't over till the fat lady sings. And I don't hear any singing yet. So we got a tornado warning for East Central St. Clair till 11:45. It's radar indicated, but rotation's impressive. Asheville, Raglan, Neely Henry. That's where it is. Time to take cover. Tornado watch continues till 1 o'clock. And as you can see, just takes one good updraft, poking its head up and tapping this spin that we've got in the atmosphere tonight, and it's making the most of it. So, tornado could be developing, could be on the ground, could be doing damage anywhere in that area. It's well south of the town of Asheville. Not going to affect you. Well east of US 231 now, so that's good news. But it's almost like a little comma head kind of look right there.
Kind of looks like a banana.
But yeah. Make sure we don't have any debris right there.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
I don't see anything on the radar scope. I don't think. Let's make sure.
Yeah, not.
Nothing.
Lapse it just to be sure, but I don't
Maybe-
see anything
maybe there was-
suspicious. Well,
I don't know. There might have been one brief little cell. Could have been a leaf NATO. Maybe south of
Yeah.
Raglan. Well, no, Raglan will be too far out. That
yeah, I
would.
saw some little blip back here in the lapse that could have been
Yeah.
something, but it wasn't. Nothing you can be certain about.
Okay, so here's where this is where the Weather Service in Birmingham. Now they've put a tornado warning on the board. So if no tornado is found, this will count against them as a false alarm. But we saw how it works right here. And if we had been sitting at the desk, would you have pulled that trigger?
All right.
I would have pulled that trigger.
Yeah, I was leaning towards it.
I don't know who issued that warning, but I think that was absolutely the right call. And
Yeah, the way
so
that's
hopefully
looking
there's
now.
not going to be one there. I'm fine with the false alarm in this case, but if there is a tornado there and they do, we do find that out, that'll chalk one up in the probability detection category.
At a minimum, though, it does look like there's going to be some rough winds moving into, Fairview has moved through Fairview already and are heading straight towards Raglan. So,
Yeah, you can see the velocities.
yeah. So it's going to
They're
be
probably
rough.
60, 70 mile per hour winds right there.
So, yeah, definitely if you're in Raglan, you need to be hunkering down no matter what. You're in a tornado warning, and very well could be a tornado, but if at least you've got gusty, you've got potentially severe winds, very capable of bringing some trees down, potentially some power lines down, and which all could be very dangerous. So, we definitely want you, if you're in that area, to be in your safe spot right now, because it's certainly has kind of escalated quickly here with this cell that, like we said, have been kind of watching and has been just kind of hanging around, and then all of a sudden, boom, it, like you've kind of were speculating, curious, what's with the low-level jet, what might be happening, or with the trough coming in, what sort of ingredients might have come together here just right in the last 10 or 15 minutes to kind of make it explode and all of a sudden be a lot more organized than it had been for a while.
And this is going to move over into Calhoun County, and it's going pretty quick. I think it's moving faster than 20 miles an hour. We were talking about it being at Ohatchee. No, I'm sorry. At Raglan at 20 after. It's going to be there way before that. So I think that initial motion, what was the motion on the tornado warning?
I think it had it at 20.
Yeah, east at 20. I think it's going faster than
Yeah,
that.
I think so too.
I think it's more like the 30, 35 we've been seeing all night. So this is going to, this potential tornado, if it's not on the ground, still a potential tornado, is going to cross into southwestern Calhoun County and going to cross very near Alabama 77, very close to the Mitchellville community. Areas to the north of there. Where would that put it? Along Alabama 77, going up toward Neely Henry. Lincoln's pretty far to the south.
35 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's probably the better speed to draw your track with.
Yeah, and that shows Ohatchee within 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah, see, so we don't have as much time as we were talking about here. You're talking about 11:24 into Ohatchee. Places like Middleton a little earlier, Ottery a little bit earlier too, Boiling Springs certainly, in about 10 to 15 minutes. Raglan, it's going to be on top of you immediately. You need to be in your safe place right now in Raglan, but we've been saying that for about 10 or 15 minutes. And we want you to follow through with that. We'll see what the Weather Service in Birmingham does. I don't see any reason why they won't probably pull the trigger on a tornado warning for Calhoun County, except maybe we don't have any reports yet.
Right.
But it is, 10:30 at night, 11 o'clock at night. I guess I can always look right here, can't I?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my watch, got a clock right there. This is, going to be probably to the south of Jacksonville State. It's heading more toward Weaver, Melrose, Peaceburg, these communities. North of Anniston. I don't think it gets down into Anniston or Oxford. And it moves over into Claiborne County. So yeah, we've got a tornado warning here. We saw it developing. It's clearly there on radar. This is the National Weather Service Doppler from Birmingham. Fortunately, it's worked fine. These warnings that you're seeing tonight are coming from the National Weather Service team from Birmingham that's in Atlanta, doing their job tonight remotely.
Woo, don't want that.
Lit up like a Christmas tree. But I think the reflectivity's really come up. Not really, still the core's coming up a little bit, but it's still not.
Yeah, well, we don't have that
Not producing a big hail core, but it's got
bounded weak echo region. Don't see it quite as much.
Yeah, it was right there. I don't know if that little blip we saw in correlation was in the same area. But wow.
Yeah, still.
Or was that a new bounded weak echo region? No, it was kind of like right up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was about right there. Yeah, very strong winds coming into Raglan right now, if not already there. Make sure you got the kids and grandma in the out of the outer bedrooms, off the upper floors, down into that first floor basement. Definitely got 60, 65 mile per hour winds. That's severe. Might be approaching 70. And you got the full gamut right there, the rotation. Anything in chat, Brooklyn from Birmingham? Are they commenting?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well that's good. We're not getting reports. Nothing on Span social media? He'd be getting lit up if we were getting significant damages.
I don't see anything other
Nothing
than
yet.
just the warning itself.
Okay,
so
good.
That's good.
Let's keep it that way. Raining to beat the band along I-59, 20 in Tuscaloosa. That east-west band is going to set up some heavy rain there across southern parts of Tuscaloosa.
That storm is still under a tornado watch.
What's that?
I believe the
Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa storm is still under a tornado watch.
That's
and
right,
a
it
special
is.
weather statement.
Yeah, and
I believe so. I
it
might
had
be wrong on that.
very brief, or very weak,
Yep.
brief rotation earlier. I was kind of watching a little bit on the southern flank of it, but nothing really to worry about too much at this point. But so just kind of keep an eye on it. But yeah, the main show right now for sure is still this one. It seems to be
They are,
well, they've cut the warning down though.
They trimmed off the backside.
But yeah, I'm surprised they're
keeping it for East Central St. Clair County still.
okay.
They got to make a call here pretty quick about Calhoun.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If
That
there's-
storm's quick.
yeah, it's about to cross over, so
The rotation is not as tight, maybe.
yeah. Although it almost looks like it's kind of shifting this down here a little bit.
Yeah, this is the important time coming up here very shortly. This warning's got 37 minutes to go, but this storm's going to be out of the warning in about 10 or 15 at the most. Except you got a lot of heavy rain and thunder to come on the backside of it.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, I don't know if they're not, but if they haven't received any damage reports yet, if that's part of the reason they may choose to not pull the trigger for Calhoun, but certainly still looks impressive enough on radar that I wouldn't say it's weakened a ton so far.
Yeah. Hunter Robinson saw the same thing we saw. He saw that donut hole. Got a tree down in Pinson. That was, I don't know. That was from earlier activity, I guess.
Well, again, it's possible that it was this ill, now that I think about it, yeah, because this was the circulation we didn't talk about it. I'm pretty sure it tracked pretty close to Pinson earlier, so a decent chance this cell that we're looking at with the tornado warning produced that tree damage in Pinson and back in northeastern Jefferson County. And, don't know yet what they're going to do with it, but just, in case they
They're
don't.
commenting on it. They're commenting that the rotation is moving into Calhoun, and they're going to possibly put a special
Yep.
an
SPS.
SPS on it.
SPS coming.
Okay.
That's good. I think
Anyway,
that was the right call, though.
yeah.
You see a donut hole and that kind of couplet.
Yeah, either way, if you're in Mount Olive, Mitchellville, Bowling Springs, Raven Chapel, still be good to kind of be ready to go and be in a safe spot if you're listening to us here, just in case, because it still looks like there's some pretty hefty winds. So you don't want to be near any windows or anything like that. So just still kind of hunker down because it's still going to be a really strong storm coming through very soon here. Either way, along Highway 77. And it looks like a lot of it will end up going a little bit south of Ohatchee. It looks like it's diving maybe a little bit more to the southeast now. And so
Yeah.
it looks like Ohatchee may just
get
get
out.
missed by the bulk of it.
It's going to prove me wrong and go to Anniston and Oxford.
yeah, I guess you got them down there too. don't you?
I jinxed them.
Yeah, so that we'll have to keep an eye on it as it goes into that area, which obviously is got a pretty populated area.
We got a special weather statement for northern Choctaw for that activity coming out of Meridian, Mississippi. But the old Jackson radar here, that's not very significant looking though. No severe thunderstorm warnings now in Mississippi, none in Louisiana. All down to special weather statements.
Still
Big-
have a tornado watch in Meridian,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Mississippi.
a few counties left in the watch of Mississippi, I guess.
Got
Looks like 3 of them, maybe.
just have our tornado warning in Alabama. Going to get a special weather statement for Calhoun. Northern Claiborne's got a special weather statement, and still running one in southern Cherokee. Big severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in Atlanta areas to the northwest of the city. Big blanket warning.
So Northern Claiborne, yeah, that one, I was looking at the hail, or the high reflectivity looked like possible hail core with that.
Yeah.
Let's see what that
It's come out of nowhere.
Although, well, you know what, that palette makes me think it's higher than it is, I think. But definitely at least very heavy rain moving through there. And there is some circulation in this area too.
Yeah, that's going to remain north of Heflin. It's going to be north of Coldwater. Might be turned a little bit to the right. Ooh.
That's
Core's up here in the rotation.
yes, and that rotation kind of just moved through Jacksonville, actually. But I don't think it was.
We're
really
out
doing
on the
anything at
fringe
that
of the
point.
radar.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit harder to tell now. That
Now we're not on the fringe of the radar, but
that's
it's
interesting there.
nice little. But it overall looks weaker.
Thankfully, still with this one, I haven't seen any definitive evidence of anything as far as a debris signature, so that's always good to see. And hopefully that's also been part of the story as far as why they're not going to extend the tornado warning at this point either, because we're not seeing that kind of indication. Despite
Lots of lightning.
Yeah, plenty of that. And seems like that's been the theme, in addition to some of the, obviously the tornadoes we saw up in the northern counties, northeastern counties earlier, but lots of lightning with the video we've been seeing.
And that doesn't make a storm severe, but it certainly can indicate the storm is intensifying.
Yep.
Or that a storm is exceptionally strong, like we saw around Weiss Lake a little earlier. Lightning was very intense. And Tuscaloosa County still got a significant weather advisory. Getting some pretty decent rainfall amounts down there too, for sure.
It seems like the National Weather Service in Birmingham is discussing if this warning is going to get extended into Calhoun County.
Oh, so they're going back on that idea, huh?
Seems like they're discussing it, yeah.
You know, 1 hour rainfall amounts, southwestern Tuscaloosa are running about 3/4 of an inch, so not completely over the top, but some of those places, though, in St. Clair County, 1 hour rainfall amounts are over 1 1/4. So.
Yep.
So it's decision time here on our storm moving into Calhoun. Weather Service in Birmingham's got a. Is that marked as an expiring warning now?
It looks like they just extended that warning into Calhoun County.
Oh, they did.
Tornado warning for Calhoun.
Yours is faster than mine. I'll be darned. It sure was.
Yep, there it is.
New tornado warning for Calhoun County. As Brooklyn said, till 12:15. Moving east at 30. Weather Service has got it near Ohatchee. Radar indicated. So
We got Anniston and Jacksonville and Fort McClellan. So yeah, some moving into a pretty populated area now here that it's now inside this new warning. So
yeah, all the folks that I said we're clear in Anniston and Oxford. Now it's Oxford, you're okay. Anniston, City of Anniston, you're in the warning. Weaver, you're in the warning. And we definitely have an inflow notch there.
Another beware there. Another.
Yeah. So definitely indicative of a strong to severe storm. Got some gate-to-gate shear right there, just west of Alabama 77, north of Sulphur Springs and Mitchellville, southwest of Ohatchee. Fortunately, it looks like it's going to go south of Ohatchee, near or south of Middleton, over toward Melrose and Peaceburg, Halls Chapel, and Weaver. But some very strong winds crossing Alabama 77, going to be bringing trees down across central Calhoun County.
Apparently there's a storm or a cell in Claiborne County that they're watching as well.
Yeah, that's that updraft we were looking at. And Drew's drawn a storm track for us here. I like going a little faster like that. That makes sense. And
That'll likely be a warning here soon.
Peaceburg, you're going to be 10:13, somewhere around 11:36. Alexandria around 11:39. Sachs, you're going to be around 11:42. Weaver around 11:46. Chacalaco 11:57. So getting close to 12. White Plains right at before midnight. So we want you to take this very seriously. It's going to go across northern portions of the Anniston Metro, the Weaver side. Definitely got rotation there. Haven't had any reports yet. Haven't seen any debris signatures. We've seen a couple little, something we call a beware, maybe a donut hole. Not talking about pastries, but there it is again. That's the same one, I guess. So that concerns us. That might be wrapping up, making a little tornado. It's approaching, going over Alabama 77 right now, approaching Calhoun County 73. It's going to be over some fairly populated areas over here around Melrose and Peaceburg, approaching US 431, where it goes up to Wellington, coming out of Anniston. The split right there south of Hillcrest, where Alabama 21 goes up to Jacksonville. Hawkeye's watching the correlation coefficient for any signs of debris.
Yeah, I thought I saw a little something there on the loop, but I'm not sure. With that right there,
Yeah.
you can start to see that a little bit better in the in the reflectivity.
You could imagine a tornado right there in that Reagan Chapel, Boiling Springs area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely doesn't look great.
So,
Yeah.
They just canceled the tornado warning for St. Clair.
okay, that's out of the county, so that's good.
Yep.
That makes sense. This is a Calhoun County problem now. It'll eventually be a Claiborne County problem if it holds together. So far, it's shown signs that it will. But it's coming into northern portions of Anniston. It's going to be very near, just south of Weaver, getting ready to cross US 431. If you live along US 431, Peaceburg, Melrose, down to Hillcrest, we want you to be in your safe place. Communities like Bush and Leatherwood, down to Parkburg. This is the time to be in your safe place. Alexandria, you're on the northern fringe of areas that are going to be affected by this. So I want you to be careful. And that means going to your safe place just to be safe. No surprises. We've got some really strong indications of gate-to-gate shear there. I don't have any measurements of what those are, but that's pretty impressive. And definitely some strong winds on the south side of that.
Yep.
So it's going to bring down trees. It's going to bring down tree limbs. all along here. Well to the north of I-20, so that's good. Looks a little weaker on that scan, so we'll take that. But the raw velocity still shows really strong winds.
Yep.
So areas, really from Weaver south down to Hillcrest, into northern portions of downtown Anniston, we want you to be in your safe place. Oxford, you're safe for now. Holly Springs, you're in the polygon. Then there's a whole row of communities there on the eastern side of this polygon. From Harmony to Chocolaco up to Pleasant Ridge and White Plains along Alabama 9 down to White, Joseph Springs, Iron City, and Old Davisville. Then over to Whiteside's Mill. You're in the polygon. You got to respect it. We want you to be in your safe place. Then we'll have to watch this thing as it gets ready to go into Claiborne County. So that's our storm of the hour right now. That's the only warning we have in Alabama. We've got some significant weather advisories, but none of the other storms rise to the level of a warning at this point. Still got a significant weather advisory for the Tuscaloosa area, southern part. Choctaw County's got one, northern portion of the county for some storms moving in from Mississippi. St. Clair, your tornado warning's gone now. You still got some strong storms eastern part of the county. They're moving on out. They're not tornadic. You still carrying a significant weather advisory for southern Cherokee, but there's no reason for that now. And significant weather advisory for northeastern Claiborne. That activity is pretty strong. You see the red polygon right there. That's our tornado warning. You see that cell moving through northeastern Claiborne. That's prompted that significant weather advisory. So there's our tornado warning. South of Jacksonville, Ohatchee over to Weaver. The most dangerous part of the storm, though, is lit up like a New Mexico enchilada. Red and green, don't like it. South of Ohatchee.
Yeah, and that storm over here too looks a little interesting, but definitely nothing like this. But I'm sure in Cleburne you're probably getting some rough winds and near cold water, and maybe a little bit, Fruithurst and Muscadine getting a little bit of a tube of cold water for sure. I think it's gotten some wind.
Yeah, that's along US 78. Right there. Definitely strong winds dropping through cold water, touching the northern side of Fruithurst. Be moving into Georgia shortly, but our couplet over here is what concerns us. And it is dropping into Weaver. All these communities around Weaver, Peaceburg, Melrose, Leatherwood, Halls Chapel, Hillcrest, calling out your name, Lindlock, Pelham Springs, down to Sachs. That US 431, the split where Alabama 21 goes up to Jacksonville. We want you to be in your safe place. This is real deal right here. We're not getting any reports, which is good news. But the radar tells the story. And the Storm Prediction Center has weighed in, saying that the severe threat will continue for a couple more hours with an isolated tornado threat and still this damaging wind threat. And some of the parameters, that are key here are still these upper 60s dew points, 500 to 1,000 joules a cape, still picking up 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear of about 60 knots. And, those regular audiences on the blog know that's significant. That's why we have these organized storms, because, the storms don't rain themselves out. They're tilted. And the updraft can come in and the downdraft can fall ahead of it. And there's right there. Right there, Drew. What's this highway right here?
Yeah, so that is, we should zoom in a little bit more. So right there, that's Gate 5 Road, it looks like, is
That's
where
probably
you've
the
got
northern side of Fort McClellan.
Yep. So that is in your Melrose. Again, we've been talking about Peaceburg, but that's where, I mean, you've got some really heavy winds to the south of that too. But as far as the actual circulation, it definitely seems to be kind of centered around that Gate 5 Road, heading towards, again, getting really close to 431 at this point. And Saks is going to be really nearby, but looks like, Bush, Halls Chapel, Melrose, and again, like we've talked about, Weaver, obviously Blue Springs, multiple of those places east of 431, along 431 and east of 431 are going to be under the gun here very soon, and definitely very concerning looking circulation with this, and we're hoping we'll continue to not get confirmation on it, and we'll continue to look for that, and we're checking constantly, but the radar signature, at least with the velocity, continues to be concerning. Let's take another look and see.
They've extended that tornado warning for Calhoun County, central Calhoun.
Yeah, they issued all clear for Ohatchee, Mitchellville, areas along 77. Any concern about that correlation?
I don't think so. I mean, well, you know what? That last little, let's just zoom in a little bit. I think that's displaced just a little bit from.
Where's
the
your
main part of the
couplet in relation to
circulation.
that?
So, well, and actually, the last scan, it just the
Disappeared.
blip just popped off. So I'm thinking
Yeah.
that's likely just some, some interference or some noise. But we'll just double check just in case. I mean, it's not too far away, but the fact that it just disappeared in this most recent scan, I don't think that's the actual debris that we were seeing there.
Yeah.
But
So it's
still very concerning velocity signature.
passing just south of Alexandria, moving in between Alexandria and Saks. That's our primary area of concern here. If you live along US 431 or over toward Halls Chapel, Weaver, down to Saks, we want you to be in your safe place. Alexandria, there's the notch. Getting ready to cross 431 right now. Probably already has crossed it. Tornado's going to be hiding right in there. If there is one, it's going to be rain route. That rotation is intense. It's fairly broad, no debris showing up right with the couplets. That's good news. The core, say, core's kind of come down a little bit. So maybe it's not continuing to intensify, but it's certainly maintaining itself. So we continue with this tornado warning. It's in effect for another 39 minutes. That'll carry us up till, what would that be? 12:15?
Yeah. Yep, 12:15.
It is radar indicated. And it is focused on central Calhoun County. Hail's not a big problem. Damaging winds are still a big problem. Even on the south side of that, it is producing really, really strong wind. Lots of scary looking little signatures in there, but the inflow notch is crossing over Alabama 21 and US 431 right now, north of Oxford, northern side of the city of Anniston. Heavy rain's going to come back in with a vengeance here shortly. That's why your grandparents always told you to worry when it got calm. This is why. You're seeing the picture of why. The tornado warning continues for Calhoun County till 12:15 south of Jacksonville. Areas Sacs, Alexandria, Weaver, northern side of Anniston. That's where we're concerned now. This continues. Turn a little bit to the right. That's concerning. Right moving storms always concern us a little bit more. They're positioning themselves a little better to use the instability that's available to them. And positioning themselves to use that spin. And we want to get this one on out of here. It's dropping to the southeast. It's going to pass, and it's still dropping further and further, south. And
Yeah, it looks like now that, at least some of the heavy winds will be getting into, kind of the northern part of Anniston at this point. Maybe not, downtown itself. Obviously, I think is going to get some pretty good winds with it, but it looks like the core of it might go a little bit north of there. But it continues to kind of dive to the southeast.
yeah,
Again, that's heavy winds down that way. Still looking like maybe circulation, potential tornado might be a little bit further to the north around Peaceburg at this point. But again, it was really just the whole northern part of the Anniston area at this point. All the neighborhoods that are kind of north of downtown are really under the gun with this and need to be taking shelter and hunkering down as we continue to kind of monitor this thing. But like we've talked about here for a while, thankfully, I guess it's been a little bit since we've had a confirmed tornado, at least a little bit. And so at least with this particular storm, we haven't really had any true confirmation of a tornado or anything. We've had some reports of some tree damage here and there in the history of the storm, but so far, to my knowledge, I don't believe we've seen any official reports that indicate that there is a tornado yet. But certainly, looks like it's certainly possible. So this is one of those ones that, now you would think, of course, given the area we're going into now, if there is something there, we're going to hear about it here pretty soon because it's going into Anniston.
yeah, there's no question.
But we're hoping we will continue to hear nothing.
The Weather Service saying that they're going to clear Blunt and Pickens. They're going to wait a little longer on Jefferson, Blunt, and Etowah, Cherokee, but they're going to extend the watch till 2 o'clock.
And they're going to be adding Randolph.
Yeah, and Randolph, the missing piece of the puzzle,
Okay.
is going to get added. So Wedowee, Roanoke, you're going to get a tornado watch here shortly in this local extension.
They're saying the rotation in Calhoun is getting tighter.
Uh-oh. But definitely, the storm on reflectivity is shifting more east. I think we're seeing the winds building on that southeast forward flank.
They just canceled the tornado watch for Pickens and Blunt and added Randolph.
Okay, so, and did they extend everybody else till 2 a.m.?
They did.
Okay. So the watch that was in effect till 1 a.m. is now in effect till 2 a.m. So, overtime. That's the O word we dread. We dread that. We like outflow. We don't like overtime. So, I like free baseball. I like free basketball. I like free football even, but I don't like free severe weather. And but our severe storm, our potentially tornadic storm, Weather Service says this is the rotation is increasing and tightening, and yep, I would agree with that. Tornado warning continues till 12:15 for Calhoun, moving east at 35. It's now moved through the northern parts of Anniston. Very strong winds now, probably all through downtown Anniston even. But this potential rotation is a little north of downtown. right there around US 431 and 21. In the Hillcrest community, it's moving a little bit south of east. It's going to go over some relatively more rural areas there, a little more mountainous terrain till it approaches Alabama Highway 9 and the communities like Chocolaco and Pleasant Ridge, eventually over toward Old Davisville and Iron City. So that's what's coming up. We want those communities. Boy, those winds are just continuing to intensify. So still no damage reports. That's the good news. It is 11:45, almost 11:42 right now. And that is our most dangerous storm in the state. It's really the only dangerous storm in the state right now. A nice little boundary along the southern flank of our storms that are now moving into western Shelby, just clipping the southwestern part of Jefferson.
They just extended that tornado warning for central Calhoun.
Okay, so that warning continues. Did they trim off some of the backside of it? Yep.
Yeah, it looks like they did.
Just did. Okay, so we've just gotten an all clear for a couple more communities on the backside. But it's still in effect from White's Gap down to Anniston, back up to Melrose, over to Alabama Highway 9. That tornado warning continues till 12:15. Calhoun County. We'll be watching to see what happens for Claiborne. This is the storm of the hour right here. You see the reds and oranges indicate really strong rotation. There along US 431, really strong velocities. We're not real close to the radar, so that's above the ground, several thousand feet, but could very well be reaching the ground. We're not hearing anything from our emergency management friends in Calhoun County, and that's good news. That's really good news. So, the only thing we've, really hated about tonight is that we don't have weather radio. So if we've been, I think, we've talked about it extensively. I hope you got the message. Your weather radios aren't working tonight. So if you're expecting your tone alert to go off, it's not happening. At least in central Alabama, those 10 transmitters. Huntsville's transmitters work fine. Birmingham's going through a big software upgrade, and it's going to take till tomorrow. So, you're out of the woods in places like Winfield now. Aniana, it's over with for you. Birmingham, it's effectively over for you. But Anniston, this morning, didn't sound on your weather radio. Tuscaloosa, you haven't had a warning. Demopolis, you're not out of the woods yet. Selma, kind of wait and see what happens. Montgomery, Auburn, Texasville, those are down the road. But, this has been one of those opportunities to see, what other ways can I get warnings? There are multiple TV apps. There are all kind of great things that you can use, to get warnings for sure. Barron ThreatNet. Different things that are available to you. What are some of your favorite ones, Drew? How about you?
Yeah, I think the Alabama Safety Net app. That's one that that Barron, which is a company weather company in Huntsville. That's one that's a free app that you can download on your phone and set up the and usually by default when you download it, it'll go ahead and set up the alerts, or it'll go ahead and ask you to set up the alerts and everything, and it'll give you all the Weather Service watches and warnings that you would want. It defaults to having those turned on. It does give you the opportunity to go in there and turn certain things off. You don't want to be alerted for everything, so you have a lot of control over that. So, but it's really, really reliable, and that's definitely one of the best ways that I recommend. But yeah, just kind of, I guess also just staying, paying attention, when we're saying that there's an opportunity or there's a threat for severe weather, just making sure that you're kind of tuned in and, checking your phone and that I think is a big part of it too, just the awareness of it. And tell your family and friends, just like we've kind of talked about being the hero and everything earlier. And that goes for, when the warning's happening, for sure, send somebody a text, give somebody a call. If you hear from us that there's somebody that you know and love that's in the warning, go ahead and let them know right then. But even if you've got somebody that that doesn't normally pay attention to the weather, but you're the type that does, spread the word. Put it, when you talk to people, put it on social media, share stuff that the meteorologists are putting out there, and that can be a great way because I think that's some of the things. Sometimes I think part of the issue in some cases is just a lack of awareness in general of what may be happening. Of course, sometimes with some of these really big days, there'll be enough buzz that you probably have a hard time finding too many people who don't know what's going on. But I don't know. Like a day like today, I don't know if everybody is tuned into this as you would expect some people to be more like in March and April. Because like you were talking about earlier, a lot of times May, things are kind of shutting down. So you don't always get this, enough, these kind of tornado warnings and a fairly long tornadic event, in May all the time. So, people are starting to kind of coast. I mean, we're getting school, this is last week of school, at least for my kids. So most of the time people are kind of cruising into the summer and they're not really thinking about that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah, you got all kind of events going on, recitals and graduations and parties.
A lot of distractions happening.
Looks to me like the rotation is a lot broader.
Yep.
So that's good. It's not as tight, not as wound up.
Sounds like National Weather Service in Birmingham's going to start evaluating what they want to do, if they want to extend this into Claiborne or what, with how broad it is getting.
Good. That's good news. I still want our friends in Claiborne County, Community Claiborne, Heflin, up to Edwardsville, up to Fruithurst, and in those areas to be on alert, just to wait and see what happens.
And again, we've now pretty much more or less cleared Anniston, the core of Anniston with this. And if we're not seeing any reports starting to come out pretty quickly, that makes me feel a lot better as well, that maybe this thing is still looking kind of mean on the radar, but not actually quite making it to the ground, which would be huge, which would be great considering the kind of population area that we're sending this thing through right now. So, because obviously earlier today we were dealing with stuff going through, one of the biggest population centers in the state earlier up in Madison and Huntsville and places surrounding that. So, we'd be very happy if this never actually reaches the ground with this particular cell.
Yeah, that was terrifying. And nighttime tornadoes are terrifying by themselves. But that rotation is looking a lot broader, a lot weaker.
Yeah.
As it approaches Alabama 9 on the eastern side of the polygon. That's great news. We'll let that happen. You see the tornado watch we filled in Randolph County now, and everybody there. The party goes till 2 at this point with this tornado watch, and then it'll remain to be seen if it'll be extended further south into places like Selma, Montgomery, and Auburn. I kind of doubt it. I just don't think the activity there from southeastern Tuscaloosa through northern Bibb into northern Shelby is looking really super healthy at this point.
Yeah, I agree that the stuff that looks the most concerning is still up here, generally in the northeast, eastern part of the state, and part of the same kind of complex that's we've been kind of watching for a while now. But yeah, I think down the stuff that's moving out of Tuscaloosa County through northern Bibb and into now Shelby County, just hasn't so far looked nearly as organized. Yeah, might have had a little bit of some circulation going on with it sometime earlier, but in general, it has not looked to be to the same level as what we're seeing further to the east and the northeast.
Yeah, I hope it's not wishful thinking, because there's some pretty decent reflectivities through there. It might continue on to the east southeast and keep ingesting this really warm, moist air, but I don't like it becoming more oriented the way it is either. That looks like it becomes more of a wind threat with time, and we'll see. But our primary focus right now is this tornado warning in Calhoun. As Brooklyn said, the Weather Service in Birmingham is getting ready to evaluate whether to extend it into Claiborne, and on face value, it looks like maybe that won't happen. Maybe they'll go SPS. But we thought that going into Calhoun.
It's looking like that's likely what they're going to do. They're not going to go for a warning.
And
Is what they're looking like they're leaning towards.
I think that's the right decision. But you're going to have, strong winds, 40, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, they just did a severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, it is a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
it's going to be at 60 mile per hour. Hail to 3/4 of an inch. You could have hail to the size of nickels with this storm. That's not the primary concern. The primary concern is 60 mile per hour winds. So trees could come down, tree limbs, and this is going to last until 12:45. So that's our storm coming out of the Anniston area. It's going to move across a good bit of Claiborne County, at least the southern half of it. Fruithurst and Edwardsville, Heflin, you're in the warning. I-20 from east of Oxford all the way to the Georgia line, really down to Claiborne County 46 is in this warning for another 50 minutes or so. So that'll give us plenty of time to evaluate what's going on with our stuff here in central Alabama. It does seem to be expanding and growing a little bit. So, not over with. Birmingham area is looking pretty good right now. Everything is south of I-459.
They're going to keep that tornado warning in Calhoun. They're extending it.
Broad rotation is still there. It's pretty much centered on what's left of the polygon. That broad rotation is moving toward Heflin.
Yep, I mean, it's still till 12:15, so maybe it was them shortening it to that little section right there.
Yeah, now they've cleared, they've cleared Weaver. Sachs is cleared, those areas. Alexandria, was Alexandria in the warning? I think it was, maybe just on the edge of it.
Yeah.
But we've still got broad rotation there. It's right there, southwest of Pleasant Ridge, north of Holly Springs, moving toward Iron City. It's going to pass just near or just north of Chocolaco and get ready to cross over Alabama Highway 9.
But yeah, if you're in Heflin, and so it looks like they're just going with a severe thunderstorm warning for Heflin, but obviously still something to take seriously. Still going to have some heavy winds with this thing, even if it's not a tornado. This is definitely still not a storm you want to mess around with. So, if you are hearing us, still would be a good idea to go ahead and not be near windows. And not be kind of exposed. Definitely, obviously not outside, but hopefully most people this time of night are not just hanging around outside. But yeah, it's still some substantial looking winds there moving, just southwest of Iron City, and maybe, and actually, very well could go a little bit south of Heflin, but heading towards I-20 really at this point.
Yeah, it's been a very stubborn storm. There's no question about it. But we're continuing to track it. The rotation seems broader and less focused. That's good news. Let's keep it that way. Basically, I-59, really I-59, I-20 corridor, mostly the tornado watch. DeKalb County's out of it now. But we're going till 2 o'clock. Alabaster, you're getting some heavy rain. It's going to be moving down toward Calera. Really just kind of on southern sides of Pelham. Western part of Shelby County's getting heavy rain right now. Back through Bibb County, West Blockton, it's swinging to the east, going to affect Montevallo. Shelby County Airport, where the National Weather Service office is, will pick up heavy rain here shortly. We'll see what kind of wind gusts they get. I don't think they'll be especially strong. It'll move over toward Columbiana and eventually over toward Wilsonville in Shelby County. And, we were talking about that May 27th tornado. Of course, along its 139-mile path, it ended up near Wilsonville in Shelby County. It started out in Hale County and, came all the way across, here. Just was an amazing storm when you think about a 140-mile tornado in Alabama at the end of May.
Yeah, no, that's...
How long was that Tuscaloosa tornado on April 27th? I know it wasn't that long.
I would have to look it up.
It was a very long track tornado.
Yeah.
That day was a day that I will never forget, as many Alabamians will never forget either, and was crazy. And that was a day that we knew going in that it was going to be a terrible day. I don't know if I could look that up, but a day that was very, very memorable. We produced a lot of long track tornadoes that day that went into the record books.
Mm-hmm.
They're reporting a lot of damage out of Calhoun County.
Really?
Not really.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's what we were afraid of.
Yeah.
It's just late at night. It's hard to get reports. Yeah.
Did it say any specific towns or anything? Or?
Takes time.
Not yet.
No. And so this is what we
And then
feared.
St. Clair, there's a tree down blocking lane of traffic, Old 26 Highway 144 in Ragland. But they're not saying where the damage is in Calhoun specifically.
Well, we kind of were afraid of that. It's midnight. It takes longer for reports to filter in.
Yeah, I was trying to be hopeful.
Yeah, exactly.
We
but
hadn't heard anything yet. But
we saw such a strong indication,
mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, that's coming true. Let's see if
But yeah, that was Ragland. I guess the damage that was happening there was with the same cell just before it moved into Calhoun County. So
The Tuscaloosa tornado, April 27th, was 80 miles long, that track.
yeah, that's crazy.
well, at least it still looks like the cell that now seems like it has caused some damage in Calhoun County. Still looking broader, less threatening. Still plenty of wind, I think, with it, wind energy, but looking less like it's got a tornado with it currently. So we'll have to take that as a win for now, and hopefully go ahead and get this thing out of the state here sooner rather than later. And still just kind of hoping, and from what we were looking at with the models and stuff earlier, it still seems like this little complex that's moving, that is moving through, Cleburne and heading out hopefully soon, is hopefully the last kind of really strong complex of storms. Yes, we've got the stuff down there moving into Shelby County and then Bibb County as well, but so far hasn't looked like it's got this, like it's packing the same punch. Any of the, I don't know if I've really seen much in the way of rotation in it in a while anyway, but it seems like anything that you do see in there is pretty transient and doesn't look like it's really kind of it's not really hanging on for a long period of time, like we saw with this cell that we've been tracking that's got the tornado warning. With that, didn't have a warning for a long time, but that circulation was, persistent for a long time. But haven't been seeing that really to the same extent with the storms that are moving into Shelby and are in Bibb right now. So let's hope that the models are correct and that we should still continue to expect this to start to wind down and not see too much more of a flare up with the storms as they continue to move to the southeast. And again, that's been the forecast going into this event. And in a lot of ways, I think it's kind of played out pretty close to what was expected. The Storm Prediction Center had the northern and especially the northwestern part of the state and the higher risk. Off the top of my head, and I guess I could try to pull up one of the previous outlooks. I don't remember how much Northeast Alabama was. I know it was kind of more shifted, kind of oriented more into the northwest. I know they were still in at least a slight probably, but I think the enhanced didn't quite reach over into some of the areas that did end up seeing some tornadoes to this evening. So, but I think overall it's kind of played out how we would have expected in a lot of ways. Although, we were certainly hoping that to not have as much in the way of tornadoes and some damage, but also maybe let's be hopeful that we don't get a lot of reports or haven't so far, I guess, seen reports of really injuries or anything of that sort. At this point, I don't believe I've heard of. Definitely some damage, which is never great. But if we can keep this to be one with no injuries or loss of life, that's really good to have an event like this. And if we can say that, so let's hope that that's true.
Yeah, I think I just heard the state trooper say there was some damage at Boiling Springs, which I think is in Calhoun County near Ohatchee. So that probably would be the same storm.
Oh, yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah, I think that's what I just heard in my ear.
National Weather Service is saying in Birmingham, saying that the damage generally from Raglan to Fort McClellan area, trees and power lines. The Alabama Power outage map highlights it pretty well.
And that's a good thing to go look at. I don't know if our outlet, our map has caught up with it, but look, it's lit up like a
That's big time.
Christmas tree all of a sudden.
Yeah, we'll get that pulled up there.
Yeah, so definitely Calhoun County. The power outage numbers have spiked. 7,228 customers without power. So that definitely tells the story. So, yeah, I think we're going to, will we see some tornado damage there? Quite likely.
I think so.
And even if we don't, we're going to see strong wind damage.
Yeah, you can definitely see Boiling Springs. If I kind of pause it back there. Let's see.
Yeah, look at
what
there.
time that
Yeah.
was. Yeah, back about 11:19, 11:20.
Yeah, right when it was coming over Alabama 77 in that area. So, yeah, that, I just heard the state trooper say that on the scanner. So we do continue severe thunderstorm warning for Claiborne County. Still have very dangerous storms, produced a lot of damage tonight from western Calhoun. Now probably still producing damage in western Claiborne. This tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning goes till 12:45. So we still got about another 38 minutes to go. Heflin, you're getting heavy rain right now. Probably the strongest winds have moved through your area. Would you say, Drew?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
it looks like
along I-20.
Yeah, the core of the winds looks like it's moving a little bit south of Heflin now, right at I-20.
So you might want to transition
Oh, whoops.
your OBS.
Yeah, we'll probably need to put the radar back on there, don't we? 1 second.
Always a challenge.
There we go.
You've done a great job running the board tonight. Thank you. This is
A few misses, that's all.
oh yeah, well that's 2 misses in a whole night. You could call that a W. But unfortunately, we don't see real clear indications of rotation. But we're getting pretty far away from the radar again. Reflectivity, very heavy rainfall there coming into Heflin.
I think that's
Probably roaring.
Better.
Yeah,
picture on this
Peachtree
one or
City
not?
could
We'll try it.
conceivably have a better look.
It still looks.
Little convergence there near
Yeah.
Heflin. Nothing that screams tornado, but it's got a history.
Yeah.
If not tornadic damage, it's potentially storm relative velocity kind of tells a little different story, but seems to be coming down, weakening a bit. We'll take it. It's approaching I-20 right now. It's going to move into the southern part of the county, well, I guess southern part of the polygon, near Bell Mills and Gold Hill, eventually down toward Macedonia. To come through Edwardsville, Fruithurst, all those areas along US 78, and passing through the town of Heflin right now.
Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, and Etowah should be cleared from the tornado watch here shortly.
Okay, so we'll clear some I-59 counties. That'll be good. That looks a little more disorganized. Or am I wishful thinking?
Well, it's some of it maybe it's about to cross right over the
Over the
Birmingham
radar, that's
next
true.
rad. So that's
Moving into the old cone of silence
yeah,
here a little bit.
So
huh?
that could be contributing a little bit to some of the holes in it.
Always seems to weaken as it
Yeah.
gets closer to the radar.
Yeah. So that's gonna be hard to kind of it's right on top, so it's always a little
Looking
bit harder.
lower,
to,
lower, lower in the storm.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. It's like you got a sweet spot that you're trying to see stuff in with the radar. You don't want it to be right on top of the radar. You don't want it to be too far away from the radar. You have to just kind of want it right there. And
They're amazing inventions.
Those 3 watches just got canceled.
Yeah, wait for them to pop off the map here. There we go. That's good. Yeah, I was a high school senior, and I sent away to Joe Golden, one of the researchers in the National Severe Storms Lab, just for anything he'd send me. And he sent me the famous he sent me the famous book on the Union City tornado, where they really observed a tornado with a Doppler radar for the first time, May 24th, 1973. And I read that book until the pages fell apart. I had to buy another copy of it a few years ago off of eBay just to have it.
that's cool.
And it was not like this.
yeah.
This was not this color coded. It was digits on a screen, on a like a computer output. They were looking at reams of computer printouts to see the couplets, and they discovered the TVS, which we take for granted today. And these things are miracles. Still got a lot of lightning in that storm. Maybe it's coming down a little bit.
Still not wanting to get rid of the last bit of the circulation there. It's, I mean, this has been a stubborn.
It's our rusty fish hook. And it's got a bit of a fish hook look to it there with that rear flank downdraft. Looks like it's pushing out some wind again.
Yeah. So it's still not something to mess with, especially given its history.
Our friends over in Bowden and Carrollton, Georgia, are going to have to deal with this. Already got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect over there. In Alabama, it's still got to go through Bell Mills, coming through Gold Hill right now, along Alabama 46, down to Trickham, and Lecta and Macedonia. That's where your strongest winds are going to be. We're going to hear some more damage reports along through there, I'm afraid. So be in the safer part of your house in those locations. Off second floor, be on the lowest floor, away from the external rooms. Let's just
To be honest, it certainly looks like it. Yeah, like you were saying, that it's picked back up again here. It had looked a little less.
yeah, but it's got some wind in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely the wind on the south flank of it has picked back up last scan or two.
Yeah, I bet you've got some 60, 65 mile per hour winds in that. And, broad rotation, indicating an organized storm. This is our last severe thunderstorm in the state right now. We don't know if it'll be the last one of the night. It might be our last one that we cover. But our tornado watch continues till 2 o'clock. But we've now cleared places like Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County, Jefferson County, Etowah County, Gadsden area, Blount County, and DeKalb County. So areas southeast of there. You're still in the watch until 2 a.m. But got decent thunderstorms moving through central Shelby County now. They're south of the Birmingham Metro. They extend back into eastern Bibb County. Got some activity still in St. Clair County. It's going to move into northern parts of Talladega County. That's all got to come back through southwestern, southern portions of Calhoun County as well, but it's not severe at this point. You see that WLX radar up there? You know
Yeah.
who that is, don't you?
Yep.
You know what that little radar is? That's our friend Ben Luna at the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel. And his little fast track radar, right? Is that what it's called, Drew?
Well, that's I know they've got the Baron Fast Track available to display it. I don't know what they're actually.
Oh, it's what is that? It's a Farino radar.
Yeah, for
Japanese radar. But got a few storms there between Philadelphia and Meridian. They don't look especially intense. Back to the interstate near Forest. No warnings on that. A couple of those seem to have puffed out. Outflow everywhere. That's good. We'll take it. Some of those that are going to work their way into Sumter County near Livingston and York. But no signs right now they're going to be severe west winds. West winds at the Naval Air Station. That's a good sign.
Yeah, quite all along the state line.
There's
or just
your
across the
trough.
state line. Yeah.
I looked at that, I got up this morning and looked at that trough. I was like, wow, that is impressive. And it really wasn't moving east as much as it was kind of shearing out, it seemed like to me. But tonight on the mesoanalysis, it still was very evident. So we still got a severe thunderstorm warning for central Calhoun County. It's going until 12:45, another 30 minutes. Got still big massive storms along south of I-20 from Heflin over to the Georgia border. We've had lots of damage reports tonight from Calhoun County.
Lots of damage throughout the entirety of North Alabama, Huntsville area.
Yeah, I think we're gonna find out there were several, maybe not several, but a few tornadoes in the Huntsville area. They've got 3 teams going out later today. Broad rotation there south of I-20. It's been pulsing up and down, but right now it's not especially tight or especially strong, but still concerning. Something that we've got to pay attention to and respect. It's going to go north of Ranburn. So going to parallel, go just north of Alabama 46 as it gets ready to make the trek over into Georgia. So nothing else looks really scary back to the west. Little rotation right there.
Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't do anything with what the reflectivity looks like.
West of Munford. Along Alabama 21 coming up from Talladega.
Yeah, went from not looking like much to being,
It did, didn't it? Just kind of blew up.
yeah.
Wow. Looks like maybe the inversion's trying to kick in, though. A little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll gradually help tamp some of the stuff down. The lightning seems to have come down a little bit.
Yeah.
Nice little cell went through Hoax Bluff up there in southeastern Etowah. Trying to get a little bit of structure there north of the interstate and eastern St. Clair, north of Pell City. I don't think that's real. I don't think that's really significant. Coming toward Riverside and Lincoln. Going toward the Ark. Better leave my catfish place alone. I like the Ark now.
Yeah.
So we still got one severe thunderstorm warning over here in East Alabama. Try to blow this thing over and into Georgia, and then we may call it a night.
The rest of these things are not allowed to do anything else.
That's right.
We're done.
Anything else is illegal, as our old friend J.B. Elliott would say. It was an illegal shower. I don't know if you ever heard the story he told on Weatherbrains about the night of April 3rd, 1974. I'm sure Brooklyn hasn't heard the story, but Drew may have. Of course, he worked all night the night before, had to come back next day and worked all night again for the big tornado outbreak, which was like April 27th. And said he was very tired about 3 o'clock in the morning and went back into their break room and phone rang, so he decided he would answer it. Said it was a little old lady. Asked him if she could pray with him. And he said, "Sure, lady, that'd be good." She had started to pray. When she finished praying, she lit into him. She said, "You've been scaring people all over the state of Alabama, and God's going to deal with you harshly. And when you get to heaven, if you get to heaven, you know, there's going to be a special, you're going to be in big trouble." And JB said, "Lady, if you don't get off this phone right now, I'm going to go over to my big, powerful radar, and I'm going to direct the biggest storm in the state of Alabama across your house. It was the first use of weather control in the state of Alabama. And he said all he heard was, "Oh my God, click."
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know how much that story was true, but he loved to tell it. And of course, JB ended up being James's mentor and my mentor, and a really good friend and a part of our company, the Weather Company, and then the Weather Factory for many, many years, and was a great participant on the blog. We lost him in 2015. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
We still have a memoriam to JB on our website. He passed away on May 11th, 2015. It was a sad, sad day. Of course, he had a beloved little dog named Miss Molly. That part of probably why he went as quick as he did at the end was that they got attacked by a large dog, and while they were walking their dog, while he was walking Molly, and she was killed, and he was injured, and it was really traumatic. But we miss him. He'd be covering this tonight on the radio if he were around. Strong thunderstorms still pushing through southern Claiborne County at this hour. They're now moving south of I-20. Heflin's coming out of the backside of it. It's mainly affecting all those communities like Gold Hill and Bell Mills and Hopewell and Macedonia. It's working its way over into western Georgia, Carroll County. It's going to be around Bowden and over toward Waco and Bremen into Carrollton here shortly. So they've got a severe thunderstorm warning, of course, for Carroll County there in western Georgia. Not much longer for us.
Yeah, almost there.
Almost there for sure. The only other storms we're really watching are these storms down here in Shelby and Bibb. Watch them as they get down into Chilton and Coosa, eventually Tallapoosa. But so far, nothing really. They've been pretty well behaved so far. They're in a place where we can't quite see them quite as well. I mean, we can. I mean, we're looking pretty low to the ground. But they look a little less intense, just in general, when they get to this place. Boy, we weren't having any trouble seeing that little tornado in Calera, were we? Back in March.
Yep.
And, but we see strong thunderstorms that have just come through the Pell City area. They're crossing over the Lake Logan Martin there at the Riverside Bridge, Lincoln, Alabama, right there north of I-20. Got some strong winds there along Alabama 21 south of Oxford, between Talladega and Oxford. So you might see some wind damage south of Sweet Home over toward Kentuck, McAdding. That's in northern Tallapoosa. Where am I? Talladega County.
Yeah, Talladega.
Gonna move over into Clay, get into Randolph.
I don't want those to do anything. But
Yeah, storms. Let's call it a night. Storms. Still watching some storms in eastern Mississippi, north of Meridian. They don't look.
I wish storms had bedtimes.
Yeah, storms are not well mannered.
No, they really like playing games at past midnight.
Yeah, they're real good at wanting to go all the way to Dothan. They like to stay up late and cause havoc. Kind of loud right now around Pell City, I'm sure. But Our storms through Shelby County, we're hanging on to those. They're moving into western Talladega County near Childersburg. They'll be moving into the Sylacauga area around Gant's Quarry. Sylacauga, of course, the site of a big tornado on March 21st, 1932. All those big tornadoes came out of Chilton County up through that area. But Monte Valley, you're getting heavy rain right now. Passing very close to the Birmingham radar, which has performed beautifully all night. Hasn't skipped a beat, which is great because we unfortunately lost our Huntsville radar about 8:20 tonight. And that really made it a little more difficult for sure. But not impossible because the Weather Service officers did a great job warning for that activity like in Jackson and DeKalb counties, even without that radar. That shows you right there the dedication of Weather Service people, the knowledge, the experience. That's why we have to protect them, keep them on the job, because this is a life-saving effort that is one of the best values in government, and we have to protect it. So we still have severe thunderstorm warning there, eastern portions, southeastern portions of Calhoun County. Got some storms that have kind of fired up there coming out of St. Clair. They've picked up in intensity. They're moving into northern Talladega. They're not severe. They're moving back toward the cities of Anniston and Oxford, Sax and Alexandria, the Weaver area. You're going to have some more lightning and thunder here, some very heavy rain. Going to be skirting southern portions of Jacksonville. Piedmont, I think this may be mostly over for you now, hopefully. Ohatchee, might be able to call a night there too. Still officially in the tornado watch, but it's not going. It won't be too long. Once we get through this main line, I think we'll be okay. But we keep our eyes there. We're kind of keeping an eye on that. Those high velocities, those significant velocities are passing south of Oxford along Alabama 21. They're getting ready to move over into the southwestern portions of Claiborne. We'll keep a close eye on those. Up toward Able and 5 Points, Chula Finney down to Owens Crossroads, those areas along Alabama 431 or US 431. Going to be watching out for some wind there. And this activity in Calhoun County is just taking its time. Really kind of back building back to the west too, it seems
But I
like.
was saying, those storms need to learn bedtimes.
I think we should have read them a bedtime story.
I guess we should have. I think it's throwing a temper tantrum.
Yeah, this activity coming in from, really kind of coming in from St. Clair, northern Talladega here may run up the backside of it too.
Huntsville's reporting a lot of damage. A lot of
They're
tree
catching up.
downs.
They're catching up on all their damage reports.
That's what it looks like. A lot of impassable roads from trees being down, structure damage. A little while back, I heard there were a couple fires.
Yep, definitely not surprising given what we saw earlier. So, and you
Yeah.
wonder how many. Certainly saw damage to
A lot of
some
power
houses and
poles
stuff,
down.
but yeah, it'd be nice if somehow it was mostly trees and power lines and not as much of the structures. But it had to have. I mean, like I said, I definitely saw some pictures of some.
There were definitely tornadoes,
You know,
for sure.
These multiple trees down, some structural damage. Pete's Corner and on Mooresville Road. That was right where we were watching the tornado right when it touched down, when it was first getting going. So,
Yeah, and I don't know, so we heard about Cliff Farm, which is a pretty big development. I don't know if there's been any pictures. I would have thought by now there might have been, if there was any major damage there. So I'm hoping maybe that means maybe it wasn't as much, because that would have been a bad
great.
place. Yeah, so as far as looking at James Pann's Twitter feed again, or X feed again here, this is, again, going back to what we're talking about with the Huntsville tornado. It certainly looks like it.
Definitely rotating.
We now switched it.
That's from the UAH campus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
Wow.
I believe we called them out at some point when it was heading that direction.
So that's looking to the north.
You know, those
Heading
rain
east.
colored skies too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's definitely moved to the east, to the right, isn't it?
Right, yes, that must be. See, lots
Boy.
of lightning.
I remember Bob Donovan, the reporter, for I think the Huntsville Times, on that April 3rd, 1974, I remember reading his story saying he watched the tornado near Tanner from a ditch. It looked like a pillar of death from the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he probably saw, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what it looks like. A pillar of death. It's insane.
Well, at least at this point, too, you know, they morphed into a bunch of, you know, everything else, I would think, for the most part, east of there, you know, most of what we've been covering the last few hours have been more, you know, embedded in rain and everything. But in this case, you actually, yeah, of course, you get still wrapped in rain, I guess, there, too. I can't actually see the funnel, but I mean.
Yeah, but you're
You at least
really
have a
seeing the
rain-free
updraft
area.
in the wall
Yeah.
cloud,
Right.
and it is rotating.
I guess there was some other video where you could actually see the funnel a little bit better. So.
There definitely were some images of a cone,
Mm-hmm.
and the storm chasers like Brad Arnold were going crazy. They were in good positions and were watching it. Apparently, I heard, I don't know, from the Weather Brains crew that Troy Kimmel, some other folks, maybe some little funnels right there around the outside of this thing, said that Reed Timmer ended up in a ditch somewhere. I don't know if he's in the Dominator.
Yeah, I thought that thing thought that thing wasn't supposed to be able to be thrown into a ditch. So yeah, maybe it wasn't the Dominator.
Auger that thing into the ground.
Mm-hmm. This is the storm as it was going through this near Anniston and Oxford from not too long ago.
So still lots of lightning in
Yeah.
that storm.
And starting to see some of the reports coming in around Anniston, Calhoun County, with trees down and things like that. So as we saw earlier, the reports have started to roll in from that area.
We still got heavy thunderstorms across Claiborne, but the rotation now is moving into western Georgia, north of Ranburne, near Bowden. And that core kind of is intensifying again, so this thing may pick up once it gets into western Georgia again. Lord, it will not die. It does seem to be holding together.
Yeah, NWS is saying that this is our main warning right now, our main tornado area threat, and that those storms down there are just like strong thunderstorms.
And Shelby moving into
In Shelby,
southern
yeah.
Talladega.
Mm-hmm.
Have they said anything about the these little trailing circulations that are in, I guess now southwestern Claiborne?
Warning's
Well,
gone.
They just expired though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they think we're good. Well, that's good.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of circulations down there, though. Tracking along. So you could still get some scattered wind damage reports along the southern part of Claiborne, I would think, over toward Ranburne. In that area. Well, so take a tour around the state again, Drew.
All right.
So we've still got strong thunderstorms from southern Talladega back through Shelby, extending into Bibb County, just a couple of cells right there. Some cells getting ready to come across the Mississippi border into Sumter County near Livingston and York, but they don't look exceptionally strong. And I think we go downhill from here. Now, those are famous last words that always get me in trouble.
Well, it still seemed that way. Looking, and I'll pull it back up here. Yeah, the latest run of the HRRR model was still keeping that same idea. So let me just see if we've got anything more recent. But this is, yeah. So I think this is our latest run, and it still wants to.
Yeah, they fall apart in about 2 hours.
It doesn't completely take them out, like you said, until a couple hours, but obviously the trend is going in that direction. And really not showing a whole lot in the south. That you almost see a little, and I guess that's by that point we're tomorrow morning when we start to see maybe a little uptick in the
10, 11
southeast
o'clock.
corner and Houston County down there. And so you might get a little surge tomorrow morning. But, yeah, this should be pretty much it.
Well, it's been a very eventful and active day. We thought it would be. We've been watching it for several days. It's been at the forefront. National Weather Service teams from Huntsville and perhaps from Birmingham will be going out to check damage tomorrow and for the next several days to give us an idea of, you know, what the actual statistics look like, you know, how many tornadoes. Hopefully we've gotten through the night without any significant injuries or fatalities, unlike last weekend in other parts of the country. So, you know, we'll count that as a blessing. But and it was a difficult situation given that we had some logistical challenges with radars and, you know, weather radios being out. But I think our friends at the National Weather Service made the best of a very bad situation and did a great job. And we've enjoyed being here with you tonight. I hope we've been of comfort to you and have been informative and have kept you company through this process. We thank you for joining us. It means a lot to us. We really have enjoyed you know, being here through this last, what is it now, coming up on 6 hours. Many thanks to Scott Martin, who worked behind the scenes tirelessly, Drew McCombs, who's done a spectacular job running the radar, and Brooklyn Bader, our new intern, who is a rising junior at Mississippi State University and will be spending the summer working with us here at Alabama WX. And hopefully we won't have too many more severe weather events to cover, but I'm sure we'll find some live action to do some live streams along the way. And I hope you'll get to come back and join us. But until we get that opportunity, that next time, as I always tell you, keep an eye to the sky, and you'll always have something fun to look at. I'm Meteorologist Bill Murray. Have a great night, and God bless.